It is 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you, as always, for making us part of your day. I am Speedy. Over there is Mr. Greg Burgess, and we'll get things running here on the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the next hour. Adler is back from his day off with the family, and so we look forward to having a full staff here today. Well, I mentioned him, and sitting right over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey.
Oh, you okay?
Took me a second to get back in.
You over there warming up?
I had to figure out which camera to push.
Okay. You good?
Yeah, I think we're up.
Yeah, I think we are
it's
too.
Freezing over
How y'all doing?
Here, I'm telling you what.
Yeah, that vent over there, it does hit you. I don't know what's going on over here because we got kind of the same layout, but
I don't know.
It doesn't hit us over here. I don't know.
Cheater.
We could call you a candy, but I won't do that.
I know, and I usually didn't get cold, but I'm old now and I get cold.
Yeah, Terry and I
were wearing a sweater in the house and it's 80 degrees like old people.
We were walking right before dark last night, and I said, "So I'm old," and she said, "What are you talking about?" As I was limping.
Yeah.
No, I said, I just get cold. So I'm that guy
now. The
wind
was blowing. It felt good. I ran yesterday too. It felt good.
Yeah, a little late, right at dark, and it wasn't cold. I got to tell you that it wasn't cold, but for some reason. Look, I was, and I just have to. I have to come.
Okay, I was cold.
I was cold, and I'm that guy. And I have a friend that wears a hoodie like when it's 70. It's so cold, Chris. And so I was like, so I'm him now.
So that's you. You're going to get your little hoodie for year round.
Yeah.
I tried to go see the Comet last night. I couldn't see it.
You couldn't see it.
Couldn't see it. I even looked through my phone.
I was walking during the time they said to. To see it, and of course I probably was looking in the wrong place.
So I mentioned to Lisa that I was going to go look at, and then I'm sitting there on the couch about to nod off. About 7 o'clock, my eyes start getting heavy.
Yeah.
And she gets mad because we'll be watching something on TV, and all of a sudden I fall asleep. And all of a sudden she goes, "I thought you was going to go look at that Comet." I was like, "I am," and I went out. Facing right off the porch, turned everything off.
Didn't
see nothing.
I think you waited too late. I think it was our time. I think it was like early in the 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, 6:30 something.
Maybe
I don't know. I'm just going off what I heard.
7:15.
Maybe so. Maybe I have it wrong. I don't know.
But you didn't see it either. You don't know.
But we were, and when we were walking back home, we were facing the west and pretty sunset and everything. So I was looking up trying to find it. I couldn't find it. Well, and I think the phone, Greg, that was the Northern Lights.
No, but I think, didn't Bubba say yesterday the phone helped a little bit on this? Maybe I may have imagined that. I know it wasn't because Lisa actually did the Northern Light thing.
Yeah. She took a pretty good picture. Knew it wasn't you when you responded so quickly with that picture.
It's kind of surprising for some reason she wasn't as excited about the Comet. To me, the Comet's more than the Northern Lights. Yeah. But she was like, if you want to go see it, go see it.
Yeah.
I'd like to send her to be a little more enthused about it.
You're like,
I hate the Comet's out there. Just a Comet. I do remember seeing the Hellbop Comet, though. Rick claimed I made that up, but I didn't.
I do. I made a commitment that I was going to look up more at night.
That's a good commitment.
Yeah, it is.
Unless you're driving.
Right. You don't want to do it when you're driving.
Mm-hmm.
But in the evening, just walk outside, just look up at the stars a little bit. It's a kind of a stress reliever.
You can walk off in a ditch.
Well, no, I'm not going for a walk. I'm in my yard.
Okay.
Greg. In search of planes. I'll find them coming across. Oh, look at that. I wonder where they're going. What are they doing?
I've thought of that myself.
Yeah, I'm like, man,
all those people and the pilots and all, where they going?
So I look way up and I'm like, so there's that red light blinking way up there. So there's people up there now.
Somebody's getting served a meal that isn't very good.
No.
Right now, as we speak, they're eating it.
Yeah. And they're headed somewhere, and I'm down here, and they have no idea I'm looking at them.
I know.
I think about stuff like that.
I do too. It's really weird. So they ain't got a clue.
They don't have no clue.
They don't know I'm standing in the yard, and my dog's over there barking, looking up.
And when we're in a plane, I'll look down, trying,
yes,
and I'm like, so somebody's looking at us. I see you. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I don't do that. All right, so we're just hanging out. Last night, watched just this much, and I'm putting up just a little of the Jets-Bills games. But I see where the Jets lost by 3.
I'm tired of watching the Jets.
23-20. The Bills hold them off and win. I see where the Mets beat the Dodgers and I think the Yankees won too against the Guardians, I believe.
I don't even know what the stand. I mean, who's up?
Yeah.
Again, when the Braves went out, they lost me.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I know with the Braves. I mean, we were fired up.
They
about
were out
that.
so quick.
We were fired
really
up.
notice.
Yeah, so the Mets even the series. They won Game 2. It's tied 1-1 now, but they won. They won 7-3, and then the Yankees beat the Guardians 5-2 to start the ALCS. So they lead that series 1-0. And so that's your update on Major League Baseball. I did see though where it says snake invades the Dodgers dugout. And you're like, what?
Put a curse on them?
Yeah. Well, you knew they weren't going to win if that was the case.
No.
But
Bad
anyway,
sign.
they said they had an unwanted guest. A snake was found slithering on the top step from the Dodgers dugout during Game 2 of the National League Final on Monday. One of the pitchers was walking back to the bench when he spotted the snake and pointed it out to the teammates. The broadcast then captured the snake as it tried to weave its way out of the player's sight, and I don't know that it even said what kind it was. I'm sitting here going through. Oh boy, yeah, they took a still shot of the
pretty
snake.
good one.
Yeah, it was. It's pretty decent. It was
Listen,
a little blurry.
You got spikes on, stomp it.
Yeah,
stomp it with your spikes and
so
kick it out
that's
of the
what
way.
you're gonna do.
Yeah,
you're not gonna stomp a snake.
I'll be
with your spike.
dancing on his head.
But the
batter up.
Yeah, the Yankees, they won though. That's always kind of cool. I mean, a little cool. You can tell. Hey, it's time.
Find a more hot rock now.
Yeah.
Are you pulling for a Subway Series?
Yes,
yeah,
that would be kind of cool. Even though
did you hear me hip it up and call it the Subway
yeah.
Series?
I know if you're a Braves fan, there's no way you can root for the Dodgers at all.
Yeah,
but I do like Freddie Freeman.
I do,
and
former Brave.
Yeah. And Mookie Betts and some of those guys, but
Shohei
Ohtani is just unbelievable what he has done this year. So I'm looking off at it. I wouldn't be too terrible, but yeah, that would be kind of cool. The Mets and the Yankees. Wouldn't that be something else?
Could be. It may happen. You don't know.
So
snakes keep coming.
So pick on me. I'm 40. Coach Gundy with
Mullet,
Oklahoma State. There's a story out.
He's a character.
That they have not done well. I think they've lost 3 straight.
Oh, really?
And then they had a bye week.
He's been there forever, hadn't he? You remember his name used to come up constantly for jobs.
Yeah.
And
but he was the quarterback there, right? I mean, so he's playing. He's coaching for his alma mater. Yeah.
And I may be wrong, but I think his brother was a quarterback at Oklahoma.
He's in his 20th season. To your point.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that. Oh wow.
Yeah. So anyway. It says here that he took another hit, even though they didn't play, but it was on his ranch during the bye week. Suffered an unusual eye injury that forced him to move his weekly press conference to a Zoom call. He said, I had a little run-in with my cattle over the weekend. I guess they've been watching us play, and I got headbutted, he said. I've had a bad eye that I didn't think would be particularly enjoyable for people to see when they're looking at me in my pretty face in a live interview.
Is he making that up and he got in a fight with somebody?
He said, more importantly, it's full of blood, and I got dizzy, it said when it happened. So it's not easy to be upright and be in normal function. But other than that, I'm doing great. Now, they say he's expected to be on the sideline when they play BYU Friday. And, BYU's undefeated, number 13.
Yeah, they're pretty good. So he's going to have the white part of his eye is going to be red.
Yeah, yeah. They're saying there's some more details coming out, though. They say that it could impact him and his duties Friday night. They're playing there in Utah, but it's not yet clear. He said, I'm getting better every day. Hopefully I'll be a little bit better and I'll be fine to be there Friday, but he's in a handle. Apparently, he got hurt pretty good.
And then he said, "Come at me, I'm 40."
He said, "Pick on me, I'm 40."
Did he get beat up by somebody and he's blaming a cow?
that is possible.
You never know.
That is
Everybody's
possible.
so FOS. I mean, you can't believe nothing.
Yeah.
Cow. A cow headbutted me.
Well, I don't know if he said cattle, not a cow. So I don't know what it is. I mean, he might have more than – he might be a bull or something.
Well,
something a little bit more vicious.
I meant – you know what I meant.
Just a bull sounds meaner,
Yeah, it does.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, you've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax returns? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA to handle your IRS tax problems fast. They've already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. October the 15th is days away. Schedule your free consultation. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, 866-932-3244. And you can text that line as that is up and running today. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. And so for all of you tubers, I appreciate your patience yesterday. Adler will be back and things will run much smoother if you enjoy the video element of the show. I was, it's tough because muscle memory and something you do every day.
Oh, yeah.
When you get into another world, it's you're like, okay, I got everything. Oh, no, wait, I forgot that, And as the show progressed, I got a little better, I think. I don't know. I wouldn't say better, more comfortable. Let's say that.
Showing off a little.
There was one commercial break where I think I had 2 pieces of audio running.
Well,
And after I realized what was going on, it was a little embarrassing because I didn't see that I had turned the mic on. That's why I couldn't hear anything coming from the board because it mutes the audio in your headphone or in the speakers. And so I'm like, what is going on? Why can't I hear anything? And then I finally figured it out, and I had a best of rolling and the commercials rolling. So that had to be pretty frustrating for all of you. So I apologize.
What if while you were trying to figure it out and the mic was on, you got mad and got to cussing?
Yeah.
Well,
I do know one person that wasn't helping at all, and I'm staring at it.
I thought you had it.
Well, you just sitting back enjoying it. It's amazing because you see me in a handle, and I look up, and you're just sitting there grinning.
You got to let him work his way out of it. Everybody knows that.
All right, so we have the annual Wife Carrying Championship that took place in Maine.
Now, we've covered this for years. In fact, one time, not only did we cover it, Adler played the role of your wife.
Yes.
And you hung him upside down and ran around the studio.
Sure did.
To show how they do it.
Sure did.
I'll be honest, Adler got the worst end of that.
Yeah. I mean, because you don't want to let your head hang because what they carry the wives like a backpack.
Yeah, their legs.
Yeah, so
they're hanging upside down.
Their head is at their husband's butt.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of techniques, but that seems to be the most.
Right.
I guess you get a better time. It seems like that.
And they have their hands or their arms wrapped around the back part of the knee.
Yeah, locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded. The event is believed to be based on a 19th century Finnish legend involving a man whose gang was known to pillage villages and carry away the women.
That's how they carried them.
That's kind of.
Well, let's celebrate that.
The event sees
for
competitors splash through water, leap over
while
logs,
carrying their wife upside down.
I mean, they're working through mud and everything, all while carrying their partner like a sack of potatoes. They and others cheer on, the competitors, and it's River Sky Resort is where it takes place. It took place this past Sunday.
I don't want to participate in it, but I would like to see it live.
Right,
kind of like running of the bulls.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
Yes.
As we just described, most of the participants use a technique in which the wife is carried like a backpack upside down to ensure the runner's arms are free for the greatest agility. The champion, you want to know what he gets, with the weight of his wife, wins the weight of his wife in beer and 5 times the wife's weight in cash. Now, you might go, well, how do they know, beer and wine?
Yeah.
This is the technique.
How much beer and how much cash to get?
To estimate the amount they win, the winning wife is put on one side of a seesaw-like scale that organizers balance out the other side with cases of beer. And once it's leveled out, that's what they win.
That's funny. So you can't find many women that would like to be publicly weighed. No. First of all, women are.
Right.
But I guess doing it that way, it's a little, instead of somebody going, you weigh this, they go, you're 4 cases of beer.
More than 30 couples competed in the North American Wife Carrying Championship in front of a cheering crowd this past Sunday. And there's now the story I heard, I did hear a news story on this. They said they did make one adjustment this year where it doesn't have to technically be your wife. It can just be maybe your girlfriend or another lady. But
so you can just have
our partner.
Yeah, our relationship is you for whatever reason you're the right size and we can write really good time.
Yeah.
So, but isn't it called the wife thing?
Yeah. They left. They've got the same title as far as the championship goes. But the report I heard, I don't see it in the story here, but I did hear a news story on this that they said it doesn't have to be. I like for it to be your wife.
Yeah, it's called that.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
kind of not untrue.
I mean that way you just can't run out and go, hey, I'm in this thing. Can I carry you?
Of course, Adler wasn't your wife.
No, but he and I might have won.
That was an exhibition, not a competition. So technically, you didn't have to go by the rules. And he has long hair, so from one view, it looked like it might have been your wife until he turned his head and he had a beard.
That's true. So you're saying upside down when his hair hangs over his face, that they might think
an ugly woman. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And he was pretty light.
Oh, he's built perfect for it.
Yeah. We were running around the studio just fine.
Maybe there's another there's an all male competition you can join.
Well, we
maybe not.
We'll have on the video selections today. We have some video of them running through the course, and it's precious.
I wonder if Adler
some
can
of them
find the video of y'all.
Do what?
I bet the video of you and Adler's out there too.
Yeah, probably so.
I know it is.
If I was carrying Terry around, she would be giving me instructions on what I need to do from the back.
Yeah.
I would be able to hear her going, "What are you doing? You need to hurry up. Why did you do it? Ow!"
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah. Slow down.
Why did you take this angle?
Yeah.
Honey, I got it. I can see you can't.
Yeah, you're upside down.
Yeah, but this doesn't look right.
It doesn't feel right. It's not smooth. You're going the most rough route.
You're getting mud on my face. Why do you keep doing that? Because we're running through mud, honey.
Yeah, and
we're
you're
running through mud.
Down.
I can't. Why did you go over this log? Because
we're trying to win your weight in beer.
Yeah. Just hang on, honey. So I guess the challenge would be if you go lighter wife, lighter woman, whoever, you might win, but you don't win as much beer.
Or money.
Yeah, so you kind of go, hey, I kind of want to go as heavy as I can, and because if I win, I win more.
That's true.
Tough decision.
It's perfect, and it's different for everybody.
Yeah. Maybe I can carry Adler around a little bit more today.
Maybe I'll let you do that.
Like run around the rug.
Welcome him back to the show from being on vacation for one day.
Why not? This would kind of be fun, but it's an annual event.
He can wear his gi.
Yeah, it took place this past weekend, and it doesn't say in the story. We'll have to find another one. This one is from Sky News. There's multiple sources that have information out who actually won, so we'll have to get that information. We'll take a break. We'll run. We'll run. I'm thinking about running. We'll be right back as we run to break.
Sure.
So I noticed the technique for the guys, though, is they run kind of leaned forward, for that momentum.
Oh, yeah, they got to.
Yeah, but sometimes they'll get a little top heavy and fall over.
Right on their face.
Yeah. All right. There's a technique to it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Do you owe back taxes? Still haven't filed your tax return? Did you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline is coming. Once it hits, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. You need Tax Network USA now to handle your tax IRS problems. I mean fast. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA already helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. Now, they also need you to move fast because October 15th is days away. Tax Network USA is the team we recommend to solve your IRS issues so you can get your life back. Don't wait. Schedule your free confidential consultation now. Call 1-800-780-8888, 800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for the link.
The gravy, please.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by our friends at simplysafe.com/bigvox, BIGVOX, V as in voice. 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. Big news, though. I just want to make sure that you understand what's going on with Simply Safe. They are offering right now their award-winning security system 50% off. Check this out. Simply Safe, of course, dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind. We all know that. We've been talking about it for a long time now. But right now, you can save big on the award-winning security system. And we're talking about 50% off, plus a free indoor security camera, too. I hope I have your attention. If you're in the market for something like this or you have been thinking about it, you need to check this out. It is exclusive live guard technology. Simply Safe 24/7 burglar busting agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders, warning them that police are on the way. And there's no long-term contracts or hidden fees, so you're not going to get locked in. And so it's something that you really need to be thinking about if you're wanting to switch systems. Maybe you have someone provider you're not happy with, or you just thinking about it. Maybe getting something for your aging parents, or your hunting lodge, or you name it, your home. SimplySafe.com/BigVox. You're going to save 50% on a new system, plus get a free indoor security camera. That's SimplySafe.com/BigVox, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Okay, so we've been getting lots of correspondences on the wife carrying championship, and they do want us to carry Adler around again today. I just don't know if he's going to be up for it.
He may not be. He may be tired from vacation.
Yeah. Well, I know for those of you in Georgia, and we have a lot that listen and watch in Georgia, today the election begins.
Oh, boy.
And they kick
Watch
off.
out for the mules.
Yep, they kick off in-person voting, early voting today. It will return to the polls for the start of a 3-week early voting period ahead of the November 5th election. And, Georgia is a big deal, and several million Georgia voters are expected to cast ballots starting today.
Some of them living, some of them not.
Right. So
you just never know.
That goes well. And are you kind of getting nervous like a ball game? Like, oh, wow, so this is real.
You're right.
There's so much on the line.
We've been talking about this for 4 years.
I know.
So here we go. It went quick to me.
Yeah, it went very quick. I would say nervous, just a little bit of, whew, boy.
Yeah.
So it's real.
It's real. It's here.
Yeah, we've been talking about it.
The process starts today.
For a long time, but it's real now. It's real to me.
Dadgum.
All right, so a lot of stories out today. This one I thought was interesting. Speaking of voting, the cost of living in California or in the L.A. area is so high that being paid $70,000 a year just doesn't cut it. And there's a story
Don't
out.
even touch it.
It doesn't even touch it. There's a UCLA professor, astrophysics professor, that claims his low salary has rendered him essentially homeless because he can't afford to live in L.A. He's being paid $70,000 a year, but he claims that the current situation is so bad, and for a 1-bedroom apartment, it's like in the $2,500 to $2,700 range.
What would be the reason to stay there?
I don't know.
There's no reason.
No, but he
just pack it and go somewhere else.
Look, $70,000, depending on where you live in the country.
Yeah.
Hey, that's good. You always want more, but you can make it work. But in L.A., you can't.
You wouldn't be homeless with it.
No. He's like, hey, I'm in a situation here where I'm in dire straits, and it's sad, but it's just true. And so he's gone back to the university to go, hey, y'all help me out, and they of course denied it, and so it's made the news today. But
so $70,000 ain't cutting it.
No, it's not cutting it. And one store I thought would just stay open because I always see people there, but Big Lots. How you on Big Lots? You ever go to Big Lots?
I've been in there not many times, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay. It says that it's shutting 500 of its 1,400 stores. It announced details of another 208 stores that they plan to shut as it battles bankruptcy. The closure has already come up with, I think, 292 previously slated to close doors.
So you tell me, oh, wow.
Yeah. They've already got bargains, but now they're offering like as much as 50% off, prompting a rush of shoppers for deals.
When you heading out after the show?
No.
Big Lots.
I haven't gone to Big Lots a lot.
I haven't.
To be
I think I bought a
you.
trash can or something there.
Yeah. They followed.
There's one not far from the house in Anniston.
Yeah, there's one not too far from where I live. They filed for bankruptcy back in early
Boy,
September.
when big lots can't make it, nobody
Yeah,
can.
no. If Big Lots is closing, we're all in trouble.
What's going down next? Dollar?
They're,
store?
they're everywhere. Good gracious, they're everywhere.
Yeah, they said the old Dollar General seems to be thriving because I've passed like 4 brand new ones on my way home every day. I mean, they're just popping up everywhere, including right there where I live. They're just everywhere you look. If there's a little corner, they'll shove one on there.
Yeah, they are all over the place, and they're very.
See, Big Lots is shutting down, but Dollar General is expanding.
Well, I think reading on into the story, one of the problems they're having is, they're known for their bargains, but they're saying sometimes the way Walmart or a Target slashes their prices, sometimes
put them out of business.
They're competing with them, and maybe even you get a better price at one of those retailers. So,
and a lot of times the big ones will do that, even though they're losing money just to get rid of the competition. Then they run them back up.
I have a friend of mine that he grocery shops at Dollar General. He's like, I'm going. That's where I go.
Yeah.
I mean, I normally go in there if I'm hunting something and it's convenient.
Yeah.
I'm heading there to get some, whatever.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I don't know why, cleaning supplies.
Absolutely. Good. Toilet paper.
Yeah.
I've seen them, but these new ones, they're like Marketplace or something. They add a little something to them. And, I mean, they're on my way home, I pass them everywhere. They throw them up, and, hey, they can get them up in a hurry.
Yeah, got a new look,
yeah.
And to your point, they are all over the place.
Oh,
Good.
Goodness.
I passed a new one. I had not when we went over for Venice's Foundation, which, by the way, they're going to be in tomorrow.
That's right.
For another charity charge check presentation. When I was headed over there, and I hadn't been over there in a while. And you and I were talking about it at the crap run. I was like, hey, man, I don't know how it came up, but I'm like, I saw 1 or 2 more pop up.
Yeah, they just
because I hadn't been there in
like
so long.
Anywhere. You look, well, there's another one.
There's another one. Yeah. And tomorrow is going to be another check presentation, which means that Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings will be here with some chicken. And we'll have
I'm already hungry.
We'll have the folks with Venice's Foundation to come in and receive that charity charge check, which 10% of food sales on the last charity charge went to that foundation.
Yes.
And they had a personal best when it comes to the crap run and funds raised. And we knew that when at sign-in, there's like, hey, we're well over 400 runners.
Oh, yeah. And it was crowded. We got, when they all get in there ready for of course, I couldn't get the horn to blow.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of folks come rolling out of there.
I don't know if you've heard, and we have
a stampede.
We have a year to get better. But Hobie has said next year we're running and we're beating 30. Now Hobie could run now and beat 30.
Oh, he beat 20.
He doesn't have to train. Hobie is
a marathon.
Scott Laney, who is Hobie, a former intern of ours and still a very close friend of ours, and he ran track in college and all this kind of stuff. And he's when it comes to running, he's got it dialed in.
He's run marathons. I mean, let me tell you what you'll never hear out of my mouth. Greg ran a marathon. Yeah. You'll never hear that.
No. If he's ran the New York Marathon multiple times, I think he can handle a little 5K.
I think he can. He might get through it. Maybe he'll run it backwards or something like that.
Us, on the other hand, not too sure about it, but we'll have
I started my training yesterday.
And?
It was okay. I got to get better.
Knee
did. It hurt some because I'm old, but it was tolerable. Mm-hmm. Just the cardio, not quite there.
Right.
After a mile, I started struggling.
Well, at least you're out there moving.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Sweet chocolate reward. Sweet chocolate reward.
This is not just the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat at Walgreens. This is the sound of someone picking up a sweet treat right after receiving all their vaccines in one trip. This is the sound of treating yourself, because you protected yourself.
Stop by or schedule both your flu and COVID-19 vaccines today and grab yourself a sweet treat while you're at it. Vaccine subject to availability. State, age, and health-related restrictions may apply.
Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox, buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Good night. We are back, and we thank you so much for being with us. Adler joins us right after top of the hour. Rick and Bubba are already here, and we thank you for joining us. As we look into the next story, it's always a discussion that we have had coming up from time to time, and a researcher has actually jumped in and done some massive research on it, and so there's a story about it today, and that is spanking your child. You know, this
back in the news.
Childhood spankings. Where do they land? You know, and this researcher has come out and says negative effects of childhood spanking may be overstated.
Okay,
his study claims.
So they're saying damage that spanking does. To make sure we're hearing this right, they're saying not so fast.
Correct, and I won't sit here and bore you and
we hear of all the things that
Yeah, but this new study looked into the long-standing debate surrounding the impact of spanking a child development, and on child development, I should say. The study published by Marriage and Family Review revealed that the punishment may not be as detrimental to a child's future as once thought.
Detrimental to their future.
Yes. Well, look, the topic.
Not spanking them is detrimental to some of them.
Right. So we had a researcher at Oklahoma State University that had dedicated 40 years to studying this topic. So it's not like he just, started. And he claims that spanking does not lead to negative consequences unless it's administered excessively or from a place of malice rather than, a concern for the child, under control. Look, this has been a debate for a long time, and if you're out of control or whatever, that's one thing. But here's what they were looking into it. Previous research established a strong correlation between physical punishment and negative outcomes, but what they couldn't determine was there already pre-existing behavioral issues in the children, or did that come from the spanking alone? It could be that it was just existing in the child already and had nothing to do with the spanking. And so their research has come out and said, look, bottom line, if it's done under control and not in a place of being reckless and all that, then it is not as negative of an impact on the child as they once thought in previous research, which brought up the discussion about how I know we were spanked as children. It was never out of control. No. I knew exactly why I was getting it. My parents sat down and very calmly discussed what was happening. Sometimes I even had to go to the room and wait on them, and they made me think about why I was in there.
Yeah, my dad was the best at that. Go back there, I'll be back there in a minute. Good night. That wait was terrible. That was way worse than the spanking.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And there's a difference between beating and spanking.
Yes.
And like they're talking about, if I don't never remember getting a spanking and it was out of control. It was always calm. Okay, you've done this, you've done that. It's going to cost you 2-3 licks, whatever. Like grades, we used to get licked for D's and F's and all that.
Yeah.
But nobody was like, screaming and going nuts. It was going, here it is. That's 3 D's. That's 3 licks.
Yeah.
And you go in there and wait. Then they'd finally show up, and boom, and that was it.
Yeah.
It was controlled, very controlled.
It went on into the researchers examining different forms of spanking and the key outcomes. But again, it's a long read. So we're just kind of going, hey, this is the basics of what they discovered. But look, they said spanking does not cause harmful outcomes unless, to what you just said, it's too often, it's way out of control, it's meaningless. Yeah. It's common sense, I guess, is what I'm saying. And that we're not talking about that. So don't email us or correspond with us and say, well, y'all promote the. No,
we're reading the study.
No, we're reading the study, and what they said, if it's under control and done in a proper way, then it does not have the negative outcomes
which is surprising
that once was thought.
In today's climate, that somebody would actually admit that.
Yeah. Look, I remember there were just times, even at school, when I would get in trouble.
We got
I would say, you do whatever you have to do to me. Do not call my parents. Yeah. Please don't. Because I knew I was not only going to get in trouble there, but I was going to get it when I got home, too.
Absolutely.
And I would hear my dad's car pull up, and I'd be like, buddy, I've been back there in that room waiting.
You were waiting on to come home from work.
Good gracious alive.
I related that when your mother goes, wait till your daddy gets home. I'm like,
golly, go back there and wait. And I remember one time they couldn't find me, and I'd crawled up under the bed acting like they'd never find me. I was hiding.
Yeah, you were there for good.
Calvin, come on out, buddy.
You're going to have to come out and eat at some point.
I'd see their shoes. They're just standing there waiting on me. Golly. But then I always knew I knew what I was doing was wrong. Yeah. And go back there and wait on me. Think about what you did, and we'll be back there in a minute.
And I didn't love the spanking, so it did help deter me from doing it again.
Yeah.
It really did, because I think, you remember what happened last time? I don't know if I want that again.
Yeah.
I don't want a little heat for the seat.
Yeah. I got caught one time. I was back there waiting so long, I took the pillowcases off the pillows and folded them and put them underneath my pants.
It sounded like a poof when it hit you. Instead of pop, it would poof.
What do you got back here?
What are you doing?
I was getting a spanking going, this ain't a big deal.
Did y'all, when we were in school till like 8th grade, the teacher would paddle you, whoever class you were in. Now, about 8th grade, they started sending us to the assistant principal.
Okay.
But up to that, and we knew which teacher could swing hard and which teacher couldn't. But they would send it out in the hall, and they'd have to get another teacher to witness. Well, if another teacher wasn't available, they'd put you up in front of the whole class and tear that butt up in front of everybody.
Put your hands on the desk.
Yes, wham.
Golly.
That was embarrassing.
And try not to get like watery-eyed.
I know.
You know?
And then what about the days
Are you crying?
You knew
No.
The next day, you knew with that class you were going to get in trouble for something you did that day, and you would, like you said, you wear a pair of gym shorts under your jeans.
Yeah. But hey, the witness. Third grade was I remember third grade is I was a mess. I guess because I remember Miss Wilson. She sticks out of my mind because she was always having to get a witness.
Oh yeah.
And the teachers were like, again?
Yeah, I'm to witness this yesterday.
Good night. How many times?
And there was this one teacher, bless her heart. She was elderly, and she couldn't swing hard. So she finally got wise to it.
Okay.
And there was a male teacher whose room was beside hers, and she'd go get him, and he would start doing her paddling for her.
Yeah.
Changed it.
So
because we weren't scared of her at all. She couldn't swing good.
You know, licks from the coach and all that kind of stuff.
Ooh.
That's another level. But your version of when Rick got to paddle your dad.
Oh, that was unbelievable.
And he said, make it count.
And he did.
And don't ever mess up again. Am I accurate on that?
Yeah, he said, because he was going to get him back.
And I think, was it bad? Like, what was it?
Yeah, that was what he said if he cussed.
Okay.
That we could call. He said, don't call me out then because I'm going to be mad. But after practice, y'all come to me, and one of the captains gets to give me a lick with a paddle.
Okay.
Well,
and it was just one lick?
One lick.
Okay.
Man, Rick lifted him off the ground.
Who went to him and said, "Hey, you cussed"? Did he know it when he did it?
He
did.
did.
You know? Okay,
he knew.
Right.
I can't remember exactly who. Probably Rick. Hey, got a lick coming, don't you? He said, "Yeah, you're all right. I got a lick coming." Now, see, one of the other captains tried it the first time he cussed.
Oh,
and he got intimidated and didn't hit him hard.
Okay,
and he said, "That's your fault. You had your shot." Well, when Rick's turn came up, he got him.
Now,
of course, Dad acted like it didn't hurt. And Coach Mann said when he got in the office, he was laying on the ground going, "God." But it was funny.
So this happened in front of the team, not in the coach's office.
Oh, in front of the whole team.
The whole team.
Everybody went crazy. Now, the next year, I was the captain. He didn't have that role. I guess
you missed your chance.
I don't think he'd stop cussing. It ain't like that it cured him.
No.
But,
so did he give Rick that quote before or after the lick?
After the lick.
After the lick.
Said, you better watch it because if you left your equipment out or stuff, you get a lick. Deb would go in there and sneak Rick's helmet out. He said, "You better be perfect because I'm gonna get you back."
Oh my goodness!
Your grades, he'd get you for grades too. See, you can't do that nowadays. He would paddle the entire team over. He'd have a list on who made F's, and I think it was D's and F's we got licked. And you'd have to get in front of the whole team and pow, pow.
Good night.
Hurt little Johnny's
That's when you want to keep your girl on, the butt pad.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, I got it. Go ahead.
But anyway, that's just a study that's out today and in show prep about childhood spankings, which if you're old enough.
It's not the end of time.
No, it's not the end of time if done correctly. I will give my parents this. They always did it correctly.
Mine too. Yeah. Mine did.
We'll take a break.
I know
we'll be
that was
right
hard.
Back. Yes. You got to know it was hard. I think when they were telling me to go sit and wait, I think they were trying to cool off too.
True.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour underway, coming to you from the Big Boy Studio. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us on a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, they've already knocked out the kickoff hour for you, so that's done for the day. Eddie Van Adler returns from a 3-day weekend. He's back from a big family weekend at the beach. Extended family, a lot of folks. And now he's back at work, probably so he can get some rest. So glad to have him back. YouTube experience back to, well, we did our best yesterday. Speedy, we got in there. We made it happen. It was a little clunky, but we got there. But he's back today. So we're glad that your YouTube experience is back up to par. We'll still walk through the normal stuff, though, of trying not to be canceled on the archive, but while at the same time covering stories. So that's always an adventure. We're missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in.
But I'm your brother. Brothers. Was that kind of when Michael McDonald, like he's now starting moving to the forefront? Is that kind of the first song he jumped out there and they said Michael's in? We like him.
Here he goes.
I think he can take us somewhere. Is that one of those? It's to me there's the Doobie Brothers, the Michael McDonald Doobie Brothers, then the non Michael McDonald Doobie Brothers. It's like two different Doobie Brothers.
They are the Tom Johnston Doobie Brothers.
Yeah.
China Grove.
China Grove, listen to the music.
Yeah.
All that.
And then they bring Michael McDonald in. I saw a documentary. They brought him in to sing background.
Yeah.
They even thought about him being the lead singer.
Yeah.
And plus played obviously the keyboard.
Keyboards, yeah.
But then he just slowly, they were like, this guy's pretty good.
Yeah.
And wow, a lot of hits with him singing.
Well, there was a point.
But it's two different styles.
It is. And they got a lot of radio play when Michael McDonald, had his run. But other than taking it to the streets, a little controversy here, I prefer the Tom Johnston songs, other than taking it to the streets. When you get into the I keep Forget when I'm in love.
by
Minute by minute.
See, all that.
I don't really dig all
Big
that.
hits for them.
I mean, that ain't no China Grove.
Listen to the music, like you said.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it is. So anyway, well, Bubba, we have a lot to cover today, my
Jesus
friend.
is just all right.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if you heard it in the kickoff hour, but I heard it pulling into the parking lot today that Greg tried to go look at the Comet last night.
Well, I tried. I couldn't find it, Bubba.
I didn't hear all of that.
Couldn't
I
find
was,
it.
trying to gather myself today.
Yeah.
But I figured we'd get caught up on it. Where did you go to see it?
Off my front porch.
No, you
facing the
couldn't
west.
find it? No. There was all kind of pictures online last night. Did you try taking a picture of it with your phone where it's supposed to be?
Yeah, I must have been looking wrong spot.
All right.
That's a shocker, isn't it?
Bubba, all right, all right, there it is. Bubba, yesterday I'd like to ask you this question because your position now on that shot right there, that you have your plume behind you. How many times yesterday did someone call you a big, sexy peacock of meat?
A lot.
How you like that?
I was literally meeting people on the sidewalk yesterday, and they would say, "Hey, excuse me, sir, do you know where I can find a big, sexy peacock of meat?" And I said, "Yeah, I heard a little something about that."
Well, we grabbed it.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
A sexy big peacock of meat. All right, that was a caller yesterday that ended the show
Sexy
on the live show, and I told Bubba,
You can't miss a minute.
What is a peacock of meat?
Well, what she did,
Well,
she was looking. She was looking,
Yeah.
and behind her, Bubba, is the wheel of meat that looks like a plume of a peacock.
On the
I
right
got
camera
that.
shot.
And so she I think, started looking at her, whatever she was watching it on, and just began to call out everything she saw.
Right.
guess-
Yeah. Wheel of meat, peacock, all that.
Adler, you missed it. She said, Bubba, you're sitting there. That's what she did. You just sit there like a big, sexy peacock of meat.
I've never heard him described that
he's
way.
a sexy big peacock of meat.
Golly, that's a great line.
I told Bubba this morning, I had one guy that I know, and he said, didn't expect my truck to go in the ditch today, but it just did.
Yeah.
You talk about unexpected.
I mean, we were pulling into the dock when that hit yesterday.
I like how y'all gave her a chance to clarify it, but she stayed with
clarified.
it. She kept on saying.
Well, you know what? Gosh, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just
Thank
want to
you.
make sure we had it right.
Listen,
and apparently we did.
At
And she
this
said
point,
mate,
I appreciate all compliments.
Absolutely.
Mate.
Yep. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not sure about mimosas that early, but
yeah.
That may be why it was a 10 o'clock-ish call.
Well, that's,
local time.
that's brunch time right there.
Yeah.
That's when them mimosas are flowing.
Yeah.
9
to 10, look out.
Oh, look out. So anyway, we were going to name the CD, and we're already doing the artwork right now, Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down. Now people are screaming maybe it should be called the Big Peacock. What is it? The Big Sexy Peacock of Meat.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
I hear that.
Was
all
that
day.
James Gregory's sister?
Y'all can play that all day.
Well, we will, Greg. You can count on that, friend.
Look,
So
that may get more airtime than Mr. Allen.
Yeah, right now.
Well, don't be mad with me.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
What I want to
That's
do
good stuff.
is I think when you say something that it deserves a Shatner, that still goes. But if you start drifting over into sexy world,
I'm
gonna tell
I
you
appreciate it. Well, I didn't wear my black shirt today. I need to turn it down a little bit.
After what you did yesterday,
That thing, it's just too much.
You know how
this
sometimes-
cool weather, it's got everybody stirred up.
Yeah, you know how sometimes you go, well, goodness, I guess that's all I needed to hear.
Yeah.
To know I've got it turned up too high.
All right, dollar back.
We'll be back. More to discuss, lots to unpack since the last time we were together.
You couldn't see that last night. You couldn't find
Greg,
that.
there it is, right there.
I must have been looking the wrong way.
I think you went up too late.
It looks like the end of time. You couldn't see that.
That's a little bright. Maybe I waited. It's too dark.
I think you went too late.
Yeah, you were too late.
You were too late.
Yep.
Right as the sun goes down.
Oh, well, I mean, that's
15,
why.
20
Greg,
minutes.
come on, man. He told you that yesterday.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, can I just go to my text from this
Sure.
past weekend?
Sure you can.
All right,
Sure.
let me scroll through my text, and I'm going to tell you one I found interesting. Okay, and I know that
There's
since
a lot of interesting ones. So which one?
okay, here's Bubba's text to me. Had a terrible reaction to new drug for my couch. Fine today.
A lot of people have had those couch reactions.
Right, and I thought,
couch and cough is spelled very similar when you text.
Yeah, and so I looked at it, but see, you understand where I would be confused because we'll send each other a witty text from time to time.
A wily
and,
text.
and of course, you and I have sent each other.
That's a wily.
You and I.
There's no D in it. Wily.
And over this past weekend, you and I have had quite a few little colorful quips. But,
Yes.
but I will say this: I thought you were making a joke that you had finally found some couch time. And hey, I'm addicted to the couch, which I could relate to because I couldn't quite get to mine this weekend. So anyway, but now that I have talked to you this at the beginning of the show today, you're saying no, Rick. I meant to say I had a terrible reaction to a drug for a cough that I've had.
Yes,
that it went bad.
Well, you've heard me here coughing, barking as I call it, and I've had it for a while. And I went to the doc.
You got
and,
swine flu. It's clear.
Yeah, and got some meds, and it took me a day or two to get those. And I thought, well, I'm gonna wait till the weekend to start all that because when our schedule's kind of crazy and we're out, and you don't want anything messing with you. So, and anytime you start any kind of at the very least you may have some stomach issues or something. Like, oh gosh, I don't have to deal with that.
Sleepy.
I've got a cold.
Yeah, and look, it don't take much to make me sleepy. Okay,
Right.
I mean if you just rock the tree a little bit, I'm sleepy. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
So I had a new med that I was going to start Friday, but let me back up and give you the full day. Friday afternoon, I had a little workout, played a little tennis, played singles. So there was a little more running involved than normal, but I was feeling good.
I can't picture that.
I've been trying to kind of rehab the foot,
Right.
and it's coming on back good. And after that, we had football practice. My son did, and they play flag. And a lot of times the defense or the dads will fill in on defense or offense. So I was playing a wily. I was playing a wily cornerback,
Right.
You on cover two?
and a deep
man-to-man?
threat,
So
down
you,
the middle.
You had the deep threat.
Yeah, and
Who's playing bump on
and I was feeling a
Cover
little
three, I'm
froggy. I was feeling a little froggy too because we actually got to practice indoors, and
it was
so
cool.
it was very nice and comfortable, and I can really dig on artificial turf. I'm just quick
sure.
as a cat.
Oh, sure.
And so we had pizza after practice, and I probably hit that a little harder than I should.
Well, you had a full day.
And
worked hard.
I burned off 2,000
Everything-
calories, so I thought it'd be appropriate to add 3,000 back.
I was about to say,
And,
everything you had done at that point, you completely trashed.
Daddy was hungry though.
Yeah. I was not kind of hungry. I mean, I almost ate the box.
Exercising,
You know what I mean? I was hungry.
exercising makes me hungry, by the way. I always
It
eat
does.
more.
It
Kids,
does.
I know you're hungry. We're out of pizza.
It's easier.
Uncle Bubba ate
It's
it all.
easier to diet sitting on the couch. I'll
Yeah,
just
and
tell
you
you
know
that.
what we'll always do? I said, tell you what, I can that treadmill another 10 minutes, then I have a French dip.
So I come in and I start this new antibiotic, right? And I go to bed like normal, and I mean it's just very few minutes.
At about 7.
Well, it was no. We stayed up late. It's about 8:30.
Oh my goodness!
And
what, are you partying?
Are you crazy?
And man, my stomach is killing me. I mean, it's like I feel like it's blowing up, and I can't do anything about it. So, and I'm breaking out in a sweat, and I'm just drenched with sweat, and I go in the bathroom, hang over the tub, my usual position when I'm sick, and I'm like, Betty's trying to help, and there's nothing you can do. Your stomach's cramping, and you're hurting, and you think you're going to be sick, and all this stuff. And Betty starts trying to get me to take an aspirin. And I said, Betty, I'm not having a heart attack. This is a stomach problem.
It's a typical thing.
Okay. Are you being bad patient?
Listen, no. When fat people feel bad, everybody thinks you're having a heart attack.
Yeah.
And you always have to get the heart attack people off of you.
Quick,
I'm not
get
having a heart
Get
attack.
a baby aspirin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, and she's like, put it in my mouth, rubbing my throat. I'm like, Betty, I don't need an aspirin. I've had 3 Advil a little while ago.
I can't tell you how many
offset my NFL, scrimmage.
How many
pain,
times
so-
I've been sick, have to spit out aspirin or nitroglycerin.
Right. Yeah. All the
a
time.
heart attack.
Or they slap a patch behind your head and it gets all in your hair.
I know I'm large, but we can be sick of other things.
But now this didn't help.
Honey, why are you telling everybody to clear?
This didn't help the cause because my hands are tingling and they feel weird.
Uh-oh.
And Betty says, if your left arm's numb. I said, but my right arm's numb too.
Well, I'm numb
Okay,
all over.
it's a two arm numb.
Well, you
I
might
said,
be
this ain't it.
dyslexic.
Yeah, who knows? There's nothing worse than being a dyslexic heart attack victim.
Right.
So
Some guns ambidextrous. It might be a heart attack.
so I lay there in the floor.
20 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. It's here come the memes. Thank you, texters.
You guys are too good at this artwork.
Oh,
I'll tell you, y'all are way too good at this. Rick, yesterday we really didn't talk a lot about it. It was Columbus Day, and a lot of people had that off. I know it's somewhat politically incorrect now to say Columbus Day.
Yeah, when did that swing? When did we lose that?
Well, it's
How many years
probably
ago?
about the same time that I heard a gentleman, he was speaking, and he said, I was in public school in Southern California, Orange County, and I remember when the Gemini astronauts went up. And said our principal called us in a classroom, an auditorium, so we could all pray for the astronauts. He said that's how far we've come.
Oh, Bubba, I mean, come on. Yeah.
And that was the mid '60s. So, it's deteriorated quickly. But we can have the debate about his morals and what he was doing, and what he did once he got here and all that. That's fine. But I think we do need to at least appreciate him as the explorer, the guy that said, I will go over the edge, Yeah. To all of those people, by the way, Rick, who thought the world was flat in 1492.
So run that year again.
1492, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. You remember that?
Well, Bubba, you're living in a time where people are acting like the world is a sphere, is no longer trusted science and fact. And you're living in a time that people don't know, say there's more than two genders.
Right.
That's the time you're living in. So anything now is, nothing should shock us. But the Columbus thing, you said this, and we've said this on the show for years when we've done this revision of history stuff or deciding that people can't be recognized anymore because there was something in the moral code that we now find unacceptable, or it's just unacceptable and always has been. But I don't understand why that equals not just going through the historic moment and saying, because I got news for you, every single person that's ever done anything on this planet that is to be recognized is a flawed person.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know what? Tell their flaws.
Yeah.
Put that in the history too. Put it all in there. But let's not, this thing where we cancel people's names and they can no longer be mentioned in their historic accomplishment cannot be acknowledged because we find them the person to be unacceptable.
See, I don't think that's even being intellectually honest.
No.
You've got to look at the whole picture on this. Like I say, even the men who wrote the Holy Inspired Bible all were flawed people. Everyone that stands up and proclaims the gospel is a terribly flawed person.
That's the whole thing of the gospel.
And there's just nobody that batted 1,000.
No.
Not Pete Rose, not me, not you, not anybody.
No.
And I think it's just intellectually dishonest and unfair not to at least look at the whole thing. But you got to admit, at a time when many people thought there was an edge of the earth and you could go over the end of it, to take a wooden ship that's not much bigger than our modern-day pontoon boats and head out across the ocean with no radar, none of the sophisticated stuff we have today, and said, I think we can get to India going this way.
Right.
Rick, I'm talking about you talking about some big sales. You know what I mean?
Now, I will tell you, he was pretty good at marketing because we still call people Indians today that when he was not in India.
Yeah.
So he was pretty. When he's branded something, by golly, it stuck.
Think about today. Think about if we had say SpaceX. It's decided that we're going to Mars.
Right.
And they launched to Mars. And they accidentally land on another planet and find people there.
Right.
And go, well, you must be Martians.
Right.
But they're on Venus.
Right.
How you go, well, ooh, that's a cringy moment.
And what
right.
If, and what if you could never shake it?
Yeah.
They
stayed with it.
Still on Venus, they call people Martians, and they're like, this isn't this. We're not on Mars.
And then they picked it up and went with it.
They did.
Yeah, we're Martians, and we live here on Venus.
Well,
crazy stuff. But I just think for anybody that got in that ship, after he'd been denied, and finally found somebody that would finance the ship, basically, that was incredible. For them to head out and make that discovery that they did, that was already there, but unknown to the Western world at the time.
So just leave it there And then if you want to discuss all the other things,
Yeah,
and you
did they act appropriately? Did they handle the situation right? Was it, that's certainly you can debate that because we've had that throughout history. That's nothing new. The stronger will always survive. But I do think, and it's become a joke and a meme over the years. If you don't think controlling your borders is important, talk to the American Indian.
Oh yeah,
and research and development. Just because you've always used a bow doesn't mean there isn't gunpowder out there.
No, you're right. And a new documentary, speaking of Christopher Columbus, now is bringing his heritage into doubt. Shocking new evidence, according to these that have been studying this for 22 years. They're now saying that the DNA analysis that they have been trying to find and study, they now say that they believe that Christopher Columbus was a Spanish Jew. So take that today. There's a new development. That'll
Spanish Jew.
Correct.
Now I always thought he was Italian.
They're saying that's been what everybody thought. But they're saying this new DNA.
Because he taught with his hands, when he went and asked the queen. And you remember when him and Bugs Bunny got in a tiff?
I do.
About whether the world was flat or round.
I do remember that, yeah.
She's around like a bolla.
Yes, I remember that.
He had to be Italian, Rick. Come on, he was eating spaghetti.
Well, they said that's what we all had been led to believe he was of Italian heritage, but they're saying no, not so fast. They said this new research they have DNA from Christopher Columbus, very partial but sufficient. And they say that they've looked at his son, and they have they've come to the conclusion that he was actually Jewish and Spanish. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just telling you what the story says.
It's an interesting story.
Right.
Interesting story.
Right. I don't know what that means. Does that mean now we can really not have Columbus Day? I don't know.
Did you ever see the movie, and I can't remember the actor, about Christopher Columbus? What was the name of it, Greg? You remember? It was a long movie, too. It had that guy kind of had a big face. Yeah, was it called 1492?
Yeah, I think so.
The guy with the big face was Christopher Columbus. What was his name?
The guy with the big face. I was not in that movie.
I had to describe that to Greg so he would know what I was talking about.
You're right.
I'm trying to think of his name.
That was the right way to go.
Is that guy there?
Yeah, big face guy.
There he is. Big face. Can't hide.
Yeah,
Gerard.
Gerard
Depardieu.
What was that? That was a pretty good movie, best I remember.
I remember. I think I never finished it. I need to watch it.
I sort of remember it.
He does have a huge face.
Like most stories, it is a complicated story.
Bubba, everybody's story is complicated.
They sell those in blue.
I'm not saying he wasn't. He was perfect by any stretch.
Who don't know that?
Complicated.
I don't think anybody in the whole story was perfect. So
no. Well, I'm sure that if we really got into the lives and studied every aspect of Lewis and Clark, we would come back and say, what we're going to do? Not recognize them anymore?
Those people that went out west too over those mountains in a wagon in those winters. Oh my gosh!
Good night, founding fathers.
Have you ever seen that documentary? There was one group of them that froze to death, and they literally were one hill away from the town they were looking for and couldn't get there.
Oh no!
Yeah.
If you've ever studied Lewis and Clark, you talk about some bad dudes. But they were
they were men.
That's men right there. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you been following or noticing what the real Greg Burgess is wearing today?
I noticed he was dressed up, and I heard that he has a big speaking appearance today. Is that right?
Now, yes. I cannot wait to talk to him about that, too.
Now,
is he hitting the speaking tour now?
He had mentioned to me, you remember, was it Southern Company or someone had him...
It was Southern Company. It was
come over and do a
retirement roast for somebody, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he said that he was kind of...
Come on in, Greg.
He was kind of easing into that. I know that he is trying to find. He told me he was trying to find his niche, and he said, I know that, talking to me, he said, I know you go out and you kind of handle the spiritual. Speedy does a lot of, and Bubba do a lot of sporting things, tennis, baseball.
Rick, let me get
Ponzi schemes. Speedy does that.
Hey, easy, Tiger.
let me tell you. Can I go over my specialties? That would be usually what I cover is tennis, economics, finance, defense, or technology.
Right.
Which covers
So
energy.
you got that.
Which covers energy generation.
Right.
You're all about that right now.
I cover spiritual and motivational. And Speedy, you have
What's that?
sports like
I've
clinic,
got
clinic type stuff.
Hey, I'll do your pep rally. You know,
Yeah.
I've got any kind of sports, any kind of
you just say
inspirational,
health and
motivational stuff. When I say I'll do your pep rally, I've already done.
Oh,
I've
my
already done
gosh.
1 or 2 this year already.
Speedy at rickandbubba.com.
No, easy. I mean, easy.
Book early.
And you know, and if you need help, I'll coach your team. You
Right.
know?
Sure.
So
you know what this does leave though, and it's and I believe we've never had this guy before. Maybe Greg is it, and that is civic stuff.
Yeah, civic, corporate.
Corporate, civic.
So, who are you speaking to today, Greg?
That would be the Kiwanis Club of Oxford, Alabama.
Do you get to ring the bell?
I hope so.
I defy you to tell me what the Kiwanis do.
Hey, I ain't Googled it yet.
Okay.
They help the community.
So what
They
is
sell peanuts.
They help the community
They
and sell
do. They
peanuts.
raise
What's the speech on today?
don't they
I'm
ride
gonna have to
go-karts
wing it when I
too?
get there.
Greg, you don't even have a
That's
plan. Are
Shriners,
you going?
I kind of got.
Are you going to try to motivate
kinda
them,
what
make
is
them
it?
No,
laugh?
it's just a. I
You
don't
going
know.
comedy?
This is a quickie. This is like you don't have to talk long. So that's good.
But what is the topic of the quickie?
It's not necessary. I ain't locked in on it yet.
Greg, I'm a Kiwana.
You still working on that?
I'm reluctantly coming to my meeting. Now, I'm probably a little more fired up now that I know you're coming.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because boy, they'll have a dry speaker in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm probably going. Oh, it's probably have a little spice to it.
Mm-hmm.
Spice?
Well, I mean
Spice on
fun.
me?
I mean
Okay,
fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a few things in mind. Life, you know, I got a strange little odd. The past year's been a little odd.
So, are you saying that you are trying to step off into the? Because I'm gonna tell you, I mean, there's more requests for speaking than we any of us can do.
But hold on now.
But I mean, if we got a fourth person to funnel them to,
But let me tell you something. He's very partial to where he's from. Okay, now
we got to get him out of that comfort zone.
Well, no, but listen, anything in the Calhoun County, Alabama area,
He runs it.
he is the go-to. You don't understand. When he goes back, he's Elvis in Calhoun County.
Oh,
right.
now that's a
Now,
little much.
not only
Thanks
does he
for
help
that.
with the football
Mayor
team,
of the
with,
Valley.
with the JV, okay, and varsity, right?
Mhm.
Not only that, but aren't you the quarterback club
Booster
president?
club president.
Booster club president. Okay, and I mean,
I don't know how that's going.
Rick,
very
he's in
well.
charge of ordering
I bet I know.
pizzas.
Not well.
He
I know
orders
it.
pizzas for the players and stuff. I
How
mean,
about
he's
there's
got a lot
to
of
that?
responsibility
Yeah.
and concessions, and I mean, he's like the go-to, and you know, and he'll come to him and go, "Hey, everybody!" I mean, everybody goes to Greg for. So in Calhoun County, Alabama,
Yeah, he's it.
he is it, and he'll speak at anything because he feels loyal to that area.
What you're saying
we
is,
got to get him out and just really.
Oh yeah, you
know.
forgot to add your expertise on your list, radio programming. I forgot about that. one.
right?
Yeah.
Radio program.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
You know, do
Yeah.
you remember how quiet it was when we did that? Say,
But I see what y'all don't understand.
you're not
though.
helping.
What y'all don't
No,
understand,
no,
I
no.
had some slight experience, and some of my coworkers will tell you when we would have big safety symposiums and stuff. Me and my buddy Max Weatherton were always the host of it.
So you
I've
can-
got a little room experience, safety symposium stuff. I'm all over.
so
Wait a minute,
you
you
can-
hosted symposiums?
Oh yeah, that's big. You get up and.
Did you even know what
yeah.
that meant the first time you heard
No,
it?
I didn't. But
Well,
I
let me
knew it
ask
was
you-
air
Fancy word
conditioned
for
and we
meeting.
weren't at work.
Can we put that in his area of expertise? Safety.
Yeah, How about this?
Yeah.
How about symposiums?
If you have a symposium, Greg Burgess, you know what? We got to get a picture of him booked now for your
'Cause I was on
symposium.
many safety committees.
But I'm with
I'd
Speedy.
like to see us call more meetings symposiums.
Well, 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. I don't know how to break this to y'all. Does anybody know what the date is today if you're listening live? That'd be October 15th, right? Is that today?
Yep.
Anybody forget that extension? Well,
Today.
Today's the day. So if you forgot your tax extension, if you needed it, that should have been turned in by today. Well, if you got problems, Tax Network USA is standing here ready to go. If you owe back taxes and you still haven't filed, and you've forgotten the cutoff today, you realize now at this point, when this passes, the IRS can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, even seize your property. It's why you need Tax Network USA now, and they'll handle your IRS tax problems, and they'll do it fast. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. Their attorneys, their strategists, their expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem and solve it quickly and in your favor. They've already saved over $1 billion in tax debt, and they can help you too. October 15th, if you're listening to us on the day this show aired, it is today. So call for your free confidential consultation. Get your life back. Call 1-800-780, then 4 8s, just 8888. Again, 1-800-780-8888. Or go to tnusa.com/bigvox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. Don't panic. You have an advocate standing by, ready to help.
What's that website?
We need that again, Adler. Today's the 15th. You may not have known that because you went on vacation, so you forgot about time.
Yeah.
tnusa.com/bigvox, or I have the phone number here on the copy if you want it.
Okay, that's Vox with a V?
Correct.
Okay.
Also, speaking of that, I forgot. Don't you hate when this happens? And it always takes somebody that needs your license. I turned 60 Thursday last week. And I forgot this is my year. I got to update my driver's license.
That's fun, isn't it?
You can't have. I had to turn in. I was some kind of paperwork I was filling out, and they sent my driver's license back to me and said, "Notice this is your year for renewal."
I do the same thing. I always forget.
And you never know. Let me tell you this. I'm diverting a little bit, but since I'm talking about that, you talk about. I don't know if I mentioned it or not. I may have when we came back. You know how sometimes you just feel like you just look up and say, "Lord, thank you for being so gracious. I am such a good one." So you remember 2 summers ago, not last summer, but the summer before, when Sherry and I went to France on a vacation together, a little getaway.
Parlez-vous
had a great time.
français?
Well, she got there before me, if you remember. Remember all that?
Yeah, you saw
because she was in
Palmer there, right?
Yeah, she was in
Y'all
Israel.
buddies.
She was in Israel, and then I was going to meet her when we went on vacation here in France. But she went there a day early. Was going to go ahead and get the rental car and all that. You're in France. I want you to think about that. You're in France. You're not in the United States. You're not in Birmingham where we live. You're in France. And Sherry says she goes to pick up the rental car, and the woman says, "You realize your driver's license is outdated."
No.
What?
And she goes, "Oh, my goodness.
No.
I am so sorry."
Oh.
She said, "My husband will be here tomorrow. Is there any way you can just let this happen?" And how about the woman said to her, couldn't believe it, "If I were in the United States of America and I was in your town, never been there in my life, and I was in the situation you're in right now, I sure would hope somebody would help me."
Oh.
And she said, "So I'm going."
So she found that one nice person.
Hey,
The one nice
bravo.
person, but keep in mind, we were in small town France, not in Paris.
Yeah.
In Paris, Sherry would have been thrown in jail.
Yeah.
And they would have taken the car and told us we could never have it. But we were in a very nice place at that point. So how about that, Grace?
Yeah, man. So I remember the STAR program for driver's
Here we
license.
go with this again.
Not the STAR.
It was a deal, and then COVID came, and they pushed it back
yeah.
and said, "Okay, you don't have to have it for." Is it now when you renew whatever you have to get the STAR?
I don't know. I'll find that out because I'm about to go.
I went ahead and did it the last time
Big
I was
hassle.
up for it,
I
but you
didn't
got
do
to
it.
bring a little bit more info with you.
Big hassle.
Yeah.
Big. I probably won't do that today.
Well, I'm just saying.
I
they
didn't
might.
do it my last time, and it was
Okay.
recent.
I don't think
It's not that.
If they
it's
don't
not-
make me, I won't.
Well, I can't never find everything I need.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the line sure is easy just to go in there and get your picture made or
Yeah, it is.
whatever, update it, and just move.
Well,
versus going
I
and
got
sitting
that,
down.
Especially for this thing I need to get done.
Yeah.
They're like, we need you to update
Yeah.
this.
I think we're going to have the STAR thing, but they keep pushing it back
Right,
when
right.
you have to
Yeah,
have it.
If they allow me not
Now,
to do it this
As far
time,
as
I won't.
As air travel, I got that clear thing, so you
Yeah, me
can,
too.
cut line
Yeah.
basically
Oh, yeah.
for
Yeah,
$80 a year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do too. I got that one too. Really frustrates you when you go to an airport that doesn't have it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
All right, so here's Babylon B. You know how we love Babylon B. Did you know they're doing a mockumentary called January 6th?
Oh gosh.
Hey,
can you imagine?
I saw some clips from it. So what they're doing, you know how the left tells us, this was the end of time. It was an insurrection. as you've pointed out many times, Bubba, apparently if we're afraid of people taking selfies, you need to run.
Yes, I would run and hide somewhere.
And there were some horrible things that happened. Some of that has been exaggerated. They're tying people to that day that really that's not really what caused what happened. And there's all kinds of theories about it. But Babylon Bee, as we know, they're the best. And I saw one clip of it, and they're pretending that they are the left. And that they're distraught about January 6th, and they want to talk about to everybody how bad January 6th was. And so the only clip I saw, they're talking to Dennis Prager, who I love, and he's sitting there as usual smoking a cigar by a fireplace, because the fireside chat. And the guy says, "Can you think of any day that was worse than January 6th? Any day more dangerous?" And he takes a puff off his cigar. He goes, "Any weekend in Chicago." Look, and the interviewer just looks down like, well. So anyway, but on that note, after we had the Tim Walls debacle yesterday, where he didn't know how to load his gun, here's Babylon Bee with a picture of that moment. The same thing we played yesterday. Here's their headline: "Man pretending to be straight, also pretending to hunt."
That's pretty good. That's good. Boy, that's a good one.
Solid right there. Don't miss.
They do some great stuff. Unbelievable.
They had another one. They have another one where it has Tim Walls sitting there saying, "I'm just like you," and he's trying to fish, and his fishing rod's upside down. Here's another one. After a patient explains he's thinking of voting for Kamala, doctor gives him a prescription for testosterone.
I bet that is a funny place to work.
Oh,
don't you know in their pit they come up with some good lines?
Oh my goodness! Okay, I'm gonna stop because I'll be reading. I won't even read. Experts say
it's like me or Speedy getting lost in videos.
It is. This is me with the chopsticks catching a rocket. Experts say Kamala can still win if she doesn't appear in public again between now and the election.
Yeah, it worked before. Why not?
So anyway, the Tim Walls is. I know people were talking about all kinds of problems with that attempt for him to look. Adler, you weren't here, but I thought your text was still a great line yesterday, and I did pass that on.
Good. I was about to say it, but I didn't want to say it.
It's good.
No, that was a great line. We covered it. I did change a little bit on the word you used.
Yeah, sure.
But he did look more comfortable in the chaps than he did with the gun.
He did.
I agree.
He did.
You really
You made a good point.
Now we're back to the Babylon Bee headline, which is a good one. But I don't know where you can see that mockumentary. I guess there's no way a theater would put that in, right? I mean,
I don't know. If they think they could make a nickel, they would.
Do you think they'll arrest Babylon Bee and Dinesh D'Souza again if they get into power?
Oh, yeah. And
YouTube.
Elon Musk.
It's on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube. Okay.
Wait, that might just be the trailer.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm checking.
Okay. Well, it's not important, but I just I know that they will run with it.
It's exclusively on Babylon Bee's website.
That's smart.
Exclusive.
Well, you and I talked about it. Anytime you take the mockumentary point of view, because we loved all those great documentaries that we loved so much, Best in Show and all that. Anytime you take that stone cold look, when you're saying things that are outrageous, and it just that's some of my favorite comedy there is. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top. More to cover today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we'll get to some of your phone calls before the day is done. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the great state of New York, Cheektowaga.
We're going to let Rick, since my voice is ailing, I thought we'd let Speedy read this one.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let Speedy, go ahead.
Fire it up, Speedy. Sure.
Okay. Police said they arrested a teenager who caused thousands of dollars of damage in a western New York home's hardwood floor by breakdancing, Rick, on it while wearing a large diamond belt buckle.
All right, let's pause. All right.
Rick, I will do Bubba making a funny statement. How funny. Since his voice is out.
Yeah,
no, I can still do that part.
Oh, okay. You still do that.
Speedy, how funny.
Or Bubba here. You don't even have to say a word.
How funny.
There you go. But anyway, first of all, let's start there. We've got a guy who came into this man's house.
Right.
and undoubtedly damaged it to the tune of thousands of dollars by breakdancing on it while wearing large diamond belt buckles.
That's right. Now, the sheriff said that the 18-year-old apparently was intoxicated. Are we surprised?
There's a shocker.
There's the bottom line.
When he arrived at a house party held by the victim's daughter in Elma. That's up in New York.
Just east of Buffalo. All right, let's stop there. Daddy went out of town, and daughter decided she'd have a house party. By the way, it's always amazing how teenagers think the house belongs to them, probably because they've been, been treated that way.
Right.
And they're having a house party. Daddy's gone, and big belt buckle wearing intoxicated 18-year-old comes in and breakdance to the point that he damaged the hardwood floor.
This is maybe my favorite little sentence here. He said when the teen repeatedly tried to breakdance, he gouged the floor and caused about $3,000 worth of damage. So basically, the kid's getting after it.
Well,
I'm
like you. Is that the Great Centipede?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Here's the problem. Yeah, I've got a technical
Which,
question.
by the way, I was the king of.
Wouldn't he be
I
on
can
his
only do it
back?
backwards, though.
Wouldn't he be on his back spinning if he was breakdancing?
Oh, no, they spin and come back around. I can't do it.
You know how sometimes people will misuse, like Daddy probably thought it was called breakdancing.
Right.
But to me, if that belt buckle is just tearing up the hardwood floor.
Yeah, that's a centipede all the way around. That's worm,
That's
isn't it?
got to be the centipede.
How about the sheriff sent a deputy to the teen's house Sunday night, okay, in the around Buffalo, and arrested the kid. He faces a felony criminal mischief charge and misdemeanor trespassing charge. He's been jailed pending arraignment.
Okay, now we got to let's check. Now, how in the world? All right, so the daughter, it says the victim was on vacation at the time. He goes on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
His daughter throws a house party at her parents' home.
Isn't there a song about that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Did.
I think there was a movie.
Bubba, how do you then? Is the daughter saying, "Hey, Big Belt Buckle wasn't invited, and he wouldn't go away"? And how do you get put in jail for excessive breakdancing at a house party? That I mean, they would have to get. There has to be something in the story. Hey, he wasn't invited, right?
Rick, I think if you go and you just start tearing up something at somebody's house and doing financial damage, it doesn't matter if you're invited or not.
Well, they said trespassing.
Well, in that case, he was not invited by the owner of the house.
Well, yeah, nor were any of them.
Well, again,
He
how
was
many
trying
times?
to steal the show, it sounds like.
Here's the part that's
Y'all remember the movie Teen Wolf? How many things get out of hand?
Here's the part of the story that would be missing if it was our parents. When police arrived,
yeah,
Mr. and Mrs. Burgess had taken the belt buckle off the victim, beating him and their children with it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom would have taken that belt and see, where is it in here that Elma's in trouble? Because, by the way, yes, this guy's an idiot, but let me tell you whose fault it is that this idiot's in that house tearing up the hardwood floor. Your daughter's the problem.
Yeah, she's got a little house party. She opened that door.
Again,
come on in.
Look, we
Come on
know
in,
people who do that dance and can do it, and but if you've got a giant belt buckle on, wouldn't it hurt you to do that too? Wouldn't it be gouging you?
Bubba, you missed the part. 18-year-old was apparently intoxicated.
Well, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, you can do all kinds of. I mean, you're almost bulletproof.
Yeah.
The next day, he had a big bruise all on his gut from it.
Yeah.
At the time, he wasn't feeling it.
I wonder what did that.
Rick, act like you're walking in. He's dancing, please. Please.
There he goes. A hardwood floor to the tune of $3,000.
That's a. I mean, he must have had a pretty long run. there.
He's spinning around.
Prefab.
He's spinning around.
Hey, chips are coming up every time Tim does that move.
Hey, that's leaving a mark.
Rick, you know what? She don't care. She didn't care when he was chipping it.
Well, again,
party.
Yeah. You know, this is classic. We're jailing this person, but where's the daughter? Tell me she's in trouble. I need to know this.
Well, and here's the thing too. It says right here, I know we talked about, but he was let in. I mean, right?
She's claiming he busted his way in.
Oh, like y'all did? Y'all were party crashers.
Yeah,
the two.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Moving on. Another show. Thank you for being with us on this edition of Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. All right, so NFL last night. Bubba, you said it. New coach, same story. Same outcome.
How about the New York Jets? Got rid of their coach a little quick. I think a lot of people thought it was a little quick.
Mm-hmm.
And, boy, they made a big change. They lost again last night by 3 points, same amount they lost the week before.
And Aaron Rodgers throws a costly late interception.
Just like he did the week before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the last drive, going down to go ahead.
So he's good up to the last drive.
Was it 3 points or 7? I don't know. Anyway, they lost on the last drive.
3 point.
I mean, the week before when they played the Vikings.
I don't know.
Don't.
23-20. Bubba, what's the Vikings record right now?
5-0, baby.
How about that?
Let me tell you what. We're
MVP, Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
We are the best pre-December team you've ever seen.
Here it goes, Greg. Here you're going to go negative.
I mean, December won't be able to get a first down. That's what I like. I mean, can't find one.
Yeah, so it was 23-17 the week before. Last night, 23-20.
Anyway, they're going down to win both times. So.
And there you go. And you've got a future Hall of Famer. You think you're in pretty good shape. And then, but I will give Aaron Rodgers this. He did say when they started saying he caused the guy to be fired, he said, well, now the way I'm playing might have caused him to be fired, but I didn't go get him fired.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I wish I was playing better.
Yeah.
I didn't help him.
I didn't help him.
Right.
Have y'all noticed it seems like there's been a trend of Packer quarterbacks going to the Jets when they get booted out in Green Bay, and then they end up in Minnesota. So is that where he'll be next?
Correct. That is correct.
He'll end his career in Minnesota.
So speaking of quarterbacks, Greg was saying in the break, is Tua Tagovailoa thinking of coming back?
It says that he's expected to come back this year. That's what I just saw the headline. Couldn't hear it.
I don't know about that.
I mean, one more, they're going to just not let him play, right? And plus, I mean, he's already done a lot of damage to himself. I mean, surely he's made enough money already. He can do it. And I understand he wants to play. He's a competitor.
And he's young, so that money's got to go a long, long way. But I'm sure he can find other ways to supplement his income. My goodness. I mean, don't you think there was companies that would hire him? And
look, he could go into the, the broadcasting booth.
Right.
I mean, the pregame show's only got about 15 hosts.
Yeah,
already.
at least 3 more.
And so, he could do a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, business or whatever, he would be good.
Yeah, speaking of that, on pregame shows, let me divert here. Got to watch College Game Day this past Saturday.
Okay.
I like the reduction because because of Kirk Herbstreit having to get to the Texas-Oklahoma game, they didn't bring Lee Corso.
I saw a headline on that. It was referring to that, and I didn't get a chance to read it. I'm not sure why they said he didn't. Was it because Kirk went?
I honestly think Speedy kind of alluded this before the weekend. I really think because he's the handler of Lee Corso, and they're like, if Kirk can't be there the whole show, we can't do this.
Yeah.
And they didn't bring him.
Saban handling.
But I will try this. And Bubba, this is your world, the engineering and technology. Hey, Game Day, we all like Kirk, we do, and I like hearing from him. I think he's one of my favorite.
Mine too. Mine too. Even with his dog.
The dog. I try to ignore that a little bit. It's hard to do that since they keep showing pictures of him all the time. But
look, I love dogs. I just don't think you need to bring them to work.
Yeah. So as far as an analyst,
I was gonna bring Buddy.
He's one of my favorites. I like his demeanor. I like his expertise.
Yeah.
But if he has to leave early, okay, and go to the Texas-Oklahoma game because of the time deal out in Oregon and all that, hey, just let him go. They kept trying to bring him in like on the plane as it was flying, and they tried to bring him in as they were going down the runway, and it kept cutting out. At one point, and of course, Pat McAfee, he's like Greg. If they're not getting a good shot of Kirk, he can't just let it go.
Right.
He's got to say something. Hey, that looks good. He started, and they're like complaining about how bad it is. And hey, well, here you fine, but you look like some kind of abstract painting, and all this is going on. Just let him. Hey, that's a big. I mean, an airplane. You're going to try to come in on ESPN Game Day from the airplane. While it's in the air at 30,000 feet.
Video-wise?
Yes.
I mean,
it was horrible.
Rick, that is near impossible. I will say that.
You are correct. Because it didn't go well.
Yeah, you can't do it.
But it's okay to say Kirk has left. He can even leave his pick, or how about this? Go do a video of his pick and his breakdown of the game and just play it.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing, we got to talk to Kirk while he's still in the airplane. You wouldn't do it. I'm glad you didn't see it. But I will say your original point, when they went from that many people chiming down to just 4,
a little better.
It was a little smoother. It was smoother.
The NFL ones, the ones I can't.
Oh, my goodness.
They got so many.
The pregame shows, I mean, it's like all of them are afraid to let anybody retire and them not get a shot at it.
I know.
But they're not taking people off the other end.
It's
you know?
just-
I know Phil Sims finally got bumped
I think
off
they
one
finally
time,
got
right? Him and
him.
Boomer, didn't
Yep,
he?
that's true.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when you got
it's too many
Howie and Terry Bradshaw and Jimmy Johnson and whoever, I mean,
Yeah, man.
that's crowded.
Yeah.
So back to the Tua thing. I understand that he's a competitor, to your point, Bubba, and I respect that.
Yeah, I do too.
But I have to say, your quality of life, you have so much life left.
Yeah.
I mean, we have players that if they could, if somebody could have walked in the locker room and said, "Hey, if you want quality of life, you need to not even go out on this game today."
Yeah.
He already knows that he's susceptible to concussions, and some people just are. Okay, that's not an indictment on him or his lack of tenacity.
It has nothing to do with how tough you are.
No,
It's just
it's
the way you're built, and, and maybe some of them that you had early.
Right.
You know?
Your quality of life, and I know that you got a lot of life left. I don't know how much money, Greg, you made a great point on that. I don't know how much money it costs you if you decide to step away, even though doctors have cleared you. How that affects your guaranteed money, I don't know. Bubba made the point. I think you're right. It's not like you're not still going to make a lot and have made a lot.
Yeah.
And I know it's a
You got a
long
pretty good
life after
start.
that, Lord willing. But I will tell you this. I know everybody sitting here. I know our wives pretty well. Is Tua married?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, 2 kids. Yeah.
How old are the kids?
They're young.
Yeah, they're pretty young.
Yeah, look,
I know. I know every
wanna,
wife here. There's not a wife sitting in here represented by these husbands that would let us go back on the field.
Yeah, I don't see that. I mean, you want to be there for those kids. You want to be able to see them grow up. You want to maybe help coach their team. You want to see them graduate. You know, you're risking a lot just for another game or two with the Miami Dolphins.
This is what I know, and I think every wife would say this, and I cannot sit in the stands and watch your arms flit around like that and you not know where you are again. I can't do it again.
Yeah, yeah, it's tough.
I can't see that again.
You mean the old?
Yeah. I can't see that again. Right? I mean, because that's pretty traumatizing for his wife to have to watch that, and his parents, whatever. You know.
Yeah.
That's just sometimes it's time to walk away.
I mean, he's a good man. I think he's got a
Yeah.
good heart, a good family, and just so much life out in front of him. A game in the Eastern Division of the AFC will be long forgotten. You know, and I just don't know that it's worth it.
I don't pretend to know what the Lord God Almighty is saying to him, but this feels a little bit like the old joke. Why didn't you help me? Hey, I sent a helicopter. I sent a boat. You wouldn't get on it. It feels a little bit like, you know, hey, let me know when it's time for me to go to the next thing, Lord. And the Lord's going, I'm trying.
Yeah. Well, you've seen all this change about,
and I don't pretend to know that. I'm just saying.
You've seen all this change about concussions and the protocols and what we go through and the doctoring, and you still see people who are suffering with brain issues from this. There's just a lot of evidence out there. You need to really be careful with this, and that's a big decision, I know. But we got lawsuits on the other end. If you're gonna give that up and play, I think you know the risk now. You know, it's like we've talked about with smoking that doesn't sneak up on anybody now.
Right. So anyway, we wish him the best either way.
Yeah.
We'll come back top of the hour. Much more to cover. We'll get in some of your phone calls next hour too. Hey, don't forget check rickandbubba.com. I got good news from the store yesterday. Looks like another order of spatulas has come in. So some of those of you on back order, you ought to see that start moving here pretty quick. Check rickandbubba.com under the store. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, you know, a lot of things when it comes to health, they become trendy, trendy. And now this intermediate fasting, that's trendy now. Hey, I'm going to do the intermediate fasting and it can be a healthy thing, it can be a good thing, but the problem is we are all very unique. And because our bodies are not all the same, just giving somebody a boilerplate intermediate fasting, here's how many hours between each meal, That does not apply to every human being the same. Well, there's a great product that can help you when it comes to your metabolism. It's really a metabolic coach. It's called Lumen. Sherry and I both have these, love these. The information that it gives you, all you have to do is breathe into the Lumen first thing in the morning, and you'll know what's going on with your metabolism, whether you're burning mostly fats or are you burning carbs. Then it gives you a personalized nutrition plan for that day based on the measurements, what your body is telling this incredible little handheld metabolic coach. You can also breathe into it before and after workouts and meals, find out how effective it is. So you know exactly what's going on in your body in real time, and Lumen will give you tips to keep you on top of your health game. This is really valuable information. So if you'd like to find out how to get yours, it's real simple. Just go to Lumen, LUMEN.me/Rick Bubba. Put our names together and get 15% off your Lumen. That's LUMEN.me/Rick Bubba for 15% off the purchase of your Lumen, and get information that you really need to be sure that your health plan is effective and what you're doing is actually working. Speedy's on location right now.
Is
Speedy?
this a violation of the treaty?
Speedy?
Yeah, baby.
Hey, now look, this is Bubba's day.
Did you drop Wayne off? Everything okay?
Do what now?
Did you drop Wayne off? Bubba's worried that you didn't get Wayne Bryan back to his hotel.
Tell Bubba I got him. The 18 was in charge. I got him.
Okay, good. All right, now
we don't send Speedy much to get gas.
No, we don't. That's old days.
This is special ranking here.
How about this?
Well, two things happened within 24 hours. The first is the first time I ever had to get up out of my chair for a guest, and I was happy to do so. And then I went to pick up somebody, which I'm also happy to do so.
Yeah. Now, Speedy, I know you're on location, and this is what I want to accomplish.
Okay.
I want Bill Bubba Bussey to get the accolades and the pat on the back he deserves for his hard work to bring this event to the people of Birmingham, Alabama. But everyone in Birmingham who's a tennis enthusiast, I hope included Bubba in their thank you prayers.
That's right. That's correct. And that's my main goal is to let as many people know as possible. Matter of fact, I'll start with you. Hey, ma'am, how are you? Hey, ma'am. Ma'am. Okay. That's fine. Have a good day.
Blew him off.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, sir, Bubba, have you seen Bubba? I'm Speedy with the Rick and Bubba Show. We're live. Have you seen Bubba on the front page? Are you a tennis star or a fan?
Speedy.
Do you play tennis? You do? Look at this. Please look right here. This ought to excite you a little bit. I know you.
I know
can't
this
believe.
is a payback
Look at
for
this right here.
Theotis and
Bubba brings tennis to Birmingham. How about that?
That's good.
Isn't that awesome? Did you know he single-handedly brought the Davis Cup here?
That's awesome. He did.
It's great. How you doing, sir? Thank you for talking to me, man. I appreciate it. Great attitude, sir. Let's go over here. Hey, sir, toot the horn. Toot the horn. Thank you so much, sir. Have you seen the Davis Cup accolades that Bubba's getting today? Absolutely incredible. It is. Did you know that he actually is Gene Hallman's daddy? I did not know that. Yes, he is. And he might keep Mayor Langford out of jail.
Lady.
Yeah. But
you let him out of here. He's on a roll.
He's on the front page right now, and that's him. And if you look real little in the back, that's Andy Roddy, his little buddy. Is that as close as he got to it? Yeah, I think so. I just wish he was a lot closer. He smelled like his cologne yesterday. But thank you, sir. Toot the horn again if you love the Birmingham. Hey, thank you so much.
Hey, Speedy. I want to toot the horn if you want to thank Bubba. Bottom line.
Hey, could somebody toot the horn if you like? Want to thank Bubba. Hey, we're on that 10-second delay, so that'll hurt a little bit.
Right.
Let me go to this other lady. Looks like a man. Let me see.
Hey,
ma'am, have you seen the cover? Bubba's on the cover. Did you see that? Let me walk over to you because I know you want to give him his accolades. Hey, ma'am, you want to say congratulations to Bubba?
Congratulations, Bubba. I got your paper.
Thank you.
Yeah, see there?
Bubba's paper now. Did you know he's also behind the story here in the Birmingham News? He's actually, in charge now of financing for the Birmingham News.
I didn't know that.
Yes, he is. He is. But, hey, no, thank you so much. Are you a tennis star?
No, but Bubba is.
Okay.
Hey,
well,
Speedy.
thank you so much for
but
coming.
we
You
love
have a
the
good day,
USA.
okay?
Speedy, let's call it the Bubbaham News.
All right, the Birmingham News? Okay. Hey, ma'am, have you seen the Birmingham News?
Rick, you're
You
giving him.
haven't?
He's got
All
too
right,
many
I'm live.
syllables
I'm
here.
Speedy with the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't be
Accolades.
alarmed. I know in today's climate, you might think I'm a stalker or an idiot. Hey, look, the Birmingham News.
one of
known
the
as
two.
the Bubba News. I'm live. I'm Speedy with the Rick and Bubba Show. I just want to know, have you seen the article? This right here is one of my best friends, Bubba. Look right here. He single-handedly brought the Davis Cup to Birmingham. How about that?
Thank you.
So pick.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. The gang is all here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler is back. And put your hand together. And both of them, both hands together for Bill Bubba Bussett. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. 30 years plus in the making. The Rick and Bubba Show.
They are, as Bubba is now known, a big, sexy peacock of meat.
Yes, big, sexy peacock of meat. How about that?
Good night. What a way to end yesterday's show.
Boy, it gives me a whole new idea for a Halloween costume.
Yeah. Bubba, yesterday, I understand that you had someone bring, was this a person who never doesn't know the history of the show? They don't know what happened the last time somebody tried to show you a snake without you knowing it.
Well, this one was dead, and it was in a jar.
But
and they brought it to me to identify.
Did they bring it to you cautiously?
Yeah, they told me ahead of time.
Okay, good.
So I was.
They didn't run up on you like what happened in Cherokee County.
No, because I think he was well aware of what I'm capable of when I'm startled by a snake.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like it.
He told me he found it in his office.
In his office?
Yeah. And
at the university?
No. It was at another place.
Okay, good.
And it was little. He had it in a jar. I think it was dead. It looked dead.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like it was a little chicken snake, rat snake.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, this is not good if you found one, because there'll be a lot more. You never just find one of these.
Oh yeah.
And it's a little late in the year for them to be hatchling like that size. So.
Yeah.
They'll be looking for a nice warm spot for the winter.
Oh, buddy, ask Speedy about that. He saw a big old copperhead out there on the.
Well, I told him, I said, well, I'm not going to give you his name, but let's just say his name was Todd.
Okay.
And I said, Todd, you're going to have to burn that building to the ground.
Right, the whole
I said,
thing.
I don't know how that's going to affect the neighbors next to you, but that building's got to go.
Baby snake equals mama and other siblings.
Yeah.
Burn it to the ground.
That's bad. That's bad.
So, Adler, I don't know that there's any footage of this out there or not, but the Dodgers, apparently, they had a snake invade the Dodgers dugout during their game against the Mets. And New York, of course, has leveled up the series, by the way.
Yeah, was it a bad omen or what?
What's happened to the Mets? I mean, they've just all of a sudden decided to play. I remember, I heard you and Greg talking about this, and you're right. We were making fun of them early in the season.
They were
Here it is.
All right, here.
It's a snake in the dugout.
Oh, a little green snake.
That ain't a green snake, is it?
Where is it?
Brown snake.
Well,
Little green.
That ain't green, Greg.
That's a green snake.
That's not a green snake.
Greg, that's like quick.
Clearly venomous.
On it.
Oh my goodness!
Clearly venomous.
That ain't like a briar scratch.
Keep going, Adler. See if it's got anything on the tail. I can't tell, but that
Like a
would
briar
be.
scratch.
Oh, that's a rattle. It's a rattler snake.
Yeah, whatever.
It's a what?
It's a rattler.
That's not a rattlesnake.
That's
Look, they
clearly
scooped it
an
up the towel.
anaconda.
Boy, I hate to be the guy doing the laundry. Unfolds that towel.
Hey, look how close it was to that one guy. His buddy saw it.
Clearly an anaconda.
What would you do right there, Bubba?
I would take a
at
bat
'em.
and
Look at
I
'em
would beat
looking at
that
it.
thing into a greasy spot.
So what if you're on the Dodgers and now you got to sit there the rest of the game?
Oh, I'm looking around the whole time.
Sure.
I can't even look for a fastball. I'm looking for the snake.
That's
Do
when
you
you hope
remember-
you're a bullpen pitcher. Just go, I'm headed on down to the
I'm
bullpen,
out.
getting out of here.
Well,
you
there may be
remember
one
on
down there.
the great movie Major League? They had the guy that was doing voodoo so he could hit.
Yes.
It might have been one of those.
Well,
Yeah.
did
Jabu.
How about this? Did the Mets put the snake in there because they won 7-3?
Yeah, they did.
Get them a little off kilter
Yeah.
there.
Well, that'd do it.
The Mets did get good all of a sudden.
All right, textures.
But you got to think on the step of the dugout.
right.
How far did the snake have to go to get to that point? I
Oh,
mean,
my
we're not
goodness,
talking
no.
about we found it on the outfield wall
No.
or in the
No,
parking
you're
lot.
saying-
He's
you're
been
saying
living
where-
that dugout all year.
Where
Bob.
they living?
Yeah, I mean
This one came on out.
I mean, that's the guy's going down the dugout steps, coming off the field, and see. And
Nearly
there's one
killed
guy
a
there
man.
that didn't see it.
No,
It's,
he
your top,
didn't.
it's the top step.
I want y'all to look right here. People are saying, how much would you be checking your equipment bag?
Oh,
my
yeah,
goodness.
What are you talking about?
Look at Mullet there. He don't know what to do.
Even Shohei Ohtani understood that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's Japanese. He didn't care.
Why do Japanese people not
They're
care about
scared
snakes?
of snakes. Everybody knows
Where
that.
did you hear that?
Oh,
What are you
Japanese
talking
aren't
about?
scared of snakes.
That's something little known thing
Yeah,
about
everybody knows
Japanese
that.
people.
Everybody knows that.
They don't care about snakes.
Now, Chinese, they're kind of scared of.
Okay.
How about
He
this
does
catching
come
it in
investigate.
How
Look.
about catching it in a towel? I've not seen that move before.
That's a good move.
I don't think that's.
How about
wise
the
move.
Major League Baseball
Well, if
staff?
that was a
That-
rattlesnake, you wouldn't do it that way.
They'll-
But it's just old briar, like a briar screen.
Look at the catcher. He's like, what the?
Those guys do anything, man.
They got spikes.
I started to say I got steel cleats on. Why don't I take his head
No,
off?
no, you go to stumping and miss him here, fire up, hit you on the ankle.
Yeah,
I take a bat.
Yeah.
I'd be checking my trousers, you know?
What's wrong with him?
No, I don't know.
You know I'm leaving him with you next year.
Yeah,
So.
golly. Tell you one thing.
Just, you know, make sure you don't. I'm just thinking.
You know, we're look. If Kamala wins, we're gonna have to cut budget again.
Sorry, Speedy.
Anyway, you start looking at. Hey, what if she wins? What are we gonna do?
We're gonna be up creek. Man, what are you talking about? I don't know. Here's the problem. If Trump wins,
yeah,
the demos and the media are going to just talk the economy down.
Right.
You remember how they did it to Bush?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if Kamala wins, they're going to talk it up, but it's actually going to get worse. You know, behind the scenes, because we all know businesses that are teetering right now, they're not going to be around. So, it's really not a great scenario either way, honestly.
Well, but one
I think
thing-
I'd rather have Trump making the economy better.
There you go.
Because I think he's one, even though Mr. Bombastic, he can stand up and push back against the media thing that,
you're right.
everything's terrible.
Yeah. Well, the good news is, and by the way, that is a dandy. Angel Hernandez says it was a possum, not a snake.
That's good.
I like that. That is a good one. How about I like that
That's
one?
the best one of the day.
Or how would you like Angel Hernandez says what? I don't see it. Which one do you think?
What
is better?
snake?
What
Get back
snake?
in the game.
What snake?
The possum's pretty good though. That's a good one.
It is.
But anyway, back to this though, Bubba, and then
Poor
we'll
Angel.
go to break and we'll come back and take some calls. But the good news is right now there is some simplicity that's hard for the media to dispute. I know how much groceries cost. Everybody does.
Yeah.
And you can't pretend that groceries cost something they don't cost. So if Trump were to win and now you see the economy improve and prices go down, people can see that no matter what the news says.
Rick,
So, because that's what people are now seeing going, you can tell me that this isn't happening, but I can tell it is. That southern border, that's a pretty straightforward one, so we'll see. But it's going to be close, which
Rick,
is
we
shocking.
did a story this morning. Big Lots is even closing stores.
Yeah.
We're losing big lots?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not completely, but they're cutting way back.
Way back.
A lot of people are.
Yeah.
I cannot stand.
And it's only going to get worse.
Right.
That's the thing, because these crazy policies that the left is proposing, it's brought us to this, and it's only going to get worse.
Am I the only one that when
Because
I
I
go?
know they got 4 years before you can get them.
That's right. But am I the only one that when you go into fill in the blank town, doesn't matter, town we live in right now, does it make y'all like? Do you get down when you go to like an area where things were thriving and you see for lease and it looks all shut?
Yeah.
You only got a couple of them that are open and there's a bunch of empty spaces and things.
And they're
that-
payday loan places.
Yeah, and things that were it's turning into kind of a Pottersville look.
It is sad.
Doesn't
Just
that-
empty storefronts.
The only businesses that are making it are, selling lotto tickets and
Right, yeah.
title pawns and everything. It's
Payday
just
loans.
it's just not that that feeling like we're producing.
It brings you
something.
down, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it does.
I know that's a service, and I'm not against that totally, but it's also not one of the more productive businesses. I feel.
Well, it's
like.
usually a sign that we're in trouble, not that we're thriving. Right? Yeah. We'll be back. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. All the lines are available. We'll chat with you, America, when the Rick and Bubba show continues after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pick one up today, okay? Make sure you give him his accolades, okay? No matter what anybody tells you today, it was Bubba that got it here, okay?
Somebody go check on Ryan.
Accolades. Hey, how you doing?
Ryan is down somewhere.
No, man,
Speedy.
he is married. Okay. Somebody else is single, Bubba.
No,
No, I know he doesn't have a ring on, but he's married. Right. Somebody said you didn't have a ring on. I thought you were like the one that Birmingham's. Hey, toot the horn real quick. If you love Bubba, say hey. Hey, sir.
Hey, what is he talking about? Do you have a ring on in the picture?
Probably not.
Because you're playing tennis?
Well, lost the weight, it fell off. I got another one.
Thank you. Give Bubba his accolades. Yes. Screw you too, sir. All right.
Speedy way to be the diplomat
Speedy,
out there again.
what happened? Is somebody a little angry there?
Well, we had us a hater. All right. That's fine. Hey, how you doing, sir? Toot the horn again if you love Bubba. Yeah, do it. Now say hey. Okay.
I'm flashing back to Speedy's Playhouse here.
We have some more up right up here. In the yes, thank you. Yeah, in the newspaper stand. Come up and get one.
Yes, make sure everybody gets a copy so they can have it as a keepsake today.
Right. In today's climate, I'll even bail you out and buy you one. Come on by.
So will you buy papers until your money runs out for people?
Sure, I'll buy somebody a paper, the Bubba News right here. Let me walk this way. Hey, ma'am, how you doing? No, I'm not an idiot. I'm Speedy with the Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing?
That's up for debate.
We are looking at the Bubba News today, and have you seen that Bubba was single-handedly the one that brought the Davis Cup to Birmingham? We're just trying to give Bubba his due.
How's it feel?
You want to say congratulations to him?
Congratulations, Bubba.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Your boys.
Absolutely.
Yes. Do they play tennis?
No, they swim.
They swim? Well, that's fine. But you know what? In this article, you'll see Bubba says be the best they can be.
Do you say that in the article?
So when he's swimming, you tell him do it the Bubba way.
I will.
Rick, what is logic, facts got anything to do with any of this?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
sure,
so
I
much.
said it.
Yes. Yeah, people want to know, Bubba, if they're paying you, if Gene is now for consulting.
Yeah, are you getting it? Because
No, this I'm just trying to give back, Speedy.
Yes. Hey, could y'all toot the horn? Toot the horn! Toot the horn! Toot it! Hey, toot the horn if you love Bubba. Bubba, I'm sorry. I'm
my
Speedy with the Rick and
birthday's
Bubba
not till
Show.
later in the month.
The
It is.
Birmingham News, Bubba
No, it's today,
single-handedly
buddy.
brought the Davis Cup here. We're just trying to give him his accolades is all. Toot the horn for me. Thank you.
I can't get my hood fixed.
You can't get your hood fixed?
Fix it, Speedy.
Well, I know Bubba's not here, but heck, I'll try. Let's see here if we can get the hood fixed. There you go. hold on real quick. You want me
What
to
was the problem? It was just open?
Okay, I'm not. Yeah, I'm at a gas station, but I'm not a mechanic. But I'll try.
Check the oil too while you're there.
Yeah, I'll try. If you promise me while I try, you'll sit here and read this article, will you?
Yes, I'll read that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Speedy.
All right, Speedy, we'll
Thanks,
check back
Speedy.
in with you. Thanks,
buddy.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. No, he is not
I know.
single. There you go.
I know I had this coming with the Otis and the smoking and the Helena. I got it. I know. I got
He's
it.
paying it all.
You know,
back.
Yeah. I just didn't know it'd come all at one time.
Yes.
I didn't know it was going to be like a landslide, an avalanche.
But you
No
know,
offense, Speedy.
But you know what? I'm going to say something. Since this is such a special week for you, I'd rather get raised on a week that I'm having fun,
Yes.
as opposed
Oh,
to one
yeah.
that I'm kind of down.
Yes, I agree.
All right, we'll be
Hey,
right-
the truth when we come back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speedy's on location right now.
Is this
Speedy,
a violation of the treaty?
Speedy.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, now look, this is Bubba's.
Taking your phone calls now at the number that Ken Osborne just gave you, and that is 866 We Be Big. All right, phone calls standing by. We'll start with Kyle out of Birmingham, listening on ZZK.
Yeah, Kyle.
Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
Good morning, fellas. Listen, Walgreens announced that they're closing 1,200 stores this morning, and also the store Dirt Cheap, they announced that they had to file bankruptcy and close their stores. If you're named Dirt Cheap and you can't survive in this economy, there's a problem.
Yeah.
And that's just that's just a growing list that we've been covering here of businesses that are severely cutting back or closing. And guys, I'm telling you, we're like an airplane headed into the mountain, and I can't believe more people are not saying pull up.
Well said. We continue. Let's go to Molly. Molly, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing great.
My comment was just my daughter is a freshman at college in the South and is failing a sociology class, and she said that she has to mark, the teacher wants them to mark that there are over 43 genders, and she said, I refuse to do it, but the thing is male and female is not even an option on the test. I just thought that was just ridiculous, and what's the world coming to?
Well, again, see, this is a professor that is trying to force students to give an answer that isn't true.
Yeah, that's not education. That's
not
indoctrination.
education. Yeah, that's exactly right. That you can't tell someone now, if you want to say people have their opinions, that's fine. But scientifically and socially, it is not a fact that there's 43 genders. That just isn't a fact. The fact is there's two. That's the fact. Now, it doesn't mean that we might decide to have different feelings about it, but it can't be an answer on a test asking someone to give an unfactual answer to be counted as fact and correct. I hate she's in that situation.
Yeah. Well,
I really do.
You've really got two scenarios. You can battle it out with her, and it's going to be tough on you and your child and her grade and all of that. Or you can tell them the answers they want to hear, get your grade, get out, and then complain heavily to the university.
Do you mind telling us what university, or would you rather not?
I'd rather not, because I do love the school, and you guys do too.
Okay.
I got it.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, we've all seen it. I mean, I've had it with my kids too, and I gave them the feed the beast speech. I said, look, we ain't got time for all this. None of us do. Give them the answer they want, and then get on every online thing you can and complain about it. Write the university, complain about it. Write the department head, complain about it. But just get your grade and get out of there.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to David out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that the real reason why Columbus made his voyage was because the Muslims controlled the overland trade routes, and the accepted science, even with the church, was that the world was round back then. So it had more to do with the Muslims than anything else.
Yeah, there was some problems with everything to the east there, and that wasn't unique to that time era. I mean, we had the Barbary pirates and all that even after the U.S. came along, you know. So,
let's go to Jessica, Birmingham. Jessica, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
We're great.
Good. I don't mean to call and say this, but bless Speedy's heart on Friday. He had a rough time being Adler. We are glad Adler's back for the tubers and stuff, because some of those overlapping, we had one with the commercial and then y'all talking in the background. Bless his heart.
Well, first of all, it was yesterday, not Friday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Well, look, and I will come to Speedy's defense with this. It is a very, very hard job what Adler does in there with what he's given to do.
Oh, man.
And to be the guy that doesn't do it every day and have to come in, that's
it's just
tough.
Muscle memory and kind of getting
so many things.
Yeah, it's just I thought you did a great job.
Well, how about I was telling Adler before the show, I was like, you think you have everything handled, and then you're like, okay, everything's good. And then you look over and you go, oh my gosh, you forgot that one thing. And that one commercial break, I didn't hear that I had two sources going for a while. So I'm sure that was extremely frustrating.
Well, the way I would look if I were a tuber, this would be my view. thanks to Speedy, we were able to see the show live because the other option would have been that we just don't do it that day.
Or just do a wide shot.
Yeah,
Be done with it.
I'll get better.
Yeah, he tried. He gave a lot of effort, and he did his best.
I thought he did a great job. I appreciate you so much. Thank you guys for the family time. And going back to the other caller, I can't believe that's happening at the University of Alabama, frankly.
All right, here's James. You remember the guy we gave? We tried to give him some pointers on being his first ever wedding DJ.
Yes,
he's got an update.
Okay, good. This is good.
James, how are you, buddy?
Good, fellas. How are y'all?
We're fantastic.
All right, so first off, I'll start by saying I use the term DJ incredibly loosely. Y'all hit the nail on the head with I was a cost cut. Because professionally, I could tell you how to fix your air conditioner much better than I could DJ a wedding.
Understood.
And honestly, I just ran it because we run they had the wedding at the Coffee House Chapel. It's right next to the Albertville Amphitheater y'all talked about yesterday.
With Trace Atkins,
and,
yes.
Yep, yeah. And
was
so,
hey, by any chance,
how to push the buttons.
Can I ask you this? Was there any chance that Drew Bullridge showed up?
No, I didn't know this.
All right, so you don't know him either. All right, go ahead.
No, but yeah, like I said, I just am the guy who literally knows how to turn on the sound and get everything going, so I ended up with the job. But no, I just want to tell y'all, thank y'all for all the advice. Adler was big on the making two lists because trying to keep all that separate and for all the bride and groom dances and stuff like that, that really helped. So it was very helpful still, though, even though, like I said, I'm not really a quotation DJ.
Do you think that our overall instructions on the rhythm of the evening went well?
Yeah, so the ratio of songs was perfect. Like you said, you definitely didn't want to have too many slow songs, so that was great. But I will say, so the groom he's my age. He's 36, and the bride is she's 24. So
wow.
Yeah. So the music, y'all were a little dated on the music. Adler was a little more accurate on.
Some of them have no date.
Some
James.
of it's just timeless.
Some of it has no date.
If you like the beat, it doesn't matter.
Hey, Word Up has no end date.
No. It'll get you.
No,
It'll get you moving.
It doesn't, but hey, it all went great. And I just want to tell y'all guys.
Oh, so you're telling me Brick House has a date? I don't think so. I bet they hit the floor. Didn't they?
Oh, jeez.
I don't think it does personally, but like I said, there's a little difference between us and the bride's family.
Oh, I got you. You mean good music and not so good. I got you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, hey, good job, James. You were a cost cut and you came through.
I weep for people who didn't get to grow up in the 80s.
I know,
Really
James.
do.
Absolutely. One more thing, James, because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Did you handle the first dance and mother, son, daddy, daughter, all that smooth?
Yeah. All that went great.
You get that right, you're pretty much okay. As long as you don't mess that up, you're all right.
Yeah, no. So I got to do all that, and I didn't. And Bubba was right. I didn't have to walk a song. What I meant by that was I had to like time everything out and like fade songs in and out for all the ceremony and stuff. So I had to get all that right. So yeah, I didn't walk it. I just kind of had to like time everything
Understood.
out.
Had to keep your themes going and all that. Yeah, I got you.
Yep.
Good
Well
job,
done, bud.
Good job, James. Proud of you, buddy.
Attaboy, James.
All right, so Bubba, we had a baby prediction in the studio months back, and we told Tommy that when his wife was a little further along, we would give them a baby prediction. He's on hold with his wife. We'll come back and we'll do that baby prediction right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We talk about it a lot of times. It's you can't carry this job home with you.
No,
because it peer pressure a lot of times is pointed out in a negative way. It also can be a positive thing if you have the right people around you. But I'm bad. I'll go home and I'll get to raising on Betty or something like we do around here.
Cutting on her.
And I'll get to, hey, time out. You ain't with the boys anymore. And I go, I forgot. I didn't throw the switch. I gotta go to home, Bubba. Come over where I'm a kind, loving, and caring husband.
That's right. Yeah.
Always willing to do odd jobs around the house.
Right.
Without delay.
Right.
When
is that?
But Greg got me in trouble this weekend because since Greg has been here, how you dress has become more of an issue than ever. I mean, you used to give me the, hey, you know, how the Bearcats doing if I got on red and black, you know, and all that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm used to that, which was a reference to Weaver, where we grew up. You know, or if you got on white and black, I ask you how the Panthers are doing, you know, all that.
Oh, it's tough.
But Greg brought a level of brutality to your dress attire that, quite frankly, scarred Michael Hams for about 3 months.
Oh, I mean, he'll just
It really did.
just that one series.
I will stand in my closet in the morning and contemplate because of Greg Burgess.
Yeah, that's what I do too. I
Really?
think, can Greg make fun of this?
And what's
yes
so
or
funny
no?
is you would think I'd be a snazzy dresser because of it, and I don't dress no better than y'all.
You know what, Bubba? I even go ahead. I've named my
As he gets him a pop.
How about this? I've named my clothing what Greg will call them when I get here.
Right.
I go, well, let me get the barber shirt and put it under that.
Yeah, I go ahead.
There's the
I go
bowling
ahead
league
and try to take the joke away when I get here. Like if I've got on a shirt that a barbershop quartet would wear,
right.
I will just run in and go, hey guys, practice at 4 today. I got baritone. You know what I mean? I just go ahead and get it out of the way.
If it ever gets cold again and I wear a flannel shirt, I grab it going, all right, let me get my brawny paper towel shirt.
Yeah.
Well, this Sunday,
pants.
and it was my fault, and I feel bad about it. And we sit down, and I usually sit on the front row in Sunday school class because of my AAHD, FDIC, MCA, YMCA.
Right.
And you know, I that's the only way I can pay attention. If I get in the back, I start thinking about snacks, and you know, we have a snack ministry that's number one. And you know, if you run a little late and you didn't get breakfast, you know, Sister Schubert's waiting on you when you get there. You know,
I love it.
and so that's always, you know, I look forward to that. And so I have to really, you know, focus. And so I'm sitting in the front. And we have several guys that rotate through, all of them very good. But one of my favorite was teaching this week, and he's doing a study in Ezekiel and doing some companion work out of Daniel and how the two work together. It was a very good topic. I love Ezekiel. It's a great book. So I'm fired up, and he starts by saying that, you know, we got a lot to cover, more than we can get through, so we got to really get into it and move on so we can get done and get out of here. And then I blurted out something, and it like, Rick, it was my spine talking,
I know.
and it was due to conditioning here.
Right.
I said, what time does the bowling league start?
Oh. Had that shirt on.
And the look on his face was like, what did you just say? I'm up here.
It hurt his feelings.
Fixing it, you know, and he's looking at me, and by then laughter has broke out in the class because I said it a little louder than I needed to.
Oh, boy.
Betty's elbowing me.
Right.
And he looks at his shirt he's got on, and he has on a black collared shirt that hangs just a little bit low, and it's cut square, and it's got big white stripes in the front of it, vertical, going up and down.
Wow. All he needed was a wrist brace, and he
looked at me, and I said, what team are you on? I just couldn't quit.
Well,
you know,
I
had him down, and you know, it's just that mentality here that you're just used to keep pushing and pushing.
Well, plus you had some supporters,
and people started laughing,
That's
and that
what it
you know
was,
geared me on it because it looked exactly like a bowling league shirt that you would have. And I even may have made a comment about how the Black Knights looking this year.
Oh my
gosh.
And
I don't. I guess,
Bubba. You even come up with a name.
And he looked at me, and you know, he tried to recover and go back in the lesson, but I could tell during the whole lesson he was thinking I got on a bowling shirt, and Bubba just raised on me.
About it.
And I didn't mean to because, gosh, I was dressed like, you know,
I know. We don't,
totally inappropriate for church.
How about this?
Had on shorts, and you know, guess what I was wearing? Shorts, a shirt, and tennis shoes.
Right.
You know,
Rick and Bubba University.
what I wear all the time.
Yeah,
probably this shirt. I probably cycled it a little quick.
You like that shirt?
Yeah, like Greg says, the way we
I got like 3 of them that fit. I try to rotate them best I can.
Yeah, like
fake y'all off with a Friday, Monday, every now and then, you know.
Yeah, the armor on different sides.
But Greg made the point. The way we hack on each other about our clothing, you would think we were good dressers.
Yeah. I wear the same thing over and over. I don't have any clothes.
You know, I hate to say it, I did the same thing, caused a huge controversy.
And I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't mean to.
I know. Well, Greg's done it.
Because you're a great teacher. I love
what
you.
What happened is when you got a little laughter. If
yeah.
everybody would have gasped,
but see,
if they'd have gasped, you would have stopped.
I threw out 3 comments before I even thought about it.
You know what? We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. So it has been around for a while, the baby prediction. We started doing those. Gosh, Bubba, I don't remember when we started doing them. It's been a long time ago.
Yep. We got some of those early babies we predicted are having babies now.
You are correct. So it's all based on science. It's not some sort of Chinese calendar or,
You know,
You mean an ancient Chinese secret?
Remember that and all that stuff. It's not, you know, had to do with your horoscope and then we always get confused when we say it's not put a straw on top of a watermelon, but then we realize that's not anything to do with pregnancy.
Right. That just tells if the watermelon's right.
Right. So what this is science, and we all know that gender has to do with what the daddy is bringing to the table. So
yeah, he could be one of 43 different choices.
And we only play with two genders here. We'll say male or female. Everybody say, hey. Bubba, today it's Tommy. Tommy's on the line. If you remember, we've actually developed a relationship with Tommy and the company he works with, Cotton-Eyed Joe. Because they sent us the Beaver Bite Ridge. Was that the first thing they ever sent us?
I think so.
Tell me, was that the first thing y'all ever sent us? Was that thing with Bubba and the Beaver Bite thing?
Yeah, we had that. We had Rock and Roll City one for Adler. And
that's right, Rock and Roll City. That's right.
And you've gone on to do a lot of signs for us, and you've done some for Jack Stade, and we appreciate you guys, what y'all do.
Yep.
It's been awesome working.
You guys do great work, and you brought up the baby prediction too early, and we said way too early. And today I understand that your wife is far enough along that she meets the criteria for us to tell the both of you the gender of the baby.
Yeah, and she's on fall break, so that worked out good for us to be able to call.
Okay, perfect. All right, so if you would put her on the line, we'd appreciate it.
She's here, Nicole.
Nicole, hello, Nicole.
Hey there.
Hey, Nicole, congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
How far along are you now?
So we are 5 weeks out from having this baby.
Woo! Here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Now, have y'all
been a long, hot summer, hasn't it, Nicole?
Have y'all heard from some of these people that I mean, they love to act like they have better credentials than us? Has any doctors or anyone told you what they think the gender of the baby is?
Don't tell us.
Don't tell us.
Okay, we won't tell you now.
Yeah.
But yes, according to the ultrasounds, we know.
Okay, all right. So, we'll see.
We all know you can't see with sound. Come on.
Nicole, what does your husband do for a living? Let's pretend like we don't know. Go ahead.
Nicole?
Nicole?
Has she just gone into labor?
Oh, my gosh. She's
here. I hope not, since I'm not home.
No, I lost my connection.
Oh, okay.
There she is.
You're back.
Are you still there? I'm sorry.
It's all right. Nicole, what does your husband do for a living?
He's a graphic designer.
Is he?
He sits at a desk a lot.
Yes.
Okay, is this first child?
Yeah,
together. Okay.
Is this y'all's first child?
No.
This is number 4.
Oh my gosh.
4.
What were the other 3?
Wow.
What were the other 3?
The first one was a boy, and then we had 2 girls after that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Were you still
call that drift?
Were you a graphic designer when y'all had the male child, Tommy?
Yes.
You were.
Yes.
Were you working more than outside?
No, I try not to work outside if I can help it.
Tommy, what kind of hobbies do you have outside of the obvious?
Watching sports, watching TV, trivia. Nothing outdoors.
Did you throw trivia in there? I
did, yeah.
I saw trivia flying there. You ever plan on having another son?
I didn't plan on having this one and the one before. They were both surprises, but
all right. So
I had different plans.
So let's talk a little bit.
Talk to us after this call. We'll let you in on how that's happening.
Yeah. So So let's talk.
We know.
Let's talk a little bit about the type of underwear that Tommy wears. Nicole, is he briefs, boxer briefs, loose boxers, or commando?
It would be boxer.
The loose boxers.
No, boxer briefs.
Boxer
briefs.
Okay, that's because there's a big difference there.
Yeah.
So
Nicole, let's focus on you for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
From 6 months on, what have your cravings been? More salty or sweet?
Yeah, 6 months on now.
More sweet, probably, I would say.
Okay.
You think sweet?
Okay, we wrote that down.
Mm-hmm.
What about the hair on your body? Is your legs hair growing more or less, or about the same, or hair showing up where it normally isn't?
I would say more.
More. Okay. Well, this is going to be an easy one.
Wow.
I can't think of any other questions. Did we have them all now? I mean, this was easy. I mean, you are just tracking right down the line. We believe that you both are going to welcome to this world another son.
Little boy.
Another boy.
Like.
Somebody say, hey. Hey. So, does the sonogram agree with us or not?
Yes, it does. We'll have Bucky and Son.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go.
Well,
it's just science, y'all. It's just science. Please.
Yes.
Please.
And if it was another girl, we had some suggestions, but it looks like y'all figured it out. So
you're in good shape.
That's great. Hey,
but Tommy, I try to get him involved in some things outside, just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, well done, both of you. Congratulations.
Congratulations. We're very happy for
you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the big day. Mm-hmm. Thanks, guys.
Thank y'all. We knew we had to get it in since this is our last and y'all's last year. We wasn't going to get another opportunity.
Oh, yeah. You can't miss that. All right. See you guys.
Congratulations.
All right. Bye. Thanks, guys.
Did y'all by chance?
So anyway,
did y'all hear that house full of kids in the background?
I did. You know,
she can't believe she's about to have another one.
Well, yeah, it's. I had a little fun with. I have some friends that are younger, and they're in that world where they're cranking out kids, and so they have three. Let's see. Right now, they have three daughters and one son, and she's about to have another one. So,
hey, following the commandment, be fruitful and multiply.
So she's walking.
There you go.
She's walking through the lobby at church, and she's. I mean, it's getting real close. For like about the same as this one, about 5 weeks. No, I think she said next week. I'm sorry. So she comes. Showtime. She comes through the lobby, and she's got the newest one on a hip. And is running through the lobby, you know, ready to give birth at any moment. And I said, "Oh, are you excited?" I said, "You're getting close." Next week, And I said her husband's name. I won't name here. I said, "You know, he and I were talking." I said, "He's excited. He's thinking 3 more minimum." And she looked at me and she said, "Is he now?" And she says, "I've said this now for 4 times. This is the last.
This is it.
This is the last." And I said, "Well, that's not what he's thinking at all."
No, got him in trouble.
Yeah. Later, I got a thank you very much. That's a conversation that you could not have picked at a worse time. When your wife's like, "Hey, I just want this baby. Hey, let's birth this thing right now." It's real uncomfortable there at the end.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's the reason why. But you're right; they're following the commandment. It's good to see a young family cranking out kids,
absolutely,
especially mostly in the church. I like seeing that.
Yep.
And they're being raised in the faith, and that's what we were told to do. And but he said he appreciated that sentiment, but my timing was a little bit off.
Went for the laugh.
I wish you'd seen her face as she was coming through that lobby with one on the hip, and I said, I mean, he said 3 more minimum.
She probably could have killed you and him.
Right, yeah.
Hey, bumped into Rick today.
Yeah,
you did.
Yeah. He said that his Sunday afternoon was not as pleasant as he'd hoped because of that comment. He said, first of all, you've openly acted like we were having a conversation about how many kids I was going to have. And I said, well, I thought we did talk about it. He goes, yeah, we did. And but he said, it's a decision that you don't make right now.
Yeah,
not in this situation. You wait, let some time pass.
You do wait,
and see how you feel led. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. A lot of action going on this hour. That'll continue. We'll break down some more of the stories that are out there today. Obviously, we're getting real close to an election coming up, so we can look into some of that too when we come back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This thing going with Big Love for a while. As long as he's been a little fella, he's always had this. This has happened over and over. I've told you about, like, I would be in a grocery store with him, and I would turn one aisle, and he would miss the aisle for a second, and the next thing they're announcing me over the speaker, Mr. Burgess, you have a lost child. And I'm like, son, I just turned a corner. And it's good that he'll rush to authorities for help. I mean, that's a good thing. But sometimes it's a little
quick.
It's a little quick. I mean, we're not completely in that situation. Well, now you take that and you combine that with him being 10 now, and I think he learned this from your son, Hunter Bus. he keeps saying he's a preteen.
Yes.
And he's very.
Now, how old is he?
He's 10.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well, he's preteen.
So now he says things like, "I don't want to wear those geeky clothes. That
Right.
makes me like a geek, a nerd."
Right.
And I'm like, "Well, how do you know about being a nerd? That's what you want. I don't want to have to wear a belt. That doesn't look cool." So he's very much into this now. I want to start advancing up into my big sister and my big brother. I don't want to be treated, like
As the baby.
as my baby, like and then that causes trouble between him and Taz because
Right.
I'm not a baby, and so anyway.
I bet Big Love's there to say, yeah, you are.
Oh, he just drives him crazy and and takes so much joy in it. So anyway, we're going out, we're running some errands, and I did something that I learned actually from you, Bubba, is when it comes to Little League, I've noticed that my children, especially the two middle ones that of course the killer bees that have been together, that's Taz and Big Love, that when it comes to Little League, they're professional players. They'll play hard and give you all they got if you pay them.
Oh,
to
yeah.
play.
Yeah, it was commission only.
Yeah.
But,
So we have a thing that I learned from you. You've got to accomplish so many points, and Greenwood does it with his girls too. There's a point system, and if you accomplish this many points, in baseball it's real easy.
Yeah.
Because making an outs point and getting a
on
base hit,
base.
it's a point.
Yeah.
Scoring if you come all the way home, it's 2 points.
Oh, yeah.
And all this, and you got to accomplish 5 points in a game. So this had been accomplished in our final game, and so you get some little knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. But kids, they love,
Sure.
it's just kind of like those Happy Meal kind of toys or something that they like for 5-10 minutes, and for a minute it's great. Then you find it under the seat of your car.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and nobody ever mentions it again.
Right.
And so something like a gummy or something.
But it was so important.
Yeah, but boy, it was the end of time there for just a minute, and it worked for 2 or 3 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like that stuff. Anytime you go to these arcades, you get all those stupid tickets,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then you go get this stuff, and I mean, none of it makes it home. None of it.
Well, you spend about $25 in tickets to
Right.
get an eraser.
Right.
Right.
And I'm like, let's just bypass that
Right.
and go to the store.
Yeah.
I'll get you the eraser.
So
and a bead.
So we're doing this, and then I'm getting the call that because Taz is having a birthday and it's coming up, and he goes through these phases. He'll be a superhero, and he'll be this superhero, and he produces movies and writes comic books and always creating superheroes. Well, right now, you remember when he was Superman, but he had to dress as Clark Kent, and then he would tear off the Clark Kent clothes and have a Superman suit on. Well, now he is Indiana Jones. That's who he is now.
Sure.
So Sherry said, why don't you go into this CD store and see if they have the theme to Indiana Jones? So on his birthday, he can come out with it on dun da da dun da da. And I'm getting out of the car, to which Big Love says, I'm big enough. I'm gonna stay in the car. I'm not going in. And I said, no, everybody has to go in. And I explained. I said, there's bad people. That it's foolish to stay in the car. You can't stay in the car. I don't care. You can't. Blake and Brandy get to stay in the car. I said, they're 18 years. They have their own car. I mean, when you can have your own car, then what you're not going to sit in it either, because now you're in it. You got to get out. But,
when
anyway,
you're shaving, you can sit in your car.
Yeah, I said, so we don't sit in the, everybody out. I said, and I said, son, that's just foolish. It's foolish. So
good call, Dad.
So he begrudgingly starts this slow. I'm gonna get out lava style. So I move on into the CD place, because I parked right in front of it. So I move in, and he begrudgingly gets out. I go in. I'm looking for the soundtrack. They're running around, and I'm getting ready to deny them any children's movie they want, because we've already got our knick-knack paddywhack for getting our points, and they'll always try an add-on.
Sure.
Can we have this too, please? And so and
It's only $39.
Please, Daddy, please. So I'm like, hey, nobody's getting anything. We're getting this, going out, in and out. So we get out, and I'm up there paying, and we're going out, and I look around, and I don't see Big Love, and I'm like, hey, I said, where? I said, and now I'm marching to the car to go nuts, and he's not there. Well, so then in seconds, I'm talking about in seconds. This took 5 minutes. A woman said, thank you for being with us today. So we do know that the old culture in which we now live, there's a tendency for their folks that don't like you, as opposed to just agreeing to disagree. No, you must be canceled. You must be done away with. You must not be allowed to exist. And mypillow.com/bigbox says, no,
not that easy. You can cancel Mike Lindell and take him out of retail. The only thing that you're doing by taking Mike Lindell and his products out of retail is that you are hurting your own business. That's it.
Yep.
You could have people coming in there buying them from you, and you bent to the mobs. And,
it's like punching yourself in the face.
Yep. So, and now more than ever, because Bubba, my access to products, I don't need a retailer. So if I was a retailer, I would actually try to have products in there that people are actually buying. So right now, you can bypass all the madness and go get these wonderful products from mypillow.com/bigvox. Right now, the standard MyPillow, which retailed for nearly $50, $49.98. Right now, you can get it for $14.98. Queens are $18.98. And kings are $19.98. That's a savings of anywhere from $30 to $50. So if you would like to make that move now, you can. Some other great savings there. If your order exceeds $75, your shipping will be free. MyPillow.com/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we're inching ever closer to this all-important election coming up, and Bill Clinton has weighed in. I'm gonna come in here and hey, how y'all doing? And so, I mean, the world's favorite player is.
I'm glad to stand up for Kamala.
Hey. So anyway, this horrible incident with Laken Riley, terrible, where we had the illegal that came in and just brutally murdered this young lady. And so Clinton, Bill has been asked about this.
Oh, boy.
And he seems to agree that if Kamala Harris had taken her job at the border a little more serious and done a better job, this could have been avoided.
So are we hearing this right?
He also says we need to have more babies. Yeah.
What?
Just wait.
Okay.
Well,
I thought you were just trying to be topical.
No.
He practices what he
Well,
practices.
I started to say, hadn't Bill given all he can give? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. So here we go.
Look at him.
Ask not what you can do.
You had a case in Georgia not very long ago, didn't you? They made an ad about a young woman who'd been killed by an immigrant. Yeah, well, if they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
My laugh?
But if they're all properly vetted, and that doesn't happen, and America is not having enough babies to keep our populations up, so we need immigrants that have been vetted to do work, there wouldn't be a problem.
What is he talking about?
And he couldn't keep people all torn up and upset.
He was trying to dog Trump.
But wait a minute.
You know
he
what?
made no sense.
He didn't.
What he said.
He is turning into Joe Biden.
He is.
Okay, seriously,
Yeah,
if I'm Bill's handler, okay,
Uh-huh.
I say, Mr. President, whatever you do for the goodness of everything under heaven, okay, do not talk about having babies or immigrants that need to be vetted, because that is exactly what Trump's been saying.
Yes.
And given your pass, I would stay away from all the other stuff.
Yeah, he just said, as clear as you could say it, that brutal murder in Georgia could have been avoided if we did a better job of vetting people at the border. Good gracious.
Now I
Then he
think
went off
I'm
on
gonna connect the dots, and I think what he was trying to say is if the Republicans had passed the reform bill that the Democrats put forward, they would have been vetted at the border. The problem is it was a poison pill bill. They were going to make everybody, become automatically citizens and all this other stuff that was not acceptable to that deal. So I think that's where they're trying to circle back around.
He just didn't deliver it too well.
Now, look, I'm speaking for Bill Clinton. I don't do that much.
Right.
But I think
that
what he's
hasn't
trying
happened a
to
whole
say.
lot. So next, he goes into your point, a McDonald's, and gets confused for Joe Biden. So
that could be done.
Right now, looking at him, he rolls up in there looking and acting the way he's acting. And
you're going to see the McDonald's clerk mouth the word Joe. Here you go. So he's at the front desk there. She can't believe who it is. Are you Joe? Oh, Bill! There you go.
He had to tell her.
Yeah, he did. He had to tell her. Oh,
He
Bill.
said, I'm Bill.
Well, two old white guys that are losing their mind. It's easy to get them mixed
No,
up.
it really is. And we all look alike anyway.
He's got his USA team jacket on.
Hey, Joe?
Is that Joe?
Oh, Bill Clinton. Okay.
Okay.
Wrong.
Did you notice?
Well, I hear him say, "What time do you get off?"
You're looking good there.
Is he humming Brown Sugar?
All right.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
Hey, how come you dance so good?
When did Adler take over the role of JT?
I don't know, but he has.
Yep.
Did you notice, though, when the woman thought he was Joe Biden, she wasn't excited?
Right.
Are you Joe?
And then when she realized he was Bill,
After he
realized
told her who he was.
Then she got excited.
Yeah.
A different reaction to him
Totally
being Joe
different.
Biden.
Totally different.
I knew it was one of you old white politicians that ain't got no sense.
Yeah, I knew you were some washed-up politician.
Yeah, you don't know his name.
Kamala Harris. We're looking at some of the comments she's making. Some of this stuff is just outrageous. We're literally going to hear Kamala Harris accuse Trump of hiding. Everywhere I look,
at his stadium rallies,
Yeah.
everywhere. That's not a good place.
Everywhere I look, he's standing in front of tens of thousands of people.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I would like to tell him that be careful more with some of that.
Yeah. Consider what you've been through to this point. You might want to hide a little.
We also, somebody actually fact-checked this, and they said that the amount of interviews that J.D. Vance and Trump are doing compared to Harris and Walls is like double, a little more than double. So here she is making some outrageous claim. Here we go.
And here's the thing. It makes you wonder. Why does his staff want him to hide away?
Y'all.
One must question. Are they afraid that people will see that he is too weak and unstable?
Where did she get that? Yeah, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound familiar?
Good night.
Is that not the exact same thing that they were saying against Biden?
Yes,
exactly.
Because he was.
He was, and they know it.
And you talking about when they hit him away?
Yes.
Still, the number of interviews that JD and Trump has done versus the Democrats are about 2 to 1, almost 3 to 1. If you look at any news agency that's keeping up with that, that's really. I mean, that's. Rick, we've talked about it. That's the old communist thing. You accuse everybody doing what you're doing.
Yes.
But I mean, really, seriously, isn't there something better you could harp on than that? Because that's just ridiculous. He's doing stadium events everywhere you go. I mean, it's every week.
He's
that's
hiding.
not hiding away.
He's hiding because he's too weak and unstable. He's already led the country. And he got shot in the face and stood right up and said, "Fight, fight, fight." That doesn't seem very weak to me.
Here she is.
Went back to the place he got shot at.
Here she is telling the same crowd that Trump's going to put them in camps.
Oh, good Lord.
Unbelievable.
That's what we go to.
Yeah,
How many camps did he have last time? Because like I say, we have a track record.
We do. Yeah.
He's talking about the enemy within our country, Pennsylvania. He's talking about
Her voice.
that he considers anyone who doesn't support him or who will not bend to his will an enemy of our country.
Again, just what you're doing.
Just exactly what.
It's a serious issue. He is saying that he would use the military to go after them. Think about this.
He sounds like y'all.
Oh boy.
Who's the only people we've seen that weaponize the government so far?
Well, that'd be the current administration.
Okay.
Here you go.
Well,
They're the
they're
only
desperate.
one to prosecute a political opponent.
Come on, y'all.
He chanted "lock her up" about Hillary, but that was just a slogan. He didn't pursue his opponents with a crooked justice system. It didn't happen.
Don't bring up the lock her up thing.
Well, it was just a chant.
That's Bubba.
Oh, yeah, Bubba
chant.
started that
It's a
chant.
great chant, by the way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we just watched, if you were catching the show today, we just watched Kamala Harris claiming that Trump is the kind of person that goes after his opponents and et cetera. When we've only seen them do that. So right now you're trying to look at mainstream media. you're not getting journalism. You really aren't. I mean, they're carefully trying to be sure they don't anger, the current administration, and because they know, then they're going to try to cancel any opposing point of view. So if you're looking at this attempt to undermine us having access to the truth, Blaze Media is the antidote for that. While mainstream outlets distort, they deceive, Blaze Media is committed to delivering the truth for those who love and fight for America and the American way of life. The folks at Blaze Media, not going to be controlled, not going to be silenced. At a time when media manipulation's at its peak, independent platforms, yes, like Blaze TV, more crucial than ever. That's why they're offering the biggest discount yet, $40 off an annual subscription. If you love this show and all the other shows on Blaze Media and what we stand for, go to blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. Use the code RICK40 at checkout and get $40 off an annual subscription, and be sure that you have an independent news source that will not be manipulated. Bubba, one of the things that has been kind of a big story this week, and that is that the show has returned to television. Television will now be a delayed best of format that we are kind of on a new endeavor to now syndicate Rick and Bubba the television show, which is offered up to TV stations that are looking for programming on a delayed broadcast arrangement. And we started last night. The first one aired on TV 24, TV 47. If you'd like to check the TV button there at rickandbubba.com, you can find out about those stations. And if you're in those areas and don't receive those stations, then, of course, you want to lobby your cable operator or your satellite operator to add that to your package. But it also has brought a person back to the show, and that is one Christopher Columbus, Rick and Bubba TV producer from the days that we were on Turner South. Now, those of you that may be new to the program may not know that Chris has an issue with his temper. And we have covered this ad nauseum over the years he was here, thus earning...
Tell him his nickname, yeah.
Well, thus earning him the nickname Hothead Ministries.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all have our stumbling blocks, and I have to say that temper is a stumbling block for Chris, and we receive word that he is, 2 to 3 games into the baseball season, Little League, Chris?
We are actually 5.
Okay, we're 5 in.
Cut me a little slack.
Okay.
All right.
What is that, 2 weeks?
Y'all must have dodged a couple of rainouts.
Haven't practiced in a month, but I'm not mad about that.
Chris, we understand last night that you returned to the nickname Hothead Ministries.
Just a little bit, but can I get mad? Because how about this? Does this not look good on TV? Hang on. All
right, let me see what it looks like.
How about this?
I like that, by the way. That's good, Chris.
Yeah, how about that?
We do have Southern Sampler, who is an aspiring TV producer. He could come in here and switch for you.
You think so?
I kind of like that shot, Rick.
Yeah, how about that?
I do, Let's just hold that for
I like the peekaboo shot.
It's making me mad, but I'm not going to let my temper get
Chris
away.
is looking through a little window we have looking into
Chris,
the TV room.
Are you familiar with the fruits of the Spirit?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And of which I have several.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just have a hard time running that whole list?
Yeah, but I don't think we have to go 100% on them, do we? I mean, are we looking for perfection? Or are we looking for just forgiveness and mercy and grace?
Right, but Paul talked a lot about. Does that mean I just keep on doing what I was doing? Well, certainly not.
Okay, we're gonna swap scripture here.
Well, I'm just saying. Look.
I got you.
I'm here as your brother.
Okay.
Okay.
Look, accountability.
I've struggled in this area, and I feel like I've made some progress.
Rick,
I have. Ask umpires. I've made a huge progress in this. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Well, this wasn't as bad during football when I yelled at Reeves so bad that the referee got onto me as well.
Yeah, he yelled at his son so bad back in flag football, the ref got onto him.
Discipline him.
This is my son.
For the way
I can say to him what I want.
Right. Now, I thought his call to DHR was a little premature. But let's discuss.
I'm frustrated because, it's 7-year-olds and you got to get them listening anyway. It's like herding cats. But it's bad enough when your umpires.
Here he goes.
Your umpires are supposed to be out there to help with the game.
Chris, tell us what happened exactly.
Last night, a boy on third base for the other team was running home. Our third baseman's standing there with the ball, but they go ahead and send him, which makes no sense.
Right.
But that's the rules.
Got to be in front of him.
So I yelled at my third baseman. I told our third baseman to throw the ball home.
Throw the ball.
He threw the ball home. The base runner ran around our catcher up against the fence where the stands are, around our catcher, and came back to home. And the umpire called him safe. I should have walked out there as a very calm coach and just said, hey, he ran out of the baseline. But the old Billy Martin full sprint, running out there, ready to kick dirt on the umpire.
Completely out of control.
Didn't go well, did it?
Completely yelling. Megan was embarrassed.
Sure she was.
Jesus was embarrassed.
Well, Chris,
but that had nothing to
Megan at this point has to be somewhat used to it.
Through thick and thin, she loves me.
That's the mail carriers, by the way. That's mail carriers.
What? Chris, how old are these kids?
7.
Right. I need to know where
but
the
they
baseline
can listen now. They're at a place where they can listen.
How old was the umpire?
I bet 20.
Maybe. Did he toss you?
He was not happy. It was close because I'd already got on it about something else right on the first play of the game.
Right.
And he wasn't happy, but then he gave me some calls toward the end of the game. So I felt like I pushed him hard enough to where he was going to toss me, but then he realized, you know what, I need to give him something. So he's
Here we go. It's another day from the Big Boy Studio. And on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. The gang is back. Everybody here today. We've got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess. Adler has returned. And put your hands together. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Busted.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So Speedy was just talking about in the break. So Georgia today, they're saying they're having quite a pretty good turnout. Mm-hmm. This is their early voting today. What is this?
Yeah, their early in-person voting started today.
Okay.
And so
now, how does that work?
It goes for a couple of weeks.
You just say we're going to go ahead and get started.
Mm-hmm.
In person?
Yep.
So do they is it a range of days or is it just one day? I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, it's I don't know how it works, but as you were saying, a lot of people are concerned about election day.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone was going to manipulate the vote, wouldn't they just be ready to do it on any day, including early voting?
Yeah, they're estimating that several million Georgia voters are expected to cast their ballots starting today, and early voting runs through November 1st. They've got about 2,400 polling locations, and so it's a lot going on, and they're one of the states that does the early voting.
Oh yeah,
in person.
There's somebody in Fulton County early voting at the High Museum of Art. By the way, I've been there.
Oh, have you?
I have. I've been over in that area. Remember those pictures that time that I showed y'all where Sherry wanted to go see? What's that famous painter? And they had a display of his. I can't even remember who it was now. It was one of the biggies. And we were in there. And
Daniel Moore.
That was it.
Mm-hmm.
What was that one we tried to get to paint us as animals?
Yeah, Larry K. Martin.
Larry K. Martin. Yeah, not Daniel Moore. Larry K. Martin.
Daniel Moore does all the goal line stands and all that.
Right.
And I know this is crazy and a little bit racist, but you have to have a valid state or federal ID to vote in Georgia.
Wait a minute.
And so I know that's a controversy, but
suppression.
Okay, Jim Crow laws.
Hey, George Wallace, take it easy.
Voters can they can search early voting sites and find their designated election day precinct online if you are confused, but most aren't. And so it starts today.
Well, there you go.
Vote in Georgia and Alabama since I'm close.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I couldn't believe how easy I got into Georgia. Last
over and vote real quick.
Right. So Georgia, look, y'all, listen, we got to have you now.
Yeah.
Come on now, y'all. Come on, we got to have you. So we talked yesterday that it looks like that Trump has agreed to go on Joe Rogan's podcast, which, you know, that's a lot of folks. And then you said, somebody said that Kamala may consider doing that as well.
That was.
I'd like to see that.
That's some teasing that's going on as far as on social media that she's entertaining.
Well, she's thinking about.
You know, instead of these debates with these network commentators that obviously are one-sided, I would like to see them do a debate. Let Joe Rogan be the moderator.
I like it. Yeah.
I think he would be a little more fair to everybody.
I like that a lot.
You know, there are a lot of people. It's funny you said that, Bubba, because a lot of people are pushing for the moderators not to be news anchors because there's no way they can be unbiased. Just have some folks that just, you know, going to ask honest questions and with no agenda.
I think you need some fair ground rules. Are we going to fact check the people as they speak? Are we going to do? Are we not? Yeah. Are we going to let them have their say, and then we're going to go and we're going to say, well, that was wrong, whatever. Or if we're going to fact check them live as they say it, who's fact-checking the fact-checkers?
What if we had like a BMI you had to have to be president? We called it fact-checking. Fact-check.
And even if they didn't fact-check, their questions are so loaded. Against Trump, we saw it. It's like the old, when did you stop beating your wife question.
Okay.
There's no good way to answer that.
All right, welcome back, family man.
All their questions were so loaded against Trump. It was so crazy.
Yeah. All right, so Joe Rogan, let's go to AD.
Okay.
So Joe Rogan is getting ready to interview Trump, and I hope he gets to interview Kamala as well.
Supposedly, her team has reached out to Rogan. I don't know if...
I hope that happens. By the way, this is a big shift in our industry because now people are seeking out large podcasts as platforms. So here is Joe Rogan talking about...
They're practically lined up out our door, too.
Yes, they are.
Kind of embarrassing. It's getting in the way of breakfast.
Can't even get in the door.
But Rogan is saying what we all have said, and really people that we've talked to. Trump is equally hated by everybody who's establishment government people on the right and the left.
Yeah.
And Rogan says, and he terrifies them, and he talks about this.
Oh, it's going to be worse too.
Yeah, you're right.
It's weird because, you know, it's supposed to be the will of the people. It's supposed to be the government works for the people, and it's not that. It's some very bizarre, enormous amount of money that's being spent to make sure that the people in power continue to run things the exact same way. That's what I think they're really terrified about Trump. It's not necessarily even that he's a Republican. It's much more that he's a guy that is not going to play the game.
Yeah.
And then when he gets in there, he's going to like one of the things that he's talked about is having Elon come in and do some sort of a government efficiency agency. They're terrified of that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, there's a tremendous amount of truth in that right there. Because, you know, sometimes you think to yourself, why would anybody on the right actively try to work against Trump? You can just stay out of it and say, hey, this is not.
Yeah, I don't like him. He was mean to my brother.
He was mean.
He was mean to my daughter.
Yeah, he made fun of my wife's nose.
My
wife was like that. Yeah, right, stuff like that. But to actively,
and he probably did.
Well, it goes back to when we get this a little bit from people who share our faith. When they start this, there's things about him that don't line up with our faith. You're right about that. So should I go vote for Kamala? What are you talking about? I mean, that's as far away as I could from the faith as I could possibly get. That's just not thinking right.
Yeah, I've moved further and further away from, and I've mentioned this series that Jack Hipp has been preaching that I get to listen to on the way in about a biblical worldview and how we should be, as Christians, more involved in the political process than we are, and that our apathy toward the political process has given the mess we're in now. And he says personality of the person has nothing to do with it in his mind. It's a three issue. It is life. It is marriage. It is what was the other one? Israel. Right. Yeah. And that is the biblical test, not what kind of person they are. So that's really a little different take. I've never heard it really put that way, but it makes a lot of sense.
Bill O'Reilly has not held back either. We talked about that. By the way, and somebody told me yesterday on the text, and I didn't say it. They said that Dennis Miller, we kept asking, where's Dennis Miller? Bill O'Reilly just reminded me of that. They said that in this last election that he just said, I'm out. And when all this happened, and he said it had become so toxic that he wanted to spend this next stage of his life enjoying his life. And so he got out of it altogether, and he and his wife basically are traveling and spending time together. And he's just saying, I ain't put myself in that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Good for him.
So here's Bill O'Reilly, and he's upset.
Yeah.
I don't care whether you like Trump or not. Trump governed this nation in a responsible way where everybody prospered. And if you don't believe that, you're a moron.
Oh, man.
Every single thing, every single indicator was on positive territory. All the working people, no matter what color they were making more money and there were more jobs. We didn't have inflation. We didn't have supply problems. We didn't have any of it. Now we got all of it, in addition to an open border.
Well, there it is. So it just feels uncomplicated to me this time. Yeah, the vote. It just doesn't feel complicated.
And he mentioned, he added about voting in person. He said, we'll do it live!
Oh, yeah. Rant.
So don't forget to vote in person, people.
We'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. It's 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, today there is a relatively new magazine, I guess. I've never seen this magazine. And this comes out of Shelby County, Alabama.
Part of the Shelby County Reporter. I think it's an insert in that paper, if I understand correctly.
All right. And it's called I Speak, and it looks really good, very professionally done. And there is a picture of Bubba in this, holding a shotgun, standing on a tennis court with a Rick and Bubba hunting hat on.
I think the caption should have been, "Are you sure that ball was out?"
That would have been good. And it says
they did a great job. It was a lot of fun doing that shoot. Now we got some strange looks.
No, I bet.
When you go in with a 12 gauge over your shoulder to a tennis club.
Well, the first line.
I'm so mad at you for not telling me about it.
I think I did tell y'all.
No, not this.
The first line of the article really says it all, and it really couldn't make me prouder.
Rick, just start at the top.
I mean, I
don't
could
stop.
not. Okay, the name of the article is called "Game Set Bubba." And
Greg, you need to pay attention. Quit reading email.
Yeah. It is written by Austin Phillips, who, of course, has secured his place in Rick and Bubba history.
Yes,
you do.
And listen to the opening line and see how proud I am. The face of tennis in the state of Alabama is a man simply known as Bubba. I really don't have to read anymore. I mean, that's really all I have to have.
That's what you call a demographic stretcher, isn't it?
Bill Bubba Bussey of the famed Rick and Bubba Show, and then it mentions the local Birmingham affiliate on WZZK, doesn't look like your typical tennis fanatic, but the man who is one half of the self-proclaimed sexiest fat man alive has helped take tennis to another level. Bubba, who lives in North Shelby, first picked up a racket 3 years ago when he and his wife Betty were on anniversary vacation on the Gulf Coast. With a nice tennis court adjoining their hotel, the couple decided to give the game a try. She couldn't even hit the ball back at me, Bubba said of Betty. After a few misses, she said, "This is embarrassing." Not the first time Betty's ever said that in the marriage to Bubba.
No.
So Betty decided to start taking lessons. After a few months, Betty started playing competitively, even playing in several state tournaments. When Bubba realized he was going to be left behind, I'm sorry to say that. and that's when Bubba's competitive spirit began calling him to the court. I thought this may be something I can get used to. Being in my mid-40s, there's not much I can do, Bubba said. But like a lot of things, I got into it because of my wife, and we can all say that. While Bubba admits he's not the best player, he has played on 2 state tennis championship teams. He even lost 40 pounds in his first year, and I do emphasize first year.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
On the court, and lowered his cholesterol from 240 to 120.
Look, I got the paperwork.
No, there's no question you did.
It's shocking, I know.
Right.
I mean, my blood must have been like gravy.
Right. At 240. I mean, that's high, but I've seen much higher. But 120 is
much better.
Is exceptional.
Some good drugs.
Right.
Now, that'll only do about 15-20%.
That's right. The rest of it came directly from tennis. Just because he's taken up the white collar sport and shed some pounds, don't expect the outdoorsman and pickup truck driver to go from the sexiest fat man alive to the sexiest skinny man alive. Said, I'm not going to be losing that moniker anytime soon, said Bubba. Amen to that, friend. I'm not going to, he's okay. And then Ann Etheridge, who is the Pelham Racket Club head professional, said Bubba has not only built a reputation for tennis in the state, but he has also helped build a greater reputation for the racket club. He's not just the face of tennis.
No.
He's the face of that racket club.
Yeah, he is.
He's just a great ambassador for tennis all around the world. Now, who said that? All of us. He just has a love of the game. And I would take the word love out there and replace it with obsession if I was writing the article.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Although Bubba just picked up the game 3 years ago. Oh, it seems so much longer now.
It does.
He has had much of an impact off the court as he's had on it. In November of 2008, Bubba helped play a vital role in bringing the Davis Cup qualifier to the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. The qualifier was held in March 2009 to sold-out crowds and rave reviews. Gene Hallman, Bubba's assistant.
Bless his heart.
Bubba's assistant.
The executive director for the Alabama Sports Foundation said when Bubba first spoke to him about the possibility of bringing professional tennis to the Birmingham area, he didn't know if Bubba was serious or not. I did think initially that it was a joke, Gene said. You would not think by looking at him that he would love tennis. I did not fully appreciate his passion for the game. Now I know. Yes, as the year winds down in the final year of the Rick and Bubba show, this merchandise is going to go and be gone. So if you are still wanting to grab some Rick and Bubba swag, think about Christmas coming up. The new CD will be coming out, sometime in November. The spatula, I know if you have back order, an order I think either just came in or is coming in today or tomorrow. So the more of those will be there. The collectible glass series, that is continuing on while they're still available. Hunting season for so many people is already underway. If you want to get the Rick and Bubba hunting hat, there's a limited number of those. So be thinking about all that, and you can just text STORE to the text line 866-932-3244, and you'll get the link right there on your phone. All right. So I saw this as we were looking at show prep today, and I didn't know what was going on, and I don't know that we know what the motivation was. But the video we're about to see and listen to, there's a Baltimore Ravens fan, and he seems to be staggering down the streets in his Ravens jersey, looking for any Washington Commander fans to pick a fight with, and he just starts punching Commander fans. We do know he's been fired from his job and is being charged with assault. But what is he upset about? Did the Commanders beat the Ravens?
No, the Ravens beat the Commanders.
What is he?
Boy, if they'd lost, match,
according to
this may be a case of angry drunk.
There you go.
I think it is.
Don't overcomplicate.
Because
look at him.
It says here he was walking down the street
jersey.
trying to find somebody in opposite jerseys.
Well,
And his
Is
buddy
there
is,
language here?
his buddy is filming it. I just screened it again, and I believe all his buddy is screaming is, "Do we got a straggler?" Meaning an opposing team's fan kind of on their own.
I got you.
What I'm guessing. Do we got a straggler here? Oh, we got a straggler. Let's beat him up. This big guy in the Jackson jersey is just looking for people to beat up, like you guys said, and his friend is filming it, and here it is.
Do we got a straggler? Do we got a straggler?
And kick and click.
Do we got
Whoa, out.
Do we got a straggler? Do we got a
And then you're gonna hear,
I don't lose.
I don't lose. I do believe they cuss after that, so I killed it.
Wow.
But,
That one guy took a shot.
He sure did. He
Right
fell
on the
back into the
chin.
car.
I mean, out. Lights out.
And this is
That guy
because
right
you
there.
cheer for the opposite team. That's why.
That guy right there won't make it long.
No,
Somebody
no,
will
somebody
bad
gonna put
Leroy
into that.
Brown him in a
I
minute.
knew you were going to say that,
Yep,
and I was
yep.
just waiting on it. I can hear the song in my head right now.
He gonna come across one.
Oh,
yeah,
this
it always
guy.
happens.
This guy.
I mean, you're acting like an idiot.
I mean, you just going up and fighting people over
Why would you-
football
oh.
and punching people.
And those
randomly.
people said nothing to him.
People
Even
they
if
know.
they had, you don't punch
And
them.
they look like very unviolent.
He found the smallest guy.
Well, yeah, I
could.
started saying he's
Yeah.
about twice his size. too.
Right.
Yeah.
He's been tracked down. His name's Jack Callis. He works for an insurance firm. He has been fired. And
More like jackass.
Yeah.
Jack is callous.
Don't miss on his Facebook profile. Love God is right under his name. There.
He's got God with a little G.
It's a little
Look out
G,
for
though.
that.
Oh,
It's
you're
a little
great,
G.
Great
He
eye.
was referring to Lamar Jackson.
No, I think he was referring to himself.
Right.
He lacrosse
Undefeated.
player too.
Huh?
Yeah.
He played lacrosse. They've all got his profile. The school's already taken his profile down.
The school.
Yeah, apparently he, I guess, was a
Roanoke?
Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
It says he was a
men's lacrosse.
player. Oh, it had him on there, like their history or something.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
Okay.
Roanoke Maroons. Maroons is right. What a maroon.
Apparently he sells insurance and they have fired him.
Yeah.
Yeah, how would you like
It
to
was
be
my
depending
policy.
on your life insurance for that guy?
Yeah, I need some accidental death insurance.
I
Take dismemberment.
I bet somebody was kind of like, "Hey, be sure we got our, we paid our principal." Huh?
Yeah.
So
You talking about can't have nothing though. I'm a Washington. I'm just walking down the street.
I mean, that guy was out. He's not going to remember that afternoon, much less that night. This is so violent. I can't even believe it. Boom.
Oh my gracious!
He's down.
He lost some memories.
This
What is that? What does it mean?
Moments like this is why movies like The Equalizer are so popular.
Oh, yes. You're so right.
You just want
Get Denzel in there to make it right.
That's it.
You just want this person, don't you?
Yeah.
You just want so bad
somebody
for
jack him up.
I know it. That's just that we want to see justice in all this, and so if you, as you said, Bubba, and you said it perfectly, if he continues down this path with this kind of attitude and doesn't learn from this, he's going to have a really bad ending.
He is.
I agree.
You don't go out randomly, punching people.
I want to know if we got any stragglers.
Well,
Yeah, what does that even mean?
and I want to punch his friend with the phone too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Who's screaming straggler?
We got a
again?
straggler.
I'm gonna scream that when I see you going to the bathroom.
Go there, one man at the urinal. Got a straggler!
That's straggler.
So supposedly he's looking at felony assault among other
Yeah, he is.
charges,
Sure he
which
is.
is up to 8 years in prison, which probably won't happen. But lost his jobs. If he is convicted of that felony, no more Second Amendment for him. All because he got drunk and decided to fight people.
I want y'all to think about, okay, seriously, I want y'all to think about how dumb what he just did was.
And provide
purpose.
the evidence
Right.
of what he did.
We got a video.
His whole life is potentially going to be ruined over something that's just so stupid. I mean, stupid. Also,
he's going to be in jail, and the inmates are going to scream, "We got a straggler."
That's right.
Yeah, you were right about that.
Wow.
They're going to go in the shower and say, "We got a straggler."
We got a straggler.
Did y'all know that Mike Gundy?
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
And he had some
speaking of
sort of
straggler.
injury
Yeah.
with his cattle over the weekend.
Yeah.
He said, here's a funny line, Bubba, you're going to love this. I guess I've been watching this play, and one of them headbutted me.
Is that what he said?
He said, I've got a bad eye that I didn't think would be particularly enjoyable for people when they're looking at my pretty face in a live interview. He says, it's full of blood. I still get dizzy.
I'm 40.
I have a hard time sitting upright. This sounds like something. I thought this was Tua Tagovailoa.
It must have got a pretty solid lick for some cattle.
So he has a ranch, and one of the cattle headbutted him really bad, messed his eye up, and he got almost like a mild concussion from it.
You know, he's been head coach of Oklahoma State a long time.
Yeah, he sure has.
We'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We'll go phone trolling. Calvin Speedy Wilburn will take over command of the phones. You can join us. We'll find out what's on your mind, make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. America, your chance to speak when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, does he ever know? Hallman said because of the tremendous response to the Davis Cup qualifier,
The city has begun talks to bring the Fed Cup, which, by the way, that's in-house, right? That's in the barn.
Yeah.
The women's equivalent to the Davis Cup is coming in June. It's actually going to be April.
Yeah.
Bubba,
I didn't know at the time.
Bubba will be a big part of that recruiting process as well, Hallman said. I just know the strength he brings to the table.
Oh, boy.
Boy, and
Greg, you ain't listening.
Bubba also
It's
helped
his
bring
anniversary.
Listen,
He's still stunned.
Yeah, Bubba also
He got an early start.
Oh, I'm hearing it.
Bubba also helped bring the Bryan Brothers Pelham Challenge to the Pelham Civic Complex in December of 2009, the first ever tennis match to be held at that complex. I've often said the Birmingham area could be the new tennis capital of the world, Bubba said. Of the world.
Bubba said that?
And no, he's not kidding. The funny man in the morning pulls no punches when talking about bringing professional tennis events to Birmingham, just like the Professional Golf Association did when it brought the PGA Championship to Shoal Creek in 84 and 90. Tennis is growing kind of like golf grew in the 80s, Bubba said. It's set to explode.
You give the title again.
What, I feel like I'm reading Green Eggs and Ham again.
Game, set, Bubba.
Game, set, Bubba.
The first line should be engraved in our hearts today. The face of tennis, which you heard right here
Gracious
in the state of Alabama, is a man simply known as Bubba.
Mm-hmm. Great article. Who actually wrote the article? What was the name?
Austin Phillips.
Austin. So I want to get the name correct.
Right. And I got to tell you something. I you know what I do to that? Well said.
Sure.
That is a great picture.
I totally agree with it.
They did a good job. And, with the new digital world. I mean, we shot that in the middle of the day, 12 noon, and they made it look like it was early in the morning. It's really cool.
Describe the picture for those that don't know.
Well, I'm standing on a tennis court in front of the net with tennis balls all over the ground, and I'm dressed somewhat in tennis clothes, somewhat in hunting clothes. Have a Rick and Bubba hunting hat on, and I'm holding a 12-gauge shotgun with an angry look.
Very angry look.
With tennis clothes on.
The first
That's
time,
just precious.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
You can't write that. Saturday Night Live couldn't write that article.
We didn't know it was out yet. Yeah, we had a lady call the show last week and mention it, and so there's our first copy of it.
Well, congratulations, Bubba.
Thank you, Speedy.
Or should I say face of tennis?
Yeah,
Hey,
face.
thank you.
Thank you,
Bubba. Game, set, Bubba.
The face.
I mean, how many people that have given a lot to tennis over a lot are looking at that article going, wow.
It's all about how you can do it. You know what? They can sit there and keep doing it and still be unknown.
Haters.
Or they can go the face.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
we go, baby. The phone troll music has started. If you want to join us, it's your time. The largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Barriers are a blessing. That's right. Get inside those barriers. 30 seconds a pop, and at the end of 30 seconds, another caller gets a chance. So we have all 10 lines available. Bigger sample. Managing that sample with the buzzer. That way, if you're in line, you go, I'm sitting here at caller number 9. Well, because of this, we'll get to you quick.
You got a chance.
Yeah. And
Are you saying I got a chance?
Yeah, I'm saying you got a chance. So dial up right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll get you lined up ready to go. Here comes that election. People in Georgia voting today. So if you are not part of the 2.1 million of us with amac.us big box, you can. $1 for a year membership. This is our friends at AMAC. And right now, the Association of Mature American Citizens, all the discounts that the AARP was trying to throw out there at us, but in order to get those discounts, we had to be part of a lobby in Washington that comes from the left. No, thank you. So the Association of Mature American Citizens says, hey, we'll get you the discounts over 100 retailers, by the way. Really helps on travel. But you also get the bi-monthly magazine. AMAC magazine keeps you updated what's going on. But we have a lobby now that's there from the conservative point of view. All right, it's the best of all worlds. 1 year for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's go to Don in Talladega. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Don, you're on. 30 seconds and go.
All righty. All I got to say is that fellow walking down the road beating up people, he'd been at the Iron Bowl, but he probably wouldn't have made a half a block.
Well,
at the Iron Bowl.
Let me tell you, there's a lot of truth in that, Don, my friend. He goes down through the Iron Bowl, wouldn't make it half a block. I wouldn't go punching people. You know, it's kind of like we talk about where we're from. There's a lot of things y'all can get away with in the big cities. You should not try that where we're from.
Somebody stepped in.
You wouldn't have got very far. Not far at all. Let's go to Anthony.
Rick, I was in a restaurant the other day.
Okay.
A little small restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
The number of people that had a sidearm on them, there was fewer people without a gun than versus was with a gun.
Yeah.
So you think you're going to go in there and act the fool?
Bubba, how about you set up Anthony? He wants to talk about the Second Amendment. Anthony, go ahead. 30 seconds.
All right, so I was saying where he said the Second Amendment was going to be taken from the man if he gets charged with a felony. You actually, as a felon, can get your gun rights back.
Speaking from experience, are you?
No.
Okay. Well, it sounded like it. I didn't mean to make an assumption there.
No.
That's good to know.
But you can actually get your gun rights back as a felon.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, you just ask them, hey, can I have my gun rights
I
back?
bet it's a little more complicated than that, Greg. But
for serious felonies like assault, it may take 10 years. For most felonies, it can take up to 2 years after completing the sentence.
Okay.
Didn't know that.
Didn't either.
Buddy.
Lines are opening up. You can join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, getting.
What is that? What is that?
No,
we're
not
getting
right.
a lot of people on the text line that are saying Tennessee is early voting today as well.
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Lines are available if you want to join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Dee Dee. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hi.
Hey, Dee Dee.
DD is on the fringe.
DD is gone.
DD, try again when you get in a better spot.
DD, we've lost you. Doggone it, DD. 866-WE-BE-BIG. They're saying if it's a violent crime felony.
Here we go.
On the text line, they're saying you can't get him back if it's a violent crime. Yeah, so that
and it probably varies state to state, if I had to guess.
Yes.
Right. If you're if you're convicted of domestic violence, you cannot get any gun rights back, and that's a misdemeanor.
The only way, if you're convicted of a federal felony, a presidential pardon is the only way to restore federal firearm rights after a federal felony conviction.
How about that?
Okay.
Sorry, Greg.
Sad stuff there, Greg.
Can't have a gun.
Let's go to Jeremy in North Alabama. Jeremy, 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Fired up. Love it.
Hey, I called y'all last year about buck fever. I don't know if you guys remember, but y'all told me that buck fever was real.
It is real.
To give my buddy a hard time.
Yeah.
So I was just going to update you guys. He ended up getting a deer, a nice buck, but he got hit in the eye by the scope, and I was just going to. He thinks he redeemed himself, and I was going to see what y'all thought about that.
Well, I mean,
we've all seen that.
Yeah, it happens.
Doggone it, they don't listen.
Doggone it, they don't listen. But he did kill the deer, and he has a wound.
He's got a scar to remind him.
Sometimes you have to pay the price.
He's learned. It's better to have an eye like that from shooting a big buck as opposed to a random Baltimore Ravens fan punched you in the face.
Right. That's
true.
Same
mark.
And by the way, bow season starts in our state today.
Today. Sean in Gadsden, Z93. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say if Alabama and Auburn keep up the way they're going, the Iron Bowl tickets ain't going to be but $12 a piece this year.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I hear you knocking. By the way, the number of people, we can't even get Nabmeyer to call today. The number of people that have give up on the Tide, what in the world are y'all doing? I mean, what are we talking about here?
A little early.
It's a little early for that.
A little early. Tim in Alabama. Tim, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Back. Hey, am I the only one that finds it ironic that the party that wants to put gun controls in place keeps trying to assassinate the candidate of the other party?
Yeah, there's some irony there. Yeah. No doubt about that. Tim in Fort Payne. Tim, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Monkey grass and green acres, guys.
Hey, thank you, sir. Go, Tim.
Hey, guys, y'all was talking this morning about Tua Tagovailoa to find him maybe a supplement job to supplement his income. And I seen it was reported the other day that if he left today, just walked away, he would walk away with somewhere between $92 and $93 million.
Yeah,
I think he'll be all right.
But listen, but I know I hear you and I understand that. But go back over entertainment history. Keep in mind how young he is and how much life is left. Now, he seems to have a good head on his shoulders, so that may be different. But I'm telling you, we've seen it over and over again. It is a tale as old as time. People in the entertainment business, they got a lot of money. They couldn't get another hit, couldn't get on another team, fill in the blank.
Didn't pay their taxes.
And it had to last them the rest of their life, and they squandered it. We've seen it. It's all about spending.
Yeah,
we've seen it over and over again. If you spend, let's say that you start spending $1,000 when you were making, a decent salary, versus spending $10 million. If you just move that, and that becomes your spending habits just elevate. You can go through $92 million just like you can go through $92,000. It's all relative. So, and I'm not saying he's that kind of guy. I agree with you that should be okay. But
he's not Mike Tyson.
But go ahead and finding something else to do for a living. That's first of all good for your mental and your overall psyche. But it's good to keep some money coming in as long as you're still working age.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Addie in Alabama. Addie, go ahead.
Yes, as a senior citizen registered voter, I'm compelled to speak out. I have received some information, 13 reasons why Americans should and must vote for President Trump and the Republicans. But number one is close to my heart. Like I said, I'm a senior citizen. President Trump believes Social Security and Medicare must.
I was afraid we were going to go through all 13.
Yes.
But the buzzer was not kind. But yes,
I'd like to hear more of that, man.
Let's go to Wes. Wes, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Just a little later.
They probably sent you the same thing at our age. Go ahead, Wes.
That's true. We got it at home.
Yep.
Yeah, I got to agree with Jimmy Kimmel. Beyonce is the only one that can control the weather.
Let's go to Larry in Huntsville. Larry, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Well, I'm just going to say, guys, I've been a Tennessee fan since I've been a little boy. And my mother passed away in February, and she loved y'all's show. But I'm going to say this. The Alabama-Tennessee game has always been a game that all fans were excited about. And I don't know about you all, but I haven't seen a lot of Tennessee or Alabama fans that seem very excited about this game. And I've seen a lot of Alabama fans that just don't want to talk about it. And I was wondering if you guys had something to say about that.
Well, my experience, I've only talked to one Alabama fan about it, and he seemed a bit of a Debbie Downer. He doesn't like the matchup of Tennessee's offense against the current, and this is his quote, not mine, undisciplined defense of Alabama. But I'm telling you,
I think most of the time, if you're talking smack, you have to feel like your team has a pretty good chance to win.
Yeah.
And I think the reality of both fan bases are that maybe our team's not playing as good as we think they can play right at this moment.
Yeah.
And it's also, I think, set into them that another loss by either one of them will pretty much put them out of the playoffs. And they're not used to facing that reality this early in the year.
Right.
And, you know, you don't want to talk smack and then have to go home and go, well, you know, maybe we can land the Poulan Weed Eater Bowl or something, you know?
I think you're right. I think if I was a Tennessee fan, I wouldn't be overly confident, and if I was an Alabama fan, I wouldn't be overly confident.
No, I think both of them are being cautious right now.
And I think that's what you're sensing, caller. We'll be back. 14 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The dateline is Defuniak Springs, Florida. A 55-year-old Alabama woman has been injured after she fell out of a motorhome traveling on a Florida interstate while trying to use the bathroom.
Oh, my goodness. Here we go.
The Florida Highway Patrol says Sharon Glover had been drinking when she fell out of her moving motorhome on Interstate 10 near Pensacola on Tuesday.
So she was drinking. There's a shocker.
Country.
According to the story, she walked.
You think that's not where she's going?
She walked to the rear of the vehicle to use the restroom, fell, and slid 100 feet on the pavement before landing in the grass. She was taken to the hospital. Authorities say it's unclear if she opened the wrong door or leaned on the door.
Is this it?
Where's the bathroom at?
Is this it?
No, I'm not going to wait. I'm going now.
We got one in the front.
Which door is it? I can't ever find that stupid bathroom.
The driver noticed.
Hey, how about this? Has anybody seen Mama?
Yeah.
Where's Mama?
The driver noticed that Glover had fallen out of the motorhome and pulled over about a quarter of a mile down the interstate.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm glad you're finally quiet back there.
A quarter of
Can't
a mile.
even hear myself thinking.
It took a while to slow that thing down.
It took that long to pull over.
Let me tell you how it was pulled over. Hey, fellas, could you hand me another drink? Somebody tell your mama, where's your mama?
You think the little steps came out when she fell out the door?
I doubt it. Just about as bizarre, a National Guardsman toting 2 unloaded M16 assault rifles told security at the Michigan Stadium that he was part of an official honor guard and was allowed to go into the stadium of the Michigan State football game, according to authorities.
Okay.
You know what? I got to tell you, I'm thinking that 2 M16s should alert security.
Might need to get on Milwaukee for that one.
Yeah, you know, how about this? Put down that lady's camera bag. I just saw 2 M16s.
Now, before he went into the big house where more than 113,000 people had gathered for the big game, a police officer ensured his weapons were empty and double-checked that he did not have any ammunition on him, according to a spokesperson for the university's Department of Public Safety.
Not trying to be unreasonable, sir, but I'd still like to know why you have it.
Yeah.
A member of the color guard reported the imposter, who was escorted out by police around 4:15 p.m., about 45 minutes before kickoff. Unfortunately, he used his uniform and his status to gain unauthorized access to the field. His response was that he really wanted to see the game. He couldn't get a ticket. He thought he would use his uniform for admission.
Pretty good plan.
Well, when you tell what scared everybody when they found out he was actually a Michigan State fan.
Said that the county prosecutor is not sure yet if they will file charges. The university is reviewing its protocol at checkpoints in the stadium.
Yeah, I think I would check with those.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Reminds me of your golden ticket procedure this morning.
Yeah, right. I tell you what it reminds me of was the time that Greg ate up security when they let St. Nick run into the middle of the Baltimore Ravens that time.
Yeah, that used to just drive me crazy. If you actually had the passes and was supposed to be there, they would hassle you to no end.
Right.
And then while they're worried about me standing over there, or in this case, you and Greg,
right.
You've got all your passes, all your credentials, you've been checked out,
over and over.
You have a reason for being there, and then while they're checking you, I mean, over and over and over again, St. Nick jumps out of the stands and runs on the field to make a tackle.
Yeah, I mean,
shouldn't you be watching the people in the stands?
Yeah,
if I'm already on the field with a pass,
right. How about this?
Easy one, Williams.
Now let me. Now I will say this.
Something like that scares me to death.
Yeah. How about this? Now I will say this. I wish Greg had not told security that.
Sure.
Like he did. I tell you what, y'all worry a little less about us and our kids and try to stop St. Nicholas from getting into defense out there. Let's go to Jim in Collinsville. Jim, how you doing, buddy?
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy. Jim, bring it on.
Maybe they should have checked Monica Lewinsky for the codes because we all know they.
All right, buddy. I kind of had a feeling that was going nowhere.
Here we go.
Let's go to Chris, Red Bay, Alabama, watching on the Rick and Bubba Ustream. How about it, Chris?
Good morning, guys. How are y'all this morning?
Outstanding.
We're excellent.
Well, I was just going to ask. I know y'all. I was watching the Ustream and heard about that story. I wonder if she should turn around and said, "Hey, I felt a breeze."
I feel a breeze. That's us, baby. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. So one thing Greg said in the break, I didn't know with the Tennessee-Alabama game in college this weekend, one of Tennessee's, the leading tackler on the defense out for the game?
That's what I saw.
All right, so those kind of things matter.
Yeah, they do.
So maybe a key injury on defense for the Orange. Bubba, here's a bit of a Your America could have could be something here. Bubba, a bit of a shocker, but I think this is what we need to see more of. The University of Nevada women's volleyball team is at odds with their own school. They have voted to forfeit a game against a rival who is trying to play a transgender player. The college volleyball season has been plunged into the debate over trans athletes in recent weeks. San Jose State University's Blair Fleming, apparently, is a redshirt senior and has been cited as the reason 4 schools have forfeited matches against San Jose State because of the transgender player. And now it's happened again. And the players on the Nevada's women's volleyball team, I think this is important. They announced that they voted to forfeit the game against this player. Oh. Now, here's the phrasing that I think is important, and it's kind of what we've been talking about. It says, we, the University of Nevada, Reno women's volleyball team, forfeit our game against San Jose. Listen to this, Bubba. Here's the key phrase. We demand that our right to safety and fair competition on the court be upheld. We refuse to participate in any match that advances injustice against female athletes. There's the kind of phrasing that you're looking for. These women are saying, what about our rights not to be put in an unsafe environment against biological men? What about our justice? What about our liberty as female athletes to expect to play against other females?
Rick, this is not. This is not without fact and evidence, because and I don't have her name in front of me, but you remember there was a volleyball player got hurt real bad.
Yes.
That got hit in the face from a spike from a a trans athlete that, we were looking at the speed and power of it that I just imagine she doesn't see normally. And, it messed her up. She had some real problems with it. So this is not unrealistic on their part. And, again, I think it just points out to the absurdity of this. That whatever you're doing in your private life is fine, but if you're going to make that decision, you're going to forfeit your ability. You're not going to have the ability to play against other female athletes.
Well, the university, and this is what causes the controversy with this, they say the player's decision was made independently and does not represent the view of the school.
Oh, here we go.
Now, the school says they intend to play the game. I don't know who they're going to play with. I don't know
where they got replacements.
Where they're going to get players. Maybe they are. And it says that they did not consult with the university or the athletic department. The player's decision also does not represent the position of the university. And then they throw out all that stuff about protecting equality and the rights under the law. But what these women are saying is, but what about our rights? This kind of gets into that, that group, freedom from religion. Well, I'm sorry, freedom from religion does not exist. You don't have to, we cannot indoctrinate you and force you to embrace a religion or have an official government-sanctioned religion. But our Constitution does not guarantee that you live in a society that is free from being exposed to people's religious convictions.
It says that.
Right.
It says that, what you just said.
Yeah.
It does not establish, but it provides protection for the free exercise thereof, is the quote.
And so these women are saying you're now picking whose rights you prefer. You're preferring the biological male's rights over ours and putting us in unnecessary danger. And Adam, is this
I salute them.
Yeah, is this the video?
Yeah, Blair Fleming is the San Jose State star player. It's not like she rides the bench. This is a absolute power player for this team.
Right.
Watch this spike. It is a noticeable difference from probably what you're used to seeing. Here's the set and here's the spike. Boom!
Wow.
I mean, the hang time.
Is that the man?
Wow, that's the man.
The her Adam's apple was above the net, y'all. I mean, it's crazy. But there's this is Blair Fleming right here.
Yep. So it's
again.
Come on.
What
are we doing?
You're grown up. What you want to do with your life is fine, but you should not be able to compete against these biological females.
We have
because
to
it's clearly an advantage. And all along, all the rules we have from the NCAA is about not giving a competitive advantage to a player or a team. I mean, this is so glaringly obvious. I can't fathom in my mind we're even having this discussion.
So this seems so illogical to not hear our point and hear these women's point.
Right.
You've got what's her name, Riley Gaines. I mean, she's been out there going, does anybody care about what this is going to do to women's athletics? It's absurd. We have to let biology reign when it comes to the safety and the advancement of female athletes. It just isn't right. And as you said, Bubba, if you want to make that decision on your own, that's fine. But last time I checked, anytime any of us decide to say I'm standing on what I believe is right for me, it always costs us something. So if you want to be a transgender person, then it may cost you athletics, unless you want to go play in the biology that is acknowledged by science.
So what if the men's volleyball team said, "I tell you what, we will all agree, and we will look at ourselves as females, and just trot them out there to play the female team."
You could do that. You get in the right association, you could do that. And
I guarantee you, if they did that, the other team would not feel like that's fair.
No. And it's not. And it's not. Men and women are equal in value, but they are beautifully distinct. And one of those distinctions is muscle mass and physical.
Yep.
It just is.
There's XX and XY. That's all we got.
I hate to break it to some of you that live in a fake world. That's reality. Wake up. That's just real. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had trouble at the house last night. We've got a little small dog that stays inside. Her name is Gracie.
Is the one with the sweater and all that?
Yeah, she's white. I mean, she's about as big as what I call a junior football. She's just a little bitty thing. And she's crate trained. She stays in the crate during the day, and then when she comes out, she's a ball of energy. And then she kind of idles down, and then she does her thing and all her little tricks, and then she will get up on top of the couch and watch TV like everybody else, you know. And then when it's time to take her to bed, she growls because she don't want to be touched. You know how that is.
Sure.
And so she's she's our little toy there in the house, and. Speedy is our resident dog sound effect, by the way. So, and it's very strange that she is not where the action is. I mean, she wants to be in the action. She doesn't go off much.
Well, she's a bussy.
So, yeah, she's very social. But just a little bitty thing. And so last night, it's time to put her to bed, and we get up and start looking around, and she's not in her normal spot on the back of the couch. And I go, what? Maybe she's off playing with something, So we go, and I'm looking all through the house, and Betty's looking all through the house, and I'm like, well, maybe she's upstairs with the kids, So we go upstairs. Grace up here? No, we hadn't seen her. So it's just strange. I'm like, she's just disappeared. And I go, well, the door hadn't been open. I know she's not out. And if it was, she wouldn't run away. She'd probably come back to the door.
How you calling for her?
And, here, Gracie. Bouncing the tennis ball, any of her favorite stuff, get her attention. So looking, can't find her anywhere. So I just kind of stopped in the living room, and I'm thinking, where has that dog gone?
Greg's house.
And I'm looking around, and we're like probably everybody else. We've got a living room, that you never eat in, and then you've got like the kitchen where you eat all the time, the regular
You mean
table.
dining room?
Yeah.
You said living room.
What is it? I mean dining room.
Yeah.
Dining room. Where you put the plates in the
table that you never saw.
On the shelves that you never use.
Thanksgiving.
You pay way too much for that table that you never eat on.
Yeah, it looks like King Arthur and the knights would meet around it, and you never use it. And Betty's so into decorating. She's got a piece of fabric up there, and it's got its tassels, and then we've got a big array in the middle of it, with all these things.
It's a nightmare to clean all that off and actually use it.
It's impossible. Yep. So I'm looking around, and I look over at the dining room table, and sitting in the middle of the flower arrangement is Gracie.
What? How'd it get up there?
And I went, Gracie? Ears popped up. What are you doing in the middle of the dining room table? Which, by the way, where we'll be eating Thanksgiving. What are you doing on the table?
On an answer. Right. And you also said, I just made a checkpoint where I'm going to be sitting and not sitting.
Right. Well, she's in the middle of the flower arrangement, just parked in there like that's her normal spot. So I go over there and get her off the table, and I call Betty in there. I said, first off, how did this dog get on the table?
Right.
She can get on the couch, but just barely. That's with a running start, and she has to fly.
Yeah.
She got to get a run.
I think one of the kids
and,
threw up.
And then I look around, and I said, well, now I think I know why she got up here. And I look, and the cat's on the other side up there piled
That's
up.
not true.
And I'm like, she followed the cat up there somehow.
She sure did.
And the cat never gets on the table. The dog never gets on the table.
Cats can climb.
Yeah, but you'll follow that cat.
The cat helped the dog up there.
Well, they wrestle a lot. I don't know if she rode him up there or what. I don't know.
What if she threw a paw and said, here, Grandma Paw, meow? Well, they could go to the chair, to the table, right?
So, I guess so. But, you look all over the house, and the dog is on the living room, the dining room table, and you're like.
That's funny.
Just all up in the flower arrangement. I'm like, how odd.
How did the flower arrangement fare?
Well, it's all.
Does it look like a deer bedded down in it?
Yeah, it's exactly. It looked like a little piebald deer.
I think the cat jumped chair to table. He saw him do it.
Followed, very possible.
Yeah, you follow a cat in a second.
Can't have him cats around.
But so they just got up there and said, "Well, we'll lay here. It's a good spot."
Yeah.
What I love though is just, hey, I'm not going to answer my name.
Oh no, because
we're screaming, Gracie.
There was probably a point where I would think she realized, hey, I probably shouldn't be up here, so I'm just going to kind of lay low. Because if I say anything, I could get talked down to.
Is that why?
I'm going to have to rough talk her right before I put her up.
Yeah. Does that explain the new name, Amazing Gracie?
That's it. That's it.
And they're going to put me in that crate she was hiding from.
Yeah. Oh, she loves her crate.
Yeah, I love how we say that.
Crate?
Oh, they love that crate. Really? How do we know that?
Well, what's funny?
She growls every time we put her in there. She loves it.
What's
I don't worry
funny,
about the crate. They love the crate.
if she's really tired, she'll go get in it herself. And she's
like a
like,
dog.
okay, y'all quit messing with me. I'm going
Oh
to bed.
yeah, I crated my dogs.
I ain't even got enough
before
strength to jump on the dining room table. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, no.
But it
to
was
me,
so funny to see that head
Well,
pop
honey,
up
you
out
don't
of
know
that.
how it got up there.
Well, no.
Still don't? I think Hunter put
It
her
had
up
to
there.
be a chair or something, but I don't know how she did it.
Did you look for little paw prints on the
No,
stairs?
I didn't. I was too busy trying to get her out of it.
That doggone cat.
Well, his name's Einstein. Pretty smart. So, and he's big as a a big cat now.
Rick,
I mean,
how do you
really.
how you feel about Bubba having pets inside?
That's fine. It's his prerogative. We all cave to our wives and children over all kinds of things.
I got one inside. I got a pile of them outside. Bunch of them.
House of dogs is what
Thank
you
you
got.
for your
People
text,
just keep
Lance.
letting them out.
Can I be real about this? Based on what was going on probably in Greg's barn, his garage yesterday, and what was going on in Bubba's house, I'll almost take Bubba's house.
Yeah.
Oh, they're little right now. It's not that bad.
Well, Betty keeps her real clean, and she doesn't. I'm allergy central, and she doesn't bother me. So
Allergy central.
if it's anything in the air, it gets me. So
I've never been so happy for my wife to have an allergy than when she had an allergy to cats. Here we go, baby. Move the chains. Move the chains. Another hour. You heard the gang is all here today, and we thank you for being here. So, anytime, and we had somebody talking about this earlier on the program, that, when you're, Sherry and I, there's 6 years between us, and you would think that that's not a big enough gap for you to, things to show up that you go,
Cradle robber.
She doesn't know what it is. That's not that big a gap when you're thinking, I'm 60 now and she's 54.
Yeah, now you're 20 and she was 14.
Yeah,
That's
right.
what it is.
And still, I would say at least I'm not Jerry Lee Lewis.
That's true.
But anyway, so I found one in a strange way. One of these things, I was like, you don't know this? So I was coming up from downstairs, and I was, how you have a window you can look out into your backyard.
Yeah.
You come up staircase. Yeah. Some of them do, some don't.
Yeah.
And I looked out, and there's a drainage ditch because our house, it's one of those houses they built where the backyard is sloping down. Mm-hmm. So when the water comes, we had to be sure the water was all getting routed so it didn't, hit right into the house. So there's a big drainage ditch that we worked on and tried to get, and it's got a pipe in it, and then on top of it they laid some rock to try to
a little riprap,
try to make it look whatever. And so I'm going up and I look, and on top of that rock, on top of that pipe, is a giant orange tabby cat.
Mm-hmm.
He is as
Marmalade orange.
tabby.
Yeah.
And I look out there at the orange tabby, and of course, for some reason, working with you all these
They're
years,
always friendly cats.
Yeah, you talking about an orange tabby, and he's laying on that rock, and it looks like his life could not be better. And he's just chilling, and he's a big old thing too. He's fat. And I thought, well, there's an orange tabby he's probably a neighborhood cat, and he's just hanging out over here today. So we go on up, and so I walk in. I said, by the way, we got an orange tabby in the backyard. She was like, what? And I said, it's a cat. You know what orange tabby is. And she goes, I think I do. What are you talking about? I said, Morris the cat. You're like Morris the cat? 9 lives? And she goes, huh? I said, you don't know Morris the cat?
Morris the cat.
And she goes, I've never heard of that. You've never heard of Morris the cat in 9 lives? I said, that was the advertising campaign it was huge.
Oh, yeah.
And I said it was, and Morris was an orange tabby, and everybody, and he was finicky. He was finicky. There he is. That's what was,
Morris.
That was laying out there on that rock. And I'm like, sure, you done. And I started pulling up YouTube. I had to. I said, you got to see this.
I don't know what it is, but I like cats. I've always been a cat person. But you see a black and white cat, what Betty and I would refer to as a Sylvester cat, because he looks like Sylvester.
Yeah.
You never know about them. They can be, they can go either way. But an orange marmalade tabby is like always friendly. It just seems to me that way. That may not be a fact, but it seems that way.
Who can be against an orange marmalade tabby?
You remember when we were kids?
He just looks friendly.
Yeah.
You remember when we were kids? We never had a cat, but our neighbor had that Siamese cat.
No, I don't. That's different. They're hit or miss.
They're crazy.
And they usually miss.
Rat. Yeah.
They usually miss. They attack me. Remember that?
Oh yeah. I remember.
So anyway,
they look cross-eyed.
So then the next day,
Siamese.
The next day, we're out there, and I look over at the fire pit, and now up on top of that rock, there's Morris again.
Yeah.
And I said, by the way, Sherry, you didn't see the cat. There he is right there.
He's taking care of business.
Because I love eating out on the deck in this time of year, a little screen-in porch. We're having a little dinner, just two of us. Just the two of us.
And the cat.
And I looked and I said, well, there's Morris again. And she saw him, and she was like, I'm allergic to cats. I said, yeah, but he's a long way away. It's not going to bother anybody. And then I tried to sell him. I said, baby, think about this. You know how the chipmunks are just driving us nuts? Yeah. And we've got a Cooper's hawk that knocks out a few every now and then. Yeah. but he can't keep up with
the great Cooper's hawk.
He can't keep up with the demand. And I said, hey, Morris will take care of that. I said, look, in a little while, he'll be bringing us up what he's done. He'll show us his work. And he was doing great, and I felt really good about it. And then I get home yesterday, and she goes, well, you won't believe what I found. I said, a chipmunk? Morris getting the job done? No, a bird.
And unfortunately, he'll get them.
I said, well, baby, that's just part of it. I mean,
you're going to have that.
It was a beautiful, beautiful brown thrush, and those are such good songbirds. And no, not a thrush. It was
finch.
No, what are they called?
Chickadee.
Not a thrush. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, it's some songbird that she loves that usually gets on top of a tree. You ever seen those that get up at the very top? I mean, they'll be on the very top, and and they just get up there and really let it go.
You're letting it go.
And they're
Singing
great.
birds
Now,
on top of a tree.
And he'll roll through so many different songs and stuff, and he's real loud too. And no, Morris is 9 Lives. It's not Meow Mix. Morris was the spokesperson for 9 Lives. Yeah. And so anyway,
did Meow Mix? They had some orange marmalade tabs.
But Morris,
but that was
Morris was 9 Lives because he was finicky, remember? And he wouldn't eat anything but 9 Lives.
Nightingale.
But anyways,
Goldfinch.
She just told me what it was. It was a thrasher, not a thrush, a thrasher.
Oh, that's like
and those are really
like the Atlanta hockey
team. It's the thrasher, and it's kind of a brownish white little songbird with some gray in it. And I said, baby, so I just had
one less tune.
I said, number one, they're free roaming. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
Number two, I think Morris will do us more good than bad. Okay.
Selling it.
Yeah, brown thrasher. That's it.
Unless all he likes is brown thrasher.
And I said, I like Morris. He's an orange marmalade tabby, and as Bubba has made clear for years, there's no way not to love an orange marmalade tabby.
Yeah, just inviting.
I think he looks kind of cool laying out there on the rocks, and I think he does us more good than he does bad.
Yep.
We're going to lose a bird or two. You're just going to have to live with that. And yes, and what she really hated is when I said, now you know that another thing too, he's not killing because he's hungry. Mm-hmm. They just kill.
Reckon where he lives before he came.
He lives somewhere in the neighborhood. I'm sure.
He's just coming over there.
And
That's
found
an
them
area
rocks.
he's found that nobody's controlling.
Hey, you got to
from
keep
the
him.
cat world, so he's claimed it.
You got to keep him, Rick.
Yeah,
it's like keeping that buck on your green field.
I will say this:
you got to feed him.
Yeah,
you
listen,
got to keep him, or he's going to move on.
Yeah, I will say this. Okay, I will say this. This next statement is shocking, and this has been an evolution with me. Okay, because I don't like to be hassled by pets. Hey, what about the dog? What about the dog? Yes, dogs are loving. Yes, dogs are loyal. Yes, dogs can be wonderful, members of your family. But they're needy.
Yeah,
okay, cats are not needy.
Yeah,
and I will tell you that this free roaming attitude they have in the pet world, it may be more preferable to me because they don't ask a lot of you.
No, I didn't actually like cats until I got a dog, and then I was like, oh, I understand cats now because they have so much less maintenance. It's unbelievable.
Dogs are needy, very needy.
Very.
And it probably is a he. We're calling it a he. Morris,
he's big.
Morris in your backyard. Marmalade cats are usually male because the trait is on the X chromosome that controls the cat's fur, and most of the time, 80% of the time, orange cats are dudes.
Isn't it true
that
Calico's the opposite, right? Calico's always female, right?
Let me see. I don't know about this.
Yeah.
You guys are teaching me
There's
something.
something in on the calico. I learned that one day. I went to class.
I think
in
the
college.
calico cannot reproduce itself. It has to be 2 cats that produce a calico.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think they're female.
Maybe.
What am I, some cat expert?
Calico cats are almost always female because of the locust gene for the orange, non-orange coloring is on the X. There you go, guys.
What am I now? Am I going to be the new feline guy?
I think so.
I know cats.
Yeah, it appealed to me the way he was kind of lounging, saying, "I don't need anything from you."
Yeah,
I like him. Very appealing.
I like them gray cats. They usually name Smokey.
Yeah, now I don't like male cats to
Einstein one
spray.
is now.
I do want the male cat neutered because I don't like when they spray and they smell up everything.
Yes.
And I don't want him in the house. But as far as him hanging around outside, I got to tell you, I dig it.
Our last cat, it was an outside, and he decided
gave it away.
No, it was his house. He said, "I'm just going to stay here. Y'all can leave. I'm going to run up the ridge and then come down, and it's still there."
We were worried
tell me
about
that. You remember what happened with mine?
When we moved, we were worried about our cat leaving and not staying. But he made the transition very well.
Did he?
We kind of went back and thought, maybe he's just too old. He don't want to fool with it.
That could be because usually they don't like being moved,
right? Yeah, he did fine.
Yeah. So Morris, you can come back, but I will warn you that the lady there, she didn't like the bird kill. That hurt. Hey, bring her some chipmunks or something like that, and you'll win her back over. You know, he really needs to bring a chipmunk in right now.
What are you going to do when you try to eat on the back deck and it's sitting there laying there looking at you?
Oh, he was a long way. He was way out in the yard.
He's going to get more comfortable.
Yeah.
I know.
Coming in.
I kind of like to pet him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know how I love these stories? We're checking over headlines, things you need to know before we go. And you know how I love these? Police are crediting a 15-year-old German short-haired dog. What is that? What's a German short-hair? Does anybody know what that is?
That is a German dog with short hair.
What is this? Is that a midget German Shepherd? What is this?
I've never heard of the German short hair. As opposed to the German long hair, maybe?
And here we go again. Here we go. Was saving the life of an elderly man. He said he took his dog Effie, Brett Grind did, out for her usual walk on Monday. But within a couple of minutes, she started pulling at the leash, wanting to go in a different direction.
Oh, my goodness.
Effie then took off running, leading her master to a neighbor's house where a 94-year-old man was on his face in the driveway. The dog started licking the man's face, and they called 911, and then they started CPR on the man, and he was saved.
How about that?
You know what? The thing is, I'm okay with this working out, that they found the man. What I'm not okay with is somehow Effie said, man, there's an old man down. I got to let my neighbor know what's going on. I got to let my master know.
I bet he had a cheeseburger in his pocket.
Bingo. I'm telling you, that old man smelled like cookies or something. He's probably got grandkids. And that dog, that old man had a smell that was pleasing to that dog. That's why the dog was going in that direction. That old man smelled like food, which is fine. It all worked out, praise God.
Yeah, I could have found him in that case.
Bubba went, hey. Bubba grabbed somebody's hand and led him to an old man.
Hey, how about this? Bubba and I were headed to a sales meeting, and suddenly he started going in a different direction.
The man was unconscious, but he had a box of chocolate chip cookies.
He'd been and sushi that he'd been eating earlier was still in his breath.
What's going on, girl? You know, I mean, it's as if the dog knew, hey, there's a man in trouble, man. I got to get you over to him. The man smelled good.
Rick, Chloe, my dog, she'll leave me in the rooms where people's left the lights on and stuff at night before I go to bed. She wants me to know the kids left the lights on.
The only place that little
the power
dog,
bill won't be high.
The only place that little dog might lead you to is where mice have holes.
Yeah,
that's her view of the house.
Where she lives.
That's it. So anyway, but thank goodness the gentleman is okay, and that's the most important.
You ain't buying it though.
Nope. Not buying it.
I guess you've never seen Lassie.
Well, Greg, I've seen Lassie, but Lassie's a made-up show.
I mean, based on actual events.
I got to tell you,
based on real events, Rick. Don't forget that.
The information Lassie seemed to get from what the people were saying, that's a lot of information.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And them, translating is what was amazing.
And Greg, I want you to also know this too, and this may shock you. Flipper didn't really love them little boys either.
What? You mean when they cranked that call in the water, that wouldn't bring him?
No, it didn't. Will in Gadsden says he can speak to what a German short-haired dog is. What in the world is it?
Will. Share.
Go ahead, Will.
All right. How's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy. We're good.
My dad actually has a German wire hair, and it's a close cousin to the German short hair.
His hair distinction.
Laugh all you want. They're very intelligent hunting dogs is what they are.
Right.
What do they look like?
They're in the pointer family. It's kind of got the build of a Labrador, and they have their tails cut off real short to be like a kind of like a handle. So if they do go in a hole after like a badger or something, you can pull them out.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I always love all you people have these breeds where you cut their tails off so we all can see their rear end.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's, I think that's part of the AKC standard.
Yeah, well, it doesn't meet my standard. I don't like looking into the rear end of a dog.
Hey,
and I have to be confronted by old One Eye every time it comes by. Yeah. Winking at you.
Hey, I agree with you, man, because my dad's dog is the same way, and he'll get up on the couch and just lay there on his back, and you're just like, dude, can you stop that?
Yeah, wow.
You come around the corner, you go, my goodness, a Cyclops. Oh, that's his back end. I thought it was his head.
Listen, it's one thing to have a nice, beautiful, bushy tail in your face. You know what I mean? It's another thing to see a handle.
Well, here's the thing: if it's born with a tail, and they cut their ears too on breeds, don't you think there's a reason?
Yeah,
balance maybe.
I don't know how we've come to the conclusion. Well, this dog right here, his tail's too long.
I mean, you can't tell if he's happy or not.
Yeah, I love animals.
I love them.
I love animals. I got me a Doberman Pinscher, and I just didn't like the way its tail and its ears look.
What did you do to him?
Well, I clipped up its ears and cut most of its tail off. I didn't like the look of that. I wanted to see the old porthole.
I want to get a better look.
What's wrong with you people?
Listen, I come up at
How
a
about
house.
when you hold one, your arm smells?
Hey,
What?
that's when you went from the old scoop from behind.
Yeah. You're like, wow, I smell like.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. Gang all here. Adler's back. So, honestly, I felt bad that you and Adler couldn't enjoy the Elon Musk step forwards that we had. I mean, we were trying to give you enthusiasm, but he's kind of your space bro.
Yeah.
And-
Space bro.
Space Bros are back. Space Bro. Hi, Sam. So, Adler, welcome back, Space Bro. And you said you've watched these as much as Bubba, right? Just you went crazy over this.
Oh, man. In fact, I was at the beach. Thank you all again so much for the time with the family. We had so many Adlers there. I mean, we had an entire boys choir there. It was amazing.
How'd that dynamic go? Good?
Oh, it was great. It was fantastic. After we talk SpaceX here for a second, I can probably give you a quick recap of the beach if you want to.
Please do. Yeah.
But oh my goodness. I have a little app on my phone I've talked about before that it looks like an old school alarm clock, and I set it up on the bedside table so you can check the time throughout the night and everything. Evidently, there was an Amber Alert that came through at like 6 a.m., and my app froze on like 6:04 a.m., so I kept looking at the clock, just kind of glancing at it with my fuzzy eyes, and I kept thinking it was 6 o'clock all morning, so I missed the launch.
Were you going to get up and watch it?
I was gonna make my whole family. I was gonna force people to watch it, and so
who messed with your clock?
I wanted to watch it live because wow, it was an unbelievable success story of America, and I just couldn't of tech.
Listen, it's an engineering feat. What was pulled off. I mean, it is a giant leap forward in what we can do with rockets. I mean, it's just never been tried. Nobody thought it was possible, and Elon's been building these chopsticks on all of his launch tower and said, "Look, we can catch this."
Have you seen this new angle?
Oh, I know. This is awesome.
I got bad news. There's rumor AI. It's not real. This
Greg, don't real.
Now, keep in mind, this booster's 12 stories tall.
12 stories tall.
Oh, look at this angle. My goodness, we're there.
Yeah.
Bubba.
Coming down and...
A little CGI.
Greg, it's not CGI.
Boom.
Don't even put a scratch on it. Is that not amazing?
It's incredible. And a lot of people, I thought it was initially, Bubba, you're going to laugh. I thought it was going to be caught on these fins, the big things.
Yeah.
It's this tiny little hook right here.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what's catching it. Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's not even catching on the big fin things. I mean, look at the margin. Look at the margin of error here. Yeah. It's just that little nub that's catching it on the rim of the thing, of the chopsticks.
Looks
We're
a little
gonna go.
animated to me.
And blink.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
So, to give you an idea too, those fins on the side that were just slightly off the chopsticks, they call them bear claws.
Yeah.
And they're actually used to guide the rocket down through the atmosphere. But do you realize how big they're? Like 8 foot square. That's how huge we're talking about.
It's so huge.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you, Bill. And the fact that thing comes in so hot, and then stops, and then just
look at it on the sunset.
I know.
Now tell me,
Or is that sunrise?
That's sunrise.
Yeah. See, Elon knows the shots to get. To
Yeah, he
sell
does.
this thing,
He
you
knows
know?
how to market. You've been trying to tell NASA that for years.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, we need a horseshoe stadium down at the Cape so bad.
Adler, you didn't hear it.
And
We
hey,
played-
some company would be glad to invest in it. I mean, they can make the money.
Oh,
we played the audio of when it landed and asked Bubba about it. Did you hear it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, here it is again.
in case you missed it yesterday.
Yeah, this is really good.
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
Mate. She says mate just like James Gregory.
I'm afraid that might fall in this very, very elite category. Never not funny.
Yeah, you're right, Rick. There's only few that fit it, but it definitely fits.
Look at that thing.
Now think about this.
Look at that
Adler,
mate.
Adler, you made a great point. The little
That's not
hooks that it catches on, there's only 2.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be turned the right way too. I mean, they have got this down to an art now, how they can control
You
these
think
things.
they'd put them all the way around in case they missed?
I made
why would you when
4-year-olds
you line
watch
it
this footage. I made 45-year-olds watch that footage.
All right,
I made everybody.
Will
watch the
anybody
footage.
care?
Did you
Not
feel
all
the
of
way
them.
None of
Bubba
them.
feels in here when you're not here? Did everybody think you were? Did they share your enthusiasm at all?
What about Earth below
A
us?
little bit. They were like, "Oh, that's cool."
Was that about it?
Yeah, that's about it.
I tell you, I felt like when I saw this, and we were about to head out to church, I was like, hurry up, land, hurry up, we got to go. About like I did the night I saw Michael Jackson do the moonwalk at the Motown Honors.
Yeah.
I thought, I got to call somebody. There's
Yes.
something has changed. You know what I mean?
Yes,
it's like
it's changed.
The force is giving, I just shook. Something has changed.
I just saw the moonwalk for the first time.
Something happened. That's
something
not
ain't
human.
right.
That ain't human.
The Wright brothers are up in like the clouds, like giving a thumbs up. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Okay.
Did you tell me you didn't say that to your family?
I just said it to y'all out loud. I shouldn't have said it though.
Right. So did your family? Did you let them off the hook so y'all could enjoy the beach, or did they have to go with this the whole time?
It was throughout the day. I would just, hey, oh, here's a new angle. Check it out.
Oh, did you
It's
did
as
you
big as
see
a building.
Adler, see if you can find the one from underneath.
Here we go.
The
What is-
chopsticks.
What does it use to communicate with the chopsticks? Like, in other words, to where the chopsticks know, okay, it's close, and it's just perfect.
They obviously have to be in some kind of radio communication.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you knew because you're a peacock.
Or the
over
staging.
And grab it. And here it comes.
Yeah, and it's coming in.
No, grab it.
Grab it.
But
Something-
again,
I mean, I'm talking about to the. I mean, you see how those little hooks? I mean,
wax
I
on.
mean, think again. We've had since
Almost
Adam
looks
and
made
Eve,
up.
people have looked up at the moon.
Here you go. So this we're about to see some watery eyes.
We choose to go to the moon.
And for
Because it's
thousands and thousands of years, people have looked up at it and want to try. I'm not gonna tear up. And you had the Wright brothers that finally figured out, hey, airfoil, we can get off the ground.
Right.
And flew for 100 foot.
We'd
or
like them to
something.
went a little further and a little higher.
But we went
first time, Greg.
But we went from that after thousands of years of just not being able to do any of it. We went from that to landing a man on the moon in 60 years. And we're basically now catching rockets out of the air 60 years.
I wonder if we could use
It's
this.
been as long since man landed on the moon to this as the moon to the Wright brothers.
How about
Think
that?
about that. That'll mess with you.
Imagine them showing up. Imagine them showing up and saying, "How are we progressing on the airplane?" And we go, "Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna believe it."
Yeah.
I'll tell
You know,
what
they
like.
did. One of the brothers did get to fly in a jet plane one time, an
Really?
airliner. I think before his death. So
Okay.
he had to go. Wow, this is
took
so
him
much.
out.
Do you think
this
we
is so much more than flying
Greg,
over the beach 100 foot?
It
you know?
didn't take him out, Greg. You can't
I
just say
thought he went out
that.
in blaze of glory.
Did we? Do you think we could use these chopsticks to catch illegals?
Not unless they're
And
now,
gotcha.
Got you.
It might catch aliens coming in the other way.
Well,
from the
that,
sky.
Adler loves that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
You're showing it
Look
up
at that.
close.
Yeah, that can't hold that. That's not big enough.
I read somewhere
What
said.
voice was that? Is that a new voice working on? Okay.
Skeptic voice.
It's
like Dickie's little brother.
That's the skeptical voice.
Okay. Dwayne the skeptic.
Looks like AI to me.
I couldn't find it from below, Bubba, but here's the view from like the little claw thing here. I'll scoot it over.
Now we got too many views.
Yeah, Greg, just watch it again, buddy. All right. Don't complain about it.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
How does that just say, nah, I got it
Boom.
now?
Oh, wow.
How did that happen?
AI. We'll
Hey,
come back.
The future is now, friends. The future is now.
The Adler Beach trip update coming back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, little fella. Oh, my goodness.
Have you ever seen dogs when they cut their ears and they put that styrofoam thing on their head till they heal out?
Oh, you went wipey on my arm.
Yeah, and who was this who said I wanted to whittle their ears into more of a point? I don't like the way they are.
But we'll leave the hair.
tape them up.
We'll leave the hair in their face so long they can't see.
Yeah, I mean, that almost makes sense to let them see.
Yeah.
I was like,
That's the end you need to be clipping.
yeah.
I just don't understand that. What look,
Hey, a
He
cat will
needs
do
to
that
see
too.
from this end, that end will take
Yeah.
care of it.
You ever had a cat throw the tail up when you are
How's
holding
your arm?
no, what happened to Bubba, I think, will trump anything.
How's your arm, Speedy?
It'll smell. Seriously. Every time I was like, wow.
Speedy, that's gross.
Well, I
Jackie-
know it's gross. I went and took a shower.
Jackie, go ahead.
Newspaper stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to vote for Uncle Duke. No, seriously, I've got I don't know what they guys are talking about. I've got a German short hair. Them things are dumb as a brick.
I do have short hair, and I'm not very smart. Go get me something to eat. And I smell something yummy 2 doors down. Oh, look, it's an old man. So anyway.
He's passed out.
Yeah, hey, man, you can believe that. Yeah, that dog's almost human.
I didn't know there were that many breeds of German dogs based on their hair. He said
Yeah,
wire hair, short hair.
You know what? I'll tell you what,
hair.
I'll tell you what I don't like about this particular breed. There's no creativity. With there's so many dogs, by the time this one was named, they were just bored with it. Here's some dog. It's from Germany. It's got kind of short hair. All right, what do you want to call it? German short hair. And don't you know it walked off? Hey, thanks. I couldn't get something like Labrador Golden Retriever. I got German short hair. That's all you can come up with.
No King Charles Springer Spaniel.
Yeah, oh gosh.
That's hard to say quick.
Yeah.
Weimaraner?
Yeah.
What about a Weimaraner?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
I used to dread when we had one of those King Charles things. Somebody asked me what kind of dog it was. I'm like, oh gosh, I can't remember how long that name.
That
is.
was the funniest dog, Rick.
And I just started adding things. King Charles, Royal,
Springer,
Springer, Spaniel,
Beagle.
thing. And then I just started saying lap dog.
I have never seen a dog wait at the couch for somebody to sit down so it can get in their lap.
I know, that's amazing.
I mean, it guarded the couch. I thought, it wouldn't leave. I thought, well, what's wrong with it? You sit down, boy, it pops right in that lap, man. Down it goes.
I can't tell you how many times it sat outside the window looking in.
Yep.
Well, at least you don't have a Labradoodle like Chris. That's nice.
I don't believe you got in the room to talk about dogs right now. Yeah.
Well, that's a great point.
Right, yeah. At least they don't have a cocktail weenie living in their house.
that's very true.
Dang.
Seriously, it is on my last nerve. Took a shower the other day. You want to know what's sitting in the shower? Huh?
Well, he's just almost human. He's tired. He wanted to bathe himself.
He get in there with you?
Let's just say the cocktail weenie will just do what it wants when it wants and leave it wherever it wants.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Thanks for being with us today. 35 minutes past the hour. This product has been a game changer. Field of Greens. I love it every day. Take 2 scoops of it. 1 scoop for some of you is fine, but 2 scoops is also available. You don't want to do more than that, but well, I'm going to tell you. Serious nutrition. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age, and that generally means better health. Each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens selected by doctors to support vital body functions like the heart, the liver, the kidneys, your immune system. Now more than ever, you got to have a strong immune system, and if your body's not getting the nutrition that it requires, then everything's not running like it should, including the immune system. It's backed by a better health promise. What does that mean? Field of Greens is so confident in the science and the fact that they've selected the right vegetables and the right fruits based on science, things we already know, that your next physical or checkup, if your doctor doesn't notice improved health, you get your money back. My doctor loves that I'm on this. The results have been fantastic. So go right now to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BIGVOX. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BIGVOX. Get 15% off and free shipping. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and I look forward to hearing how well it's working for you too. So Adler, you went to the beach with your family. Y'all took a 3-day weekend. We now have you back. This was how far on extended family? How many family members went?
So my parents got the house. Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Mm-hmm.
I thank them so many times for paying for it. So many times.
Sure.
And then so all 3 of my brothers. So I got all 4 boys.
Okay.
And then so my brother's wife and his kids, and then my other brother's wife, and then my other brother, and then me, and then my 2 kids.
How many kids we talking?
So 4 kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ages?
You got like 11, 9, 4, and 1.
Okay.
If I'm a little bit off on the cousins' ages, I'm really sorry.
It's all right.
I apologize.
Close. You're close.
Uncles don't have to worry about that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm the fun uncle. Definitely, you can tell.
Yes.
If I could backtrack before getting out of town, we realized on like Tuesday our dogs are not up to date on their shots.
What about the dogs?
Yeah.
Here it comes again.
And so I have to handle that while during the week, which that was unexpected. Wow, I'm trying to fix the focus on my own camera, and I messed up the focus on the other one. All right, let's try that again.
Okay.
All right, so I'm trying to get out of town, and I take the dogs. Of course, Kevin, we're in the waiting room, and Kevin poops in the room. Just on the floor. He just pooped right there in the room. I had to clean it up. Yes.
Everybody look at
I
this.
looked away for 2 seconds, and then there's poop on the ground.
What about the dogs?
Well, you wouldn't be able to
Can't
stop
even
it.
go to the beach without a hassle because of these dogs.
And so I'm in there waiting, and then
you just hand it to him and say,
Man, it
no reason to
smelled good.
check.
I'm
Here
like,
it is.
dude, what in the world? And I knew I was on camera, so I didn't like kick him a bunch of times, you know.
Yeah, you know how that is.
That's a joke.
Adler at rickandbubba.com.
That's a joke. All right. Kevin's like 14 now, so he's getting up in age. So I'm real soft and sweet with him because I know I don't have very much time, and it is sad seeing his face get all white and all that. I add that in.
Greg.
Now I'm gonna complain about the dogs. Lady comes in, the vet comes in, and she goes, "Hey, Dad."
No, you
And I'm
didn't get
like-
that. No,
I'm
you
like-
didn't.
I'm like, "Hey, how's it going?"
These dogs don't
This
know.
I have
cute.
I have human children, but
Right.
thank you.
I am a dad, but not the
yes.
If I'm this dog's dad, I should be arrested on the
Yes.
spot.
Hey, Dad. I'm
And
like,
studied,
okay,
right.
all right.
Well, Franklin's unique.
And they send me, boy, where did he come from?
What is
Always,
that?
every time. And I guess it's been like a year or 2. I don't know. I'm just doing what I can for these dogs and my kids. Anyways, and they hand me a bill. They're like, if you get everything they need, according to us, it's going to be, and it was close to $2,000.
Well,
That's not true.
night.
Are you
It
serious?
was
Not true.
It was
What kind
okay.
of shot are you getting?
It was 1,600. I
What do you have, an
rounded it up.
artificial
I
heart?
rounded it up.
That's
all right.
unacceptable.
And I'm like,
Nice.
okay, I'm here for the bare minimum of what I need to get these dogs boarded this weekend. The other stuff we can handle later. I need the bare minimum.
Man.
So it's still $365. for these 2 dogs to get their shots, just so I can board them.
That's ridiculous.
And she kind of gave me an attitude, like as she was walking away, like she didn't say bye or anything. She just walked out of the room. And I was like, I guess I can leave. Sorry, I only spent $365 at your vet place for an hour.
What is it with you and the people in the medical field?
People in the medical industry do not care for
Adler,
me. Humans and dogs.
Do you rub people the wrong way?
I think probably.
This is important. Was your hair up or down? It's just important.
It was up because I had to lean over and clean up dog poop. I cleaned the floor very good. Luckily they had paper towels and spray in there. I know, for real. So I took care of that earlier this week. That was good. Now we're on to Friday. I'm trying to get done with all the work here, and then I have to then run home, take the dogs to the boarding place, and then I have to get everybody in the car. I promised to make my famous banana pancakes, so I got to bring bananas that are. I'm trying to time the ripening on those.
No, you can't time that on the road.
And it's just I got to bring milk for Ezra, and the amount of things you have to pack for a 1-year-old is just unbelievable. It's so much stuff. We finally get on the road, and our plan is we're trying to get on the road before Ezra's nap, so that when we get on the road, he falls asleep, and maybe he'll sleep for 2 hours of the 4 to 5 hours it's going to take us to get there. Mm-hmm. We get on 65 South, and there's a police pursuit of some kind in which they shut down all of 65.
Is this lady shooting at him?
Was it really?
Yeah, she come all the way from Texas.
Thanks a lot, lady. All right? You think you got problems? I got a kid that's not going to be asleep now. Seriously, he falls asleep for 30 minutes, and then we hit stop traffic on 65 South. And as soon as this car stops, he wakes up. And so now we have a 4.5-hour car ride with a cranky kid who has not slept. He won't go back to sleep. And that was a horrible experience all the way down.
You and Van here?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yes.
Do you realize now if you try to go from where we live to the beach, that it's now more likely for you to be in traffic on 65 than not?
Yes.
I mean, it's really just become a nightmare.
It is. And then there was a wreck after that. So once they arrested that crazy lady that was shooting at him, then somebody else got in a wreck. I'm like, hey, thanks a lot. Ruined my day.
Yeah, that's the right attitude to have for those that are in duress.
Right, that was a little bit of a joke there. And honestly, I did tell myself that over and over again. I'm like, dude, you're fine. You have your family here. You're not in the wreck.
Right.
You're not shooting at police. Be thankful for your life.
Yeah. That's to yourself, not out loud.
It's
a good attitude.
Yes,
I got my cool van.
Yeah, and you're not caravanning down with the families. Are y'all just meeting down there when you get there?
We were a day later than everybody else.
Everybody made down there.
They're already down.
I love the meat.
Bananas are smushed by now.
Bananas are.
I hate to follow
smushed.
people follow
so
me.
we get to the house. We made it.
Hate that.
It was dark. That hurt. It was dark by the time we got there. That's fine. Had to stop and change a couple diapers. That's fine.
Right.
It's part of having.
You're not shooting at police, and you're not in a wreck.
The beach was super. Well, let me back up. The beach was super stressful. I'll be honest. The entire time we spent on the actual beach was pretty stressful. Ezra has tubes. He's had so many ear infections. He was on antibiotics for like 6 months straight, pretty much, because he kept getting ear infections. So we had to get him tubes. Tubes are not allowed in the ocean.
Correct.
Or lake water. Bath water's fine, pools are fine, but those kind of like live water, whatever. So
just call it live water?
Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying things. And so I literally just had to like follow a kid around on the edge of the beach the entire time. I don't know why I brought a chair to the beach. I didn't sit in it one time.
No, not if you got kids on the beach.
No.
Yeah.
I'm picturing you doing.
Especially one that can't get in the water.
But
you're doing 5, 10, 5s trying to keep up.
I counted my steps. I was averaging like 17,000 steps a day. Not even a joke.
Is that all?
Yes, it's insane. But it was really honestly a great time. We didn't have any.
Sounds like it was fantastic.
I'm trying to remind myself that it was good.
You had so much fun.
Here's our sweet little family. We got some sunset pictures.
Everybody was happy in the picture.
Oh, his hair looked wet. Who let him fall in?
I know. The kids, I mean, it was just a great time. There I am.
How's that not fun?
I know where you got it.
Yeah. Free hat.
Yep. Free hat.
Aaron did not find that hat to be attractive.
It's not known for his attractiveness. It's there to keep the sun off.
I don't know what her problem is.
It's a great beach hat.
It's great to get in the rice crop.
That's right.
Yeah, I officially do not care at all.
Look at these beautiful
Don't
children.
care at all one
Look
bit.
at that. Oh, look at the couple.
It was great. It was a fun time.
Oh, I got my muscles showing.
He's clearly in the water.
He is in the water.
I held his head above water, but I taught him to surf, so he's going to be the next Kelly Slater. Absolutely.
Look, you're almost smiling like you're having fun.
That was 60 seconds of fun right there. I counted the time. And so it was great. We just had a wonderful time. Thank you all for covering for me. So then we had all the fun, and the morning we're about to leave, we find out one of the kids did throw up that night.
All right.
So
That's gonna happen.
That's the way it is. So it's fine. You've noticed I'm not hugging you guys today.
Why didn't you stay another day or two?
Yeah.
Well, you know, got to get back to work.
I love the fact your dad has his Thor shirt on.
Yeah, that's a tool company, so he just has Thor on his shirt. We got back on the road, tried to do the kids napping thing. Again, it didn't work either, but it's pretty much like Speed, the movie Speed, where you can't stop. You can't stop.
No.
My wife is Keanu Reeves. I'm Sandra Bullock. You guys get it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We look to the Red Bear today. We have several stories coming out of Mother Russia.
Mother Russia. Now, do you have any scary Russian music? I have this.
Russian military general is saying that a collision between a U.S. and Russian satellite in early February may have been a test of new U.S. technology to intercept and destroy satellites rather than just an accident, as was reported. So, Rick, you may remember we covered this story. We had two satellites bump each other. According to official reports, one of the 66 satellites owned by Iridium.
Watch out.
Boy, it's hard to say for me.
I know,
The
especially when
U.S.
you think about the
telecom
Davis Cup.
company and a Russian Cosmos satellite launched in 1993 and believed to be defunct collided on February the 10th about 500 miles above Siberia.
I like this Russian music. Yes. That's perfect, by the way.
By the United Space Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, better known as DARPA.
Oh.
And was to validate the technical feasibility of robotic, autonomous, on-orbit refueling and reconfiguration of satellites to support a broad range of future U.S. national security and commercial space programs.
Uh-oh.
Where did you find
They're scary again.
Yeah. Red Army Choir right here.
If you don't believe that, ask the country of Georgia.
Change oil satellite. Okay?
Yeah.
It can go up. It can service other satellites, or, he says, the project also could be used to destruct or do away or dismantle with hostile satellites, including their destruction with a single command from a ground control center, according to the general. So long and short, he's saying that we have a robotic killer satellite that can change your oil or cut your throat in space.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
In 10 minutes or less.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Also, Rick, you remember
this
the...
one's really spooky here.
You remember the Russian who, he is actually part of a, let's see, he's a professor, he's dean of the Foreign Ministry School for Future Diplomats and a regular on Russian state-guided TV channels. You may remember we had this story. He predicted the collapse of the United States. He says there's a high probability that the collapse of the U.S. will occur by 2010. That he gave at the Diplomatic Academy. It's a lecture the ministry pointedly invited Associated Press and other foreign media to attend. Now, the prediction, he says he didn't give any specifics what he underlies his analysis on, mostly citing newspaper, magazines, and other open sources. He also noted he'd been predicting the demise of the world's wealthiest country for more than a decade. You may remember, Rick, he is the one that predicted that the U.S. would break into several independent groups, with Alaska reverting back to the Russian control. 6 autonomous areas, as a matter of fact. Now, get this. He urged that America is in a terrible moral decline, saying their great psychological stress is evident from the number of school shootings, the size of the prison population and the number of gay men. This is from the Russian expert on foreign affairs.
Well, look, if they're going to make that last comment, I don't know if they should have the squire.
It may surprise you to learn that I was host to Mr. Khrushchev for a half day when he visited the United States. Not that I'm proud of it. I opposed his coming then, and I still feel it was a mistake to welcome this atheistic murderer as a state visitor. But according to President Eisenhower, Khrushchev had expressed a desire to learn something of American agriculture. And after seeing Russian agriculture, I can understand why.
Back, wrapping up another hour together. So where are y'all? And I know they're pummeling us on the text line right now. I know it's factually correct. Where are you on the people that if you say you went to the ocean, they'll correct you and say you're at the Gulf? Where are we on these people? Sam?
We all know.
I get it. You're right.
I mean, they're factually
but it's
right.
tied to the ocean.
But it's almost like they're draw back like a flip ready. If anybody mentions ocean, I'm going to jump.
Rick, if I blindfold you, carry you down to the beach,
right,
point you looking at the water and take the blindfold off, you can't tell me the difference in the two if you don't know where you're at.
Right.
It's a location thing. It's not a classification
Do
thing.
they walk around?
It looks the same.
Do they have kind of like an antenna? I'll tell you one thing. If somebody says ocean down here.
Yeah, we're gonna get on.
I will correct
and
them.
we're gonna put it on social media and dog everybody.
This is the Gulf of Mexico, you moron.
Yeah, like if I say
You're going to call it the sea next?
Right. If I say if I'm in the Caribbean, I'm like, "Ooh, I'm in this." Do I have to say I'm in the sea? Give me a break. You know what we're saying.
It's the Gulf, you Nimrod.
A lot of water.
A lot of water.
Yeah.
So look, there's the Atlantic Ocean. It's right there.
It's tied to it. It looks a lot like an ocean.
It's
looks just like the ocean. If you go look at either side, it looks the same.
I've been to either side of Florida. It looks the same.
The exact same.
Well, the beaches aren't, but no, the Gulf.
The beaches are not.
They're
wide.
right,
They're not
but
wide,
I don't think it's worth calling out.
No.
You know, it is the Gulf, but you don't have to. I mean, you know what he meant.
Factually, they are correct.
You know what he meant.
Hey man, I love this fresh seafood. You mean Gulf fresh seafood? Yes.
Gulf food.
I'm
Should
sorry.
Be Gulf food. Yeah.
Gulf fish.
Got a break.
Of course, if they were to go out that little hole right there, where would they be? Okay, now. All right. So anyway, but we understand. Bubba, you were asking about. There's some interesting things going on with the election on the country and how we're identifying. How about this? A CNN analyst reveals for the first time since 1984, and this surprises me, more Americans are identifying as Republicans than Democrats. Does that surprise you?
Maybe so, but the polling data doesn't reflect that.
Yeah. So here we go. Let's see what
All
we're
right,
saying.
so party ID nationally. You go to October, November of 2016, Democrats had a 3-point advantage. You go 4 years ago, Democrats had a 6-point advantage. Look at where we are today, Manu. Republicans with a 1-point advantage. A very different picture, very much mirroring what we see in the party registration numbers in those key battleground states, and Pennsylvania in particular.
It actually just shows you, too, why Harris is doing what she's trying to do. She's trying to moderate a little bit on these issues, trying to reach those very voters because the party registration is changing, and the demographics of the voters are changing. And those are the people she needs to attract.
So now you're going to see ABC. It's almost like they're struggling with the reality that it appears that Kamala Harris is losing. She had, like you said, she had a little bump, but that bump seems to be going away. So here's ABC talking about that.
And the reality is that for the first time in 32 years in this poll, it shows that Republicans are beating Democrats straight up. When you ask people a generic ballot in 32 years, it shows that Donald Trump's doing better with black voters, Hispanic voters, off the charts. But what the most important thing is, what happened last week is that what was working with female voters with Kamala Harris was that there was some feeling of joy in the air. Well, that joy is gone. She had a terrible week. She picked a pointless fight with Ron DeSantis. She was losing in the Sun Belt, and she tried to recover by going on The View, which a lot of women watch. She went on The View. You talked about it earlier. And she wanted to clarify the two most important issues that are facing these two candidates, the economy and immigration. And she bombed like Rory at the U.S. Open, and she went out there and said there was nothing she would do that would be different than Joe Biden. And she created a campaign commercial for Donald Trump. And so she's trying to recover. There is no joy in the air. And everybody knows it, and it's obvious that there is a leak in the balloon here in the Kamala Harris campaign.
Uh-oh.
Retro.
Oh. A leak in the balloon.
Now the Today Show is having to be Debbie Downers. They're saying that the favorables on Kamala are dropping like a rock. And for them to have to do this, so CNN just had to do it, ABC just had to do it, and I guess the Today Show will reluctantly now do it as well. So here we go.
I mean, the top line is the 5-point advantage that Kamala Harris had in our last poll is gone. What's behind that shift?
Yeah, exactly, Savannah. I mean, just look at them side by side and you can see it. Remember that poll we took a month ago that you see here? It was just after that first Trump-Harris debate. Since then, we've had the VP debate. There have been some campaign activities, some interviews, some things that have changed in that time. I think this might be the biggest for Harris. We just asked the basic image perception people have. Is it positive or negative of these candidates? The Trump number's always been somewhere in this territory. In fact, this is a little bit high for him, believe it or not, 43% positive. But look at Harris, 43 positive, 49 negative. The significance, we polled this a month ago. She was 48% positive and 45 negative. She was above water, as they say. That's completely reversed. It now looks very similar to Trump's. That's a pretty big shift when you're talking about a race this close. And then there's the weight of the fact she's the VP in an unpopular administration. We asked about President Biden's policies. Are they helping or hurting your family? Just a quarter of voters said they're helping. Nearly half said they're hurting. And then here's the interesting twist. We also asked folks, think back to when Donald Trump was president. Did his policies help or hurt your family? And look at the difference. 44% helping, 31 hurting. Trump's, the retrospective, you would say, opinion of Trump's presidency among voters, arguably higher now than when he was president.
Like it.
All that looks good, but does that also set the stage that if it doesn't go for Trump, everybody's going to start screaming tampering?
So basically, if we recap,
rightfully so. Is that what you're saying, Rick? Rightfully so.
Easy, alt Adler.
Trump was getting ahead of Biden significantly. Biden drops out. When she goes in, there's an immediate bump for her. You have the the big party. You have the big convention. She gets a bump from that. But since that day, her lead has been eroding. I mean, if you look at trends, and not a lot, but it's just been headed, just slightly, and Trump's headed up. I think for the first time ever, and some of the poli-sci folks could address this, the vice presidential debate made a difference.
It did.
It accelerated what was happening. And Trump is trending positively. She is trending negatively. You've seen those numbers cross now. And if they keep trending over the next 3 weeks, Trump will definitely be ahead in the polling on Election Day. So it's interesting from a historical standpoint what has happened in this election.
It's almost like Kamala seems like, like you said at the convention, she became, that person that you go, hey, you know what, I wouldn't mind spending some time with them. You get kind of excited about just your first perception of them. But then you started spending time with them.
Right.
And the longer you were with them, the less attractive they became and desirable. And it seems like that Kamala Harris does okay as long as she never says anything. And then when you have to spend time and actually vet her out a little bit, she doesn't do very well.
Well, remember, it almost looked like they started with the same plan they had with Biden. They were going to limit her, put her in the basement, so to speak. But the media was the one bringing the question, why can't we do an interview? Why won't you come out? And the more she has come out, the more her numbers have fallen off.
Well, we'll see. It's going to be, I tell you what, every poll's still saying, though, it is going to be razor thin. Very, very close. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.